everyone. I welcome you all to the live session on Data Analysis in Excel tutorial by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by an expert having more than 15 plus years of industry experience.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us.
The ability to analyze data is a powerful skill that helps you to make better business decisions. Microsoft Excel is one of the top tools for data analysis, and the built-in pivot tables are the most popular analytical tool. Data analysis skills are in increasing demand across all the industries. Having a knowledge of Excel is an added advantage to get high-paid jobs in top MNCs. In this video tutorial, you will be learning how to perform data analysis using Excel's most popular features. On saying that, let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Data Analytics in Excel. Post that, we will tell you how to create dashboards. Then later on, we will be moving on to few interesting topics of Excel like pivot tables, lookup functions, macros, VBA, for loop in Excel and lot more. Then post that, we will be learning about variables, data types and constants. Then finally, we have covered data analytics and Excel interview questions as well. On saying that, let's begin the session.
We've all heard this term somewhere. It pretty much rings a bell that every time we think about it, right? So analytics with respect to data. Well, what are we trying to analyze is what we need to know here, right? So the formal definition of how it goes, it's basically extracting meaningful information from raw data. It's as simple as that. So we have data, right? So consider anything to be data. If that is not useful to you at that point, it is considered as data. But then if you perform some operation on this data and make sure that it is useful for your organization, this is when the data becomes information. And this information is what is usable for you, right? So the process of pretty much converting raw data into information by performing certain analysis on it can be termed as data analytics, guys. I mean, this is just a very rough definition of what goes in the industry. To give you a better insight of what that means, basically it is the pursuit of extracting meaning from raw data using specialized computer systems, guys. And then these systems, they transform, they organize and they model the data. End of it is to basically draw the conclusions from all of the data. So you'll have, again, as I've mentioned with the raw example, our goal here is to basically draw conclusions, to identify patterns, to make use of this raw information in a better way. I mean, sure, data can just be used in its raw form, but then not with every case, right? And to give you an example, so think of the data probably you understand. So let's say you're looking at a huge data set which contains thousands of values. Those are just numbers, right? So having these numbers, sure, as a data analyst, you will understand what you're doing. But then let's say you need to explain it to a person who doesn't know what data analytics is, or you need to explain it to someone, probably your peer or someone above you as well. Let's say you have a business meeting where you have to explain this. Giving the numbers will not really be that great, right? It will not make a very good presentation. So converting all of these numerical data, making it into graphs, making it in a way where everyone understands the data, and showing out graphically whatever insights that you can generate from the data, that can be considered as data analytics as well, guys. Again, today basically the field of data analytics is ever so growing rapidly. And why is it growing so rapidly? Well, because the market demand for it is that much. So we have pretty much every startup companies these days have a requirement for big data as well. So big data, to dumb down the definition, it pretty much means a huge amount of data that cannot be handled by just one machine. If you're stretching out your data across multiple nodes, you have data coming in from various sources. Then you need a method to handle all of this big data that's coming in, to process the data and then to perform analysis on it, guys. So this has been in demand in the market for a while, and for the last couple of years, data analytics has been in the boom, and then it's providing a very straight answer to all of the questions being raised about how all these can be handled, guys. And of course, we're going to need the people who have the skills which is needed, skills which are needed to manipulate all the data queries, to translate all these numbers into graphs, and to make insightful analysis on it, right? So that's what is the main key role of a data analytic person. what is the need for data analytics if we have to break it down into 3 steps, guys? So again, we already know that it is on the rise, right? So I can pretty much go about to step out into the open and then tell you that it is not soon that it will be an integral part of an organization. It is already an integral part of every organization there is, guys. So the first important need is, again, we already know that it is a top priority for all of these organizations, ranging from the small organizations all the way till the big guys. And then this is needed to make very good decision making. Well, with respect to you being confused to, let's say, take a decision for you, then looking at this analytics will make your decision making skills and decision taking skills a little bit easier, and it'll be more validable as well, guys, and it'll be more validated as well, guys. And the second thing is to we require new revenue, right? So let's say you have the data which pretty much only a couple of people can make sense of understand. Let's say your market is very niche. In that case, sure, you'll be still making revenue, still be making money on it. But then at the end of the day, if you have to reach out to a broader audience, you need to make sure your data is understood by this broader audience, right? So that forms the second very important need for data analytics, guys. And the third one is to obviously decrease these operation costs for every organization. So this can be a very demanding task if you have to convert raw data into information, process the data, and make out very good visualizations out of it as well. But then if you have the workforce for it, then sure, you can do it. But if not, again, since it's probably a manual task, and until a couple of years ago it surely was a manual task, and these days you can implement machine learning and data analytics to pretty much automate itself and make your job easier as well. It speeds up your work, it keeps you very efficient in such a way where your data is being visualized, processed very effectively. So again, time is money when it comes to big organizations, right? So on that note, pretty much it helps decrease all of the operational costs with respect to, either waiting in the data pipeline, or waiting to process, waiting to publish, waiting to do some analytics, waiting for visualization. All of these waits, you need not consider them anymore, because they will pretty much be reduced to null, guys. So on that note, you might be wondering, who are data analysts, right? So data analysts are the people who sit at the end of the chain. I'll just explain the chain in the next slide. So these guys form a very good workforce for the company, where they basically, deliver the values by taking in all the data that data scientist might give it to them, a data engineer might give it to them, and then he uses this person, data analyst, uses all of these to answer a couple of questions and then communicate all of the results back. And all these results that he just gives back is basically used to take very good business decisions, guys. It might include analytics of past trends, it may be prediction of what the future looks like, and so much more. And then the common tasks done by data analysts are data cleaning, performing analytics, and then creating visualizations. Well, data cleaning, to come about it, is basically simple, guys. So again, data is raw information, right? To make sense out of it, to pick out information that we only require, and to make sure that, again, efficiency is the game here. If you're pretty much processing data that we pretty much will not require, then it's just a waste of time and resource. So cleaning the data, making sure that your data is just perfect enough for processing, that's a very important first step, guys. So this is the spearhead of a data analyst's role. And then the second one is, obviously, as soon as your data is clean, you need to perform some very good analytics on it and create very good visualizations, guys. So these 4 designations you see on the screen right now is basically the designations a data analyst is also known by. So the first is a business analyst. So data analyst is also a business analyst. He or she can be an operations analyst, a business intelligence analyst, and a database analyst as well, guys. So coming to the tasks that they pretty much do, the first important task that we already spoke about was cleaning and organizing raw unstructured data, right? So this is again a very overlooked concept in today's world, unless you get your hands dirty with the data itself. When you start to go about doing that, you will realize that cleaning and organizing the raw data is extremely important, because at the end of it, your data might be unstructured, your data might be semi-structured, or it might be a structured data. This will not matter if the data you're processing is of no use at the end, guys. So cleaning and organizing raw data is very important. And then the second thing is the analysis of all of the hidden trends found in the data. So making sense of something, again, maybe predictions in the future, or looking at past trends, generating this sort of an information which you cannot figure out upfront just by looking at the data. This is pretty much the umbrella under which the hidden trends function of a data analyst's work. So you'll be looking at a data, you'll find something very interesting. So let's say you find a trend in your data where pretty much you can access a new side of the market with respect to your sales in the next 5 years, 10 years. And then you were not told this, but then your data was telling you this. So you making sense of the data in which this trend was found, which was not upfront, then this is again a very important skill of a data analyst as well, guys. And the third important thing is pretty much the big picture view using descriptive statistics. At the end of it, sure, we know what the past trends of the company are, we know how the company is going on now, but then if you need to just summarize all of this and say even add some predictions for the next 5-10 years, getting this big picture view of what's happened, what's happening now, and what will happen in the future, not just using very simple statistics but using descriptive statistics where we'll be picking up each aspect of what's going on and then perform analytics on it and find out what's going on. If we are right at this place, if we are wrong at this place, how can this be improved, how can this concept be checked, how can we reach the clients better, and so much more. So getting this big picture view is again a very important task a data analyst goes about doing, guys. And the fourth one is probably the most important thing a data analyst does, is pretty much the creation of dashboards and visualizations, guys. So as I already told you in the introduction part of the video, where we're starting out with raw information, again a lot of numbers, but if you have to show these numbers at a business meeting, yeah, I mean numbers are numbers, some people like them, but a majority of the people who they might not understand the numbers. So making these numbers as your input, creating very good visualizations, giving them a user interface, and giving your customers, your peers, your superiors, your business meeting members, giving them a very good user experience with all of this data, again at the end of it will add up to very good business methodologies, and then it will help you take better business driven decisions again. And again the same goes for presentations of results to your clients and your internals as well, guys. So coming to the chain of how the data moves around in a firm, I have three important things that I just want to walk you through, guys, in a quick gist. So the first person who is the spearhead of the data for an organization. By spearhead, I mean he's the first one who look at the data, or he'll be responsible for bringing in all of the data from various sources, guys. So data coming in from the various sources, right? So think about all the data you can get from Twitter, or if you're performing any sentiment analysis, think of all the data that can come from all of the big data sources. You can have data coming from your various nodes from Hadoop, so much more. You can have your data coming from your own network, away from your network, and so much more, guys. So the data engineer is a spearhead who handles bringing in the data and making it understandable by the organization, guys. And then as soon as the data engineer finishes his part with the data moves on to the data scientist. The data scientist, he's responsible for working on all of these raw data, converting it into valid information. But then we already told this for the data analyst as well. Well, the data scientist pretty much uses machine learning algorithms, he uses deep learning, he uses, let's say, binary classifications, naive bias. He makes use of so many concepts here that a data analyst might not know. And he uses a lot of machine learning and deep learning, as I've already mentioned, to convert this raw data into valid information. And 99% of the time, the information which is being converted into are numbers, guys. So after the data scientist pretty much goes about doing his magic onto the data, and then we have the data analyst who steps in. This person, again, as we've already been mentioning, he is responsible for the prediction of what happens in the future, that is finding out trends, and then the presentation of all these informations to your peers, to your clients, to your superiors, and so much more. This is the basic gist of how data moves around. So the data is first seen by the data engineer, he does his job, comes to the data scientist works his magic via all these fancy algorithms and whatnot, and then pushes the data to the data analyst performs predictions, sees trends, visualizes the data, makes it presentable for everyone to understand, and then eventually goes about analyzing the data, guys.
So let's get started. To start off with, what is Microsoft Excel all about? To explain this, let me just take an example. Imagine you are working for a company. You're working as a HR for that particular company. And your primary job is to ensure that you keep a record of all the employees in the company and against their particular department. So if you're working for a company, you have to note down all the employees, their departments, and also more details such as when they joined, which team, what shift they are doing, or any other information which could be helpful. So say your boss or your manager comes a day and asks you to give an employee detail of a particular department. If you have it in a particular notepad, you probably have to search it between many sheets to go to that particular department and get the employee details. Further to that, if he asks you for multiple details and not just for an employee but for many employees, imagine how difficult it can get. So the simple concept is you use something like a row to column, or in lines you mark it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you put all the employee details and the departments and certain other information. Now this, it makes it comfortable on a piece of paper. But if you really have to use some information for a particular department, imagine how difficult it can get. So that is why Excel can be used for a lot of with its lot of features for a lot of useful information analysis. So one of the most important feature of Excel is for analysis to utilize mathematical operations, inbuilt functionalities to get you the desired result. So what is Microsoft all about? Microsoft Excel all about? Well, in simple terms, it's a software applications. You can use it to perform a lot of logical mathematical statistic calculation on data. It has a basic feature of spreadsheet. Remember I was talking about those lines, right, where you can put in the data. So similarly in Excel you have something called spreadsheets, and it is arranged in a grid of cells, which is in turn arranged in rows and columns. We will see more about this as we progress, but then simply put, Microsoft Excel is a spreadsheet where you can use data, use inbuilt operations to analyze, sort, and do what you want with it. Not just that, with the data available, you could create charts. You could use those charts in a PowerPoint presentation and then represent that data graphically. So if the question for you in your mind is, what is Excel commonly used for? I would say, simply put, it is to utilize data, store data in an easier way, analyze it, calculate data according to your requirements, your process, your team important, and then you also use the data to create graphs, charts, etc. These are some of the most common features or usage of Excel, but then the Excel is an ocean by itself. You can create multiple things depend on what your requirement is, and we will see some of them in the coming chapters. Hope this got you excited, because I'm surely. And let's see what is Excel all about in the next topic. Okay, so now you've got an overview about an Excel. You understood what Excel is all about. We spoke about a spreadsheet concept where you have rows, columns. I'm sure you're excited to see, just in case you've not seen it till now. A couple of minutes, I'll be showing you how do you launch in Microsoft Excel, how you could customize it according to your usage, and of course once you launch you might have to close it, right, or you will have to close it. So how will we close, save it appropriately? So let me quickly go to the demo so that you could see and learn. Great, so now this is your first look of Excel, just in case you haven't seen it yet now. So the first thing which strikes you is, you see there are three sheets. There is sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3. Now what is this? Of course, an Excel has some inbuilt features. You can see tabs, home, insert, page layout and so on. But then the first thing which you might have noticed is the sheet. So to explain this, let me just take a notebook. So imagine a notebook. You have multiple sheets, right? Where you can write different topics, different subject, different information. Similarly, in Excel, you have multiple sheets for your usages. Now, it's not limited to 3 sheets. You can add multiple sheets, and how to do that we will see in the later chapters. So all these sheets put together is called as a workbook. So you understood, right? Simple. These are sheets. All this put together, this whole content is called a workbook. Okay, so now I'm going to use this particular sheet. I'm just going to type in sheet 1. Let's go back to our example which we spoke about. I have joined a HR firm and I am the HR. So I'm going to note down the employee details. So I'm just going to put a header over here called employee details and just simple date of joining. Okay, so I have one new employee who's joined me today. So I'm just putting in the employee name and date of joining. It would be around, say, 1st of Jan 2015. Okay, so this is how I've entered data into Excel. Once you do that, you want to save it. But just before you save this, I just want to show you something else. If you noticed over here, every time you open Excel, the Excel opens up as book 1. If I open another Excel now, it will show that has book 2 and this has book 1. So as the default, Excel will have 3 sheets and it will always name it as book 1. So this is something which I have worked, right? So let me save this. So how do I save this? So I go click on the Windows button over here. As soon as I click that, I have a set of tabs which I can use. For now, I'm just going to use Save As, and there is another button called Save. So the difference between these two is very simple. Save As is used when you're using it for the first time, and thereafter, if you're using in Excel, modifying it, adding, removing data, then you just use Save. We will talk about shortcut as we proceed, but for now, just let me save my first Excel. So I click on Save As. There you go. And let me put this on my desktop. Okay, so what should I name it? I will name it as my first Excel chat. So that's my new Excel name. And as you can see, the extension or the way the Excel is saved as .xlsx. Okay, so I click it. As soon as I do that, notice the changes. So my book 1 is no longer book 1, it is my first Excel Jan. Okay, so that's simple. So we just saw how you launch an Excel and then you save it. Now there's another employee who's joined. I will put it as Saran 2 and he joined on 2nd of Jan 2015. Okay, so I have just modified the Excel. Now if I close this and I do not save it, this particular data will not be there. So please remember, always when you do some changes in your Excel, you need to save it. Again, how do you do it? Simple, either go to Windows, click on Save, or you noticed there was a shortcut which showed here. If I just hover over it, you could see that there was a Control S, and that's exactly the shortcut for saving an Excel. So you just click on Control and S, so it saves your Excel. So simple, we learned to save an Excel. So I was talking about some customization, right? How do I ensure that Excel becomes easier for me? There are so many tabs out here and I'm not sure which tab does what. I probably need some shortcuts or some customization, right? How do I do that? So again, for that, what you do is you go to your Windows button, click on the Office button. You have here your Excel options. So click on the Excel options. You get the Excel customization options. So we will review these in detail, but for now I'm just going to something called customize. Once you click on customize, you have a lot of menu prompt. So these are the different set of buttons which are available, but we'll not review any of these for now. I just want to show you one easiest quick access toolbar. So if you come down, you can see this show quick access toolbar, right? So just click on this. As soon as you click on this, there will be a that's an error, show quick access toolbar, and you will see that. I'll click OK, and as soon as I do that, notice this particular toolbar. There you go. So right now I have different buttons, but then I promptly want to have a save button over here, which is going to be useful. I'm just going to do that again to show how you add it. So I go again to Windows, I go to Excel options, and I go to customization or customize. I have my show quick access toolbar. And what are the tabs I want to show? So here is showing customize your quick access toolbar. For now, I'm going to go and use the save button and move it towards my right. So I have a save button. I also probably want to use, let's take a redo and add that. That's how simple. Oh, probably that's already there. That's why it's not. Oh, I don't want a redo, so I'm going to remove it. So that's how I just create and modify the buttons I want and remove the ones I don't. And I click OK again. So simple. There you go. You have your save button. So this is a simple way for you to navigate Excel when you're learning and to use your Excel as you begin. So going back to our slide, we have understood how to launch on Microsoft Excel. How do I customize this? We saw how we could create a quick access toolbar, and we saw how to save and close an Excel. Let me just go to my next slide. So here I want to take you all through some very important areas of working. I call it 5 important areas. It's spreadsheet, grid, ribbon, formula bar, status bar, which you will see. Now going back to my spreadsheet, we spoke about sheets, right? Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. So what are the 5 important areas? And let me show this again. Here you have your formula bar. Here you have your status bar. Here is your ribbons and some additional features for you to view it in a different mode. You have a page layout and you have your normal break view. So most importantly, I want to quickly take you all through the view of Excel. To start off with, what are these? You have A, B, C, D, E, F, and so on. So basically these are columns in Excel. So you have columns which is numbered as A, column B, column C, and D, and so on. So anything which is represented by letters are called columns, and anything which is horizontally represented are called as rows. So they are numbered accordingly. If you see, rows are numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your columns are numbered as A, B, C, D, E, or so on. Now, important thing over here is a cell is nothing but a reference or an interface of column and a row. So simply put, this is nothing but it's in D column and 6th row. The same thing can be seen in the name box. So we're talking about 5 things, right? So this is also the 5th thing which is very important, a name box. So once again, if I move here, can you tell me what is the reference of this particular cell? Well, if you haven't, notice it is H7, H7, H7. Good. So we learned about cells now. Seeing some other important things. So here is your formula bar. Now what is this formula bar? Formula bar basically showcases the content of your cell, or if you want to insert a particular formula, you use the formula bar. I will explain this in detail, but just as a reference, if you click on FX insert function, you get your insert function which is represented in the formula bar. You could see an equal sign That's what is going to happen. Now again, this has quite a bit of amount of significance we will see as we progress. So we saw name box, we saw formula bar. Now what is the status? Here we can see there is a status called ready. So basically this status bar shows the status of the spreadsheet. It tells us what is actually happening in the spreadsheet. So right now it's telling I'm ready. What do you want me to do? So for now I'll just go to the data and see if it changes anything. We created the employee details, right? So let me just click on the employee details. Okay, it shows ready. I go to number and I just click on F2 and it shows edit. So basically what Excel is telling me is that you are inside a cell and you're editing a data. That is the significance of the status bar. So it now shows you're in an edit mode. Now let me just go and type in some other thing. So see, as soon as I type in anything in a new cell, it status shows enter. So basically what it is telling me is that you're entering a data. So every time I do something on the cell, it shows the status of that particular activity. You might be wondering that why is this important? It is important because there are times where you will be using multiple data and you will be using multiple functions. So when you're doing that, Excel might be showing whether it is ready, entering the data, editing, or in fact calculating the data. The last thing about status which I want to tell you is I just want to enter a formula over here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, how do I enter formula? I just click on equal to, or just let me do one simple math problem. I'm just going to put two numbers in these two cells and I'm going to add those two numbers in this particular cell E8. So as soon as I put equal to, I put a formula which means add this cell to this cell. Notice the status. It shows as point. So basically what Excel is telling that you are adding a formula, you are dealing with a mathematical function. That is where it is displayed as point. So understood with the usage of status bar, right? Great. So moving on to a few other things, but important ones. What is this 100% out here? So it is nothing but you're looking at 100% of the view. You could either decrease or increase the view basis how much data you're working with. So simple, right? Now this is scroll, which I don't want to tell you. I'm sure you're very aware of that. And moving on to the most important things, ribbons. Now till now you'll notice that there are different tabs, right? We saw home, then we have insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and then some other additional tabs which I have added. So what are these? Now these are nothing but these are called ribbons. Now what do these ribbons do? These ribbons just have all your common tabs, usage tabs put together. Let me explain that with an example. Now under your home tab you have font. So what is basically font? You have anything to do with your characters or text functions, or you want to increase or change the font, it's available under this font ribbon. There is a small arrow. Once you click, it expands. So you can see that you have the font type, you have bold, italics, or you want to underline, including coloring, filling the text with color, or just the text color. So basically ribbon is nothing but it combines the common used fonts under a particular ribbon. Under the home you have your clipboard, your fonts, your alignment ribbon, your numbering ribbon, your styles, the way you want to format and style it. We will see more about this, and some other insert and some arithmetic functions, and auto sum, fill, and clear, which we will see. Similarly, if I go to insert, like the way it tells in terms of the word insert, you're basically inserting new things in Excel. So under the insert tab, you can basically insert a pivot into Excel. You could insert shapes, charts, hyperlinks. Hyperlinks is if you want to move between two Excels, you insert a hyperlink or any word art commonly used. Similarly, layout, as it says, it's basically page layout, more for printing, or you want to navigate it in terms of certain data only to be printed. That's when you come to page layout. Formulas. In the beginning of Excel, I did mention to you that we have so many different types of formulas, right? And Excel basically covers all of them. You have arithmetical, logical, date and time, trigonometry, anything which you want to know from a logical, you can get under this. And all that which we learned in school or college, you will find all those formulas. You just need to know how to use it. Then moving on to data. The word data is basically talking on whatever data you want to do some operations on data. That's when you come to this particular tab. You have sorting, largest to smallest or smallest to largest. You want to filter data, you want to remove duplicate, you want to consolidate, you want to validate. That's when you come to data tab. Review is basically it's about protecting the workbook. You want to review certain content, you want to check for some spelling, you want to search in the dictionary. That's when you can. And the last one, the view, is basically similar to what you observe over here. Zoom, or you want to freeze a particular row and move the rest, or freeze a particular column and move the rest, and you want to put a page break or change the layout. That's when you come to view. Just to remind you, all these tabs or all these ribbons which you can see out here can be added to your customized tab. So basis your usage, you could take any of this and put it out here. And you remember how to go there, right? Perfect. So that's some basic overview of Excel and some important areas which you need to work with. Formatting Excel and shortcut keys. So I'll directly go to a demo so that I could show you how you could use tips and tricks or navigations and few shortcuts. Here we go. We have a new Microsoft Excel spreadsheet opened. So as it's inbuilt, we have 3 spreadsheets. Okay, so how do I navigate this complex looking spreadsheet? Or is it really complex? It is till you work on it actually, and once you start working, it is very, very simple. So the main keys which I'm going to use in my navigation would be Control, Shift and arrow keys. So I'm just going to demonstrate how I navigate this particular columns and cells with the use of arrow keys. So right now I'm going to use the down arrow and you can see what happens. Yep, the cell reference, the highlighted box moves down. And when I click on the top or the up arrow key, I see that the box moves on top. Very simple. And towards my right, right, and towards my left, left. Great. So what if there is a lot of data and I really have to go to, say, a particular column which is like DO? Should I keep clicking on the arrow key to navigate there, or is there a shortcut available? Yes, of course, that's where the tricks are available and which we can use. To showcase that, let me just come up with a particular table with some data. I'm going to randomly add some numbers out here. Okay, let me just put the numbers, and I will pull this autofill handler. I'll talk about more of that shortly. And I will also pull the autofill handler towards my column so that the data is available. So here, do not go by what the logic is. Just look at this particular table which has a lot of numbers. So imagine you have a database, something similar to this, and there is a lot of numbers available. How do you navigate? So for example, if I have to really go to P3, which is this particular cell, should I from here keep holding my arrow key to navigate, or is there any shortcut available? Yes, there is. So I'm going back to my home key, so that's where I came. And now observe what happens. I'm going to click on Control and my arrow key. So I directly move to the table where the data is available. Okay, I'll do that again. Home, Control, arrow key. So now if I have to move to the last one, the one which I've marked in the color yellow, I still click on Control and the arrow key. There you go. So Excel basically understands that I'm looking at the data and I want to go to the last cell where the data is available. And when I use the control and the right arrow, it understands that, oh yeah, there's this data and let me move there. Similarly, if I click control again and the left arrow, again Excel understands that I have to go to the first cell where the data is available and actually moves out there. So your question would be, what if I have to go to K3? Now in this case, of course, Excel will not understand that it has to move here and you have marked it in yellow. So you have to use your arrow keys to go to that particular cell. Okay, that's great. So we understood control and usage of control with the arrow keys. Now what is shift all about? So let me just go to my first cell and click on control shift and arrow. Please note that I have to hold all the keys together. Control shift and my down arrow key. So as soon as I do that, you can see that Excel understands that the data has available in that particular column has to be highlighted, and it does so. If I use Control Shift again and my right arrow, it will subsequently highlight the complete data. Quite easy. So quickly, I'll just show it once again. Control Shift down arrow highlights the data completely in that particular column. Again, I'm going back. Control Shift right arrow, it highlights that particular data in the row. So if you use Control Shift and the arrow keys, they are good enough tips and tricks for you to navigate Excel accordingly. You need to practice this because the various combinations of Control Shift works differently. So the more you practice and understand the functionalities, the easier it will become for you to navigate Excel. Hope you learned something in terms of navigation. Alright, moving on. So we spoke about navigation. What are these shortcuts all about? Everyone likes a shortcut, right? We always find ways and means to do work in a shorter way or find out shortcuts. So thankfully, Excel, there are plenty of shortcuts. I'll just show you the simplest shortcuts available. So if I click on Alt, you could see that suddenly there is some highlighted letters in the spreadsheet. So I'll do that again. I'm just clicking on Escape now, Escape key. And now I clicked on Alt key. As soon as I do that, there is a set of letters highlighted. Now I could use the combination of letters and the Alt key to get to where I want. Which means, let's take I want to go to Home tab. So it shows H. So if I click on H, just observe what happens. I have the Home tab. And beautifully under the Home tab, all the respective shortcuts are highlighted. So you can see that I can use numbers, I could use letters, and I could actually use the combination of these two to not even use mouse, but I could do my stuff. Okay, just for an example, I will go ahead and use H again to see what happens. So it goes to color, and there again it shows the shortcuts. So if you keep using these shortcuts, right, what happens is just like how we learned riding a bicycle. Initially, we had to remember so many things, but later it became automated, or it just your mind gets used to it. So similarly, consciously, if you want to use shortcuts, if you keep using this alt and remember those letters which needs to be highlighted, your brain memorizes it, and then thereon it's very easy for you to use shortcuts. I'll just show you a small example of that. There you go. Did you see me moving my mouse or the cursor? No, right? I'll just do that again. There you go, because I have memorized the shortcut to close this particular workbook. So how did I do that? I again used Alt, I used F, which is your Windows. You could see that Windows can highlight it. And then under Windows, I used C, which is highlighted to close. And that's why it asked me whether I need to save or not. So that's how I use shortcuts. I could do my work very simply. For now, I'm not going to do anything. Let me close this particular workbook and go back to my presentation. So in formatting Excel, we saw how to use tips and tricks, more in terms of navigation, how do you enable shortcuts, and how you need to keep using it again and again for you to learn shortcuts. All right, what's next? Basic formulas. So a lot of things in basic formulas. How do I add, subtract, division, multiplication, and something called autofill. Yeah. So let me open up the spreadsheet again.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I have my spreadsheet open. So I have a small exercise already prepared. So let me open that for you. So for this, how did I do that? I actually went to Alt F, and these are my recent documents, and under that I have my intermediate exercise. So I opened up the intermediate exercise. So without too many things, let me go ahead to this particular basic formula exercise. Okay, so I was talking about school, right? So I have students out here, and for some reason I want to calculate the weight of my class, and that's where I've listed down how much each one of my students weigh. So I have Richard, Gavin, Clifford, Jason, Denver, Gary, and Greg. So to start off with, I want you to help me in doing these particular solve these particular problems. So the first one I have is I want to find the sum of Galvin and Jason's weight. So mathematically, this is very simple. I need to pick up Galvin 64 and Jason 76 and add that up. Great, I can take a piece of paper and write it and do that. But how do I do it in spreadsheet or Microsoft Excel? Very simple, similar to that. But Excel, you need to keep telling Excel what you need to do. Look at Excel as a program where you need to give inputs, where you need to tell Excel, oh, do this to me, or do this for me, and do this differently. And that's how Excel will keep understanding. Without you giving instruction to Excel, it doesn't understand anything. So here my requirement is to add these two particular weights of student. So simply put, I will go equal to, remember, any formulas in Excel starts with an equal to sign. So here I'm starting off with an equal to sign. So I have to go ahead and put Galvin and Jason weight. So if I was doing in a piece of paper, I would pick up Galvin's weight and add it with Jason's weight. So similarly in spreadsheet, I will go ahead and pick up Galvin's weight. So immediately you can see that B4 is reflected. B4 is nothing but the cell with the value or the weight of Galvin's is showing. Now, how do I add it? Simple. I told you we will go back to school days. We are going to use the plus symbol. And The next simple step, I'm sure which you have realized, is nothing but add Jason's weight. Okay, a couple of things for you to note down. One, you need to always start a formula with an equal to sign, and please note your cells which are referenced or the cells which you are using for your calculation are highlighted. So you can see here it's highlighted in blue, here there's another color, and it basically shows that you are in a formula. And also remember your status bar is showing as point, which means you're working on a formula. Here we go, B4 plus B6, and if I click on enter, there I go. I have magic. I got the weight. Simple, right? So just use equal to, give the cell reference, use the right operator, and then get the result. Okay, what if I don't know all this? What if I really am new to Excel and I want to explore and learn by my own self? How do I do that? Well, Excel also gives you that provision. So I'm going to do the same thing using Excel itself and without me or without the teacher. I'm just going to navigate to the next cell. Okay, here it is. And I'm going to add the same two weights, but this time I'm going to do it differently. I don't know what to do, right? I don't know how to add this. So I seek out help. I ask Excel to help. One, I could click on help in or F1 and get the help menu out. Or there is something called insert functions over here. I mentioned to you earlier, right, that Excel is full of operators, arithmetic functions and all that. I just need to keep giving instructions to Excel and it will help me to get there. So at this point of time, I will use insert function. Okay, there I go. As soon as I click, I have the insert function menu and I have some already inbuilt features here. So here it's asking me search for a function. What do you want? Search. Let me know. I am ready to help you. And then also it is showing me that there are some functions you already kept using. So right now, since I'm new to this, I'm just going to type in I want to add two numbers and I click go. Okay, it's not understanding. Probably let me rephrase it in a better way. Add two numbers. Okay, there you go. So it's recommended me three functions. So it returns the sum of complex number, IM_sum, then it has got something called workday, and then it's got something called day. If I really go and click on this, it shows me the descriptions of those. It returns the sum of complex numbers. Okay, probably I can try this. Let me see what happens. So how do I do this? I click on OK. And then it tells me, oh, what is this number? Give me the IM number 1 or IM number 2. So here there is a small red box. I click on that and I showcase what is my first number. I click on the box again and it takes back to my formula. It's already showing me how it's going to look. Equals to 64. And then number 2, Galvin's weight. So I go back to Galvin. So probably I will just take, so it was Jason, right? Yeah, so I go to Jason and it's showing me the results equal to 140 and I click OK. There you go. So there is an inbuilt function which I can apply, and there is also some tips and tricks and a shortcut. Great, very easy. Okay, so now it's your turn. Can you find the difference between Clifford and Gary's weight? Okay, so I hope you have got the answer. If not, let's see how I could do this. So here, similar to addition, the difference is very simple. So I have to do the difference between Clifford and Gary's weight. Remember all that you learned in school, your arithmetic functions, you need to apply the same rules. Remember BODMAS? Yeah, if you know BODMAS, you need to use that. So here when I'm actually subtracting Clifford and Gary's weight, I need to use the bigger number and subtract the smaller. I can't do the smaller to bigger. Well, I can actually do that, but what will happen is it will show you a negative value, same as in BODMAS rule. So right now I'm just going to take Clifford and Gary's weight. So equal to, starting off with an equal sign, that means letting Excel know that this is a formula. I go to select the Clifford weight, and this time I'm going to use minus symbol or operator, the minus operator, and going to select Gary's weight, click on enter. There I go. 31 is my answer. If I have to do it using insert function, again, for this time I will type in and search it because I know how do I subtract, but then just for your reference, I'll type and search it. Difference of two numbers. Click go. So there I go. Recommended IM7 returns the difference of two complex numbers. Click OK. In this case, again click on the red box. I click on Clifford's weight. Come back. I click on I number 2 and Gary's weight and click OK. There I go. So now we learned addition, subtractions. Okay, some more things. Sum total of all the students' weight. Simple, right? You need to keep doing equal to 57 plus 64 plus 83 plus 76 plus 69 plus 52 plus 74. There I go, 475. Alternately, I can also click here, and if I notice on my home ribbon, there is something called editing option. Under editing, you have something called auto sum. So let me just click on auto sum. Yeah, so it's basically telling, do you want me to add these two numbers? No, that's not what I want. So I can actually hover over this and move this to where I want it to add. So I'm quickly moving over here and expanding this to show the auto sum. Okay, so there you go. The formula also is displayed a little differently. It's equal to sum of B3 to B9. So basically it is taking B3, cell reference B3 to B9. That's how it is calculating an auto sum. Let me click on enter and see if it matches my other operation. There we go. So 475, 475. So we saw adding it individually, and we saw adding it using AutoSum. And if I have to again manually use another functionality, it would be equal to sum open brackets. Please note, syntax will always be displayed when you are using an internal operations or functions. So it's important or imperative that you follow the syntax absolutely the way it is displayed. So it's telling me equal to sum open brackets, select your number 1 and then put a comma and number 2, or you could just drag the numbers once I select and close the brackets. There you go. So we learned 3 ways of doing a particular simple sum total. Interesting? Okay, I hope this gets even more interesting. The last thing in basic formulas. I want to take average of 3 weights, Greg's, Richard and Denver. Greg, Richard and Denver. How do I do that? Again, simple, equal to. I would want to select Richard plus Greg plus Denver divided by 3. That's what we learned in school, right? Add the weights, add the number of people and divide it by the quantity. So my average is 154. Let me just do this using a insert function. So now I want to find average. So I'm just going to click on average, go. Oh, here we go, average. Click OK. So what's my number 1? I have Richard. And what's my number 2? I have Greg. And what's my number 3? You notice that the numbers kept increasing, right? I can just keep increasing the numbers if I want. Okay, so I've just put 3 and I click OK. Wow, it is showing 65. So what happened? Why is this showing 154 and showing 65 over here? Some mistake I might have done. Of course, the insert function can't be wrong, so probably there's a mistake in the way I've written a formula. Let me do that. Let me do that using something which I learned in school called BODMAS. Open the brackets, because remember, every time I need to use average, I need to do it within the brackets. So this time I've selected Richard plus Greg plus Denver divided by 3. So there you go, it's showing 66. Here it's showing 65, probably because I wouldn't have selected the right numbers. So let me just do that again. Richard, Denver, and Greg. Absolutely right. Okay, so just to recollect, we used plus for addition, we saw subtraction, we also saw how we could use average, and we saw how we could add up all that sum total, average, and some division as well. Yeah, and just the last thing, now that I have so many decimal points, I can go to number, and under number, when I use this decrease decimal, I can either decrease the decimal or increase the decimal. Easy. Okay, so just before we conclude on basic formulas, one last thing, autofill. So in my previous exercise, when I was showcasing how do I add numbers, you saw that I could actually type in some numbers and pull a autofill handler or the plus symbol. So Excel actually is inbuilt and recognizes certain formats. So in this case, in this case, Excel recognizes that these are 3 numbers. And there's a small box, or when I go close to it, a plus symbol comes. When I used and drag this,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
it actually puts the sequence. So basically Excel is understanding that this is a number sequence, and when I use the autofill handler, it adds the numbers. This autofill handler can come in handy a lot of times. For example, I am entering months, so Jan, Feb, and March. So I know that these are nothing but months. Similarly, Excel also knows that these are months. So this sequential data, if I use the autofill handler, it fills it up. So just saves some time of mine. And lastly, if I have to use any sequential data such as say odd or even numbers, Excel also understands that. So here I'm just showcasing how Excel will understand whether it's an odd or even number. There you go. Yeah. So you saw that Excel autofills anything where there's a sequential data. So coming back to our PowerPoint, you saw how we used basic formulas, addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, and autofill. Find and replace. How in a huge set of data you find something which you want and replace it with something newly placed or changes, and also something about advanced find. Okay, so let me open the spreadsheet again to take you through find and replace. Here we go. I have come up with a small exercise for you to learn find and replacing data. So I have a set of employees again and some random employee numbers, some team which they work on, They are from training, there's from facilities, some are from estimate, some random names of TRM, EKO on AMA and ATRM, just to make it a little bit more good number of names. And I have close to 128 people. Okay, so in this example, let's take the name of the department M and A is actually renamed to, we'll just make it something. The new department is called Math. So how do I do that? So the easiest way to do that is I have to keep searching where M&A is and change it to Math. And I keep doing that for all the number of M&As which are available in this data. This is alright because the data is just 120 rows. But imagine I have to do it for 15,000 rows. Do you think we will have so much of time? Absolutely not. So that's where find and replace comes into picture. I'm just replacing this to the original format. Okay, so how do I get the find coming out? So simple, I hit a Control F, commonly used, which is find and replace. So as soon as I click on Control F, I have this wizard which shows like, find what? What do you want me to do? Let me know. So in this way, I just want to tell Excel that find me where M and A is. So there are two things out here. So I have find all and find next. So when I click on find next, it basically takes me to the cell where the new next M and A is available. This is very useful if you want to see who's there or when you actually want to scroll down by a particular constraint. So I'll just do that again, find next, so there are only two. So find all is nothing but it picks up all the data where M&A is available and also gives you the cell reference. Beautiful, right? So you have find next and find all. So we are not done here, right? So we want to replace. Let's go to the replace. So it's now I've found the data. What is that you want to do? But before that, let me just close this because I want to show you individually. So I have find what and then replace, and I replace it with math. So here if I do find all, it will find all and replace it with all, or I can replace it singular. So for now I'll just go with replace all. There you go. It has replaced all M and A with math. Simple, right? And see how useful it is when you have a lot of data. So this is a simple find and replace. Okay, so if this is simple find and replace, what is an advanced find and replace? Actually, that is also pretty simple. Okay, let me explain that with an example. I will just color this data in green, probably two of them, and I'm going to use find and replace. So again, I clicked on Control F, which brought me find and replace. Now I don't want to put any data out here. I'm removing any data content. Okay, there we go. Because if you do not do what Excel already has inbuilt, it will throw a error. So that's why I want to ensure that whatever I'm doing, I'm getting it at its normal form. So just before I do anything, I just want to click on this options. So as soon as I click on options, there is a lot of advanced find which comes. It is the same, but it tells, do you want to do it within sheets? You want to do it within rows? You want to look a particular formula? You want to match a particular case, match entire cell content, etc. I guess these are pretty self-explanatory. So you know match cases, it will only search if it is in a capital or lower letter or lowercase. Match entire cell content is basically it will search whether it is completely trainings or it is client trainings. So in this case, if I actually give a replace for trainings, it will also replace something called client trainings over here, which you can see because I have not matched the complete case or sorry, the complete content. So it's important you know when to use advanced find and when not. But the most important thing which I wanted to showcase, which generally you might not know or people tend to forget, is apart from match case and match entire cell content is format. So now I want to showcase that there is find and replace by format also. So I click on format. As soon as I click on format, a new window opens up, and then either I can choose a format by giving the format, or I can choose format from cell. So I do this, I select this particular format, so it will find that it's telling, oh, this is the format you want me to find. All right, then what you want me to do it. Then I can tell replace that with a new format. So I want to just go to fill and probably do it red color. Okay, there you go. So it will select this in green and select the cells in which is in a particular format and replace those cells into a red format. Please also note I'm not giving anything in the find and replace content cells out here because then it'll get confused. Okay, so I'll leave it at that and I will hit a replace all. Let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. Will it work? Of course, it works. Okay, so it replaced facilities because I've selected that particular cell only. Yeah, but because this particular content was different and that's why it did not select. Now, this particular color or this particular format or find and replace is very useful when actually you have marked a cell and you forgot where it is or you want to locate that and change it to another color. A simple example I would give is, let's say this particular guy has left the organization and hence has marked as red, or he's basically joined us and he has left now and I want to mark it as red. So I can just select the green, change the format to the way I want, and then I actually replace it with the format I want. So simple. So int find and replace, we learned a simple find and replace, which is a control F, just select it and do it. Let's move on to understand text functions for now. Okay, so we spoke about formatting data. So let me quickly go back to my spreadsheet and show you how to format data. Okay, I opened a new spreadsheet. So let me just type in something out here. So these are the two main commonly used type of data in Excel. One is a text, one is a number. Now, there are times when you actually paste a data from a particular source into a spreadsheet, it might show a small yellow mark out here or might show up some error. So the reason is it is not actually taking the data as its type. So for example, this is as number, this is as text. As a default, Excel will take all the data as numbers. Now let me just click and showcase how and what different types of formatting is available. So for that, I need to select that particular cell, or even I can select a blank cell to just look at what is the default format. Right click, I have format cells. So here I have number. So here you can see it is showing general. So that's how Excel shows a normal data. And you have different categories of format of cells: number, currency, accounting, date, time, percentage, fraction, so on and so forth. But the most widely used is number or text. So let me just go and see if I convert this to text, what happens. So if I go and format cell and convert this to text, so text format cell are treated as text even when a number in the cell is displayed exactly as entered. So I click on OK. So there's no much change. So if I click on this and make this as number, it doesn't make, just that the format of these cells will show differently. So here you could see it is showing as number and here it is showcasing as text. Now this is going to be effective and useful only when you're actually entering formulas, because if you're working with formulas and your data type or your format is as text, it might throw up an error. So it's important that when you're working on formulas, irrespective to what particular format you're working, whether it's a text or number, you retain the cell format as is. A couple of more things on formatting. We saw when we right click there were multiple formats, right? So let us just review what those are. So here I'm just going to format a particular cell and use something called custom formatting. So in custom formatting, what you have is a set of predefined values, or you could probably use those values for your references. Now, let me explain this with an example. Let me type in a date. So first 1/1/2015, the one which we have been using. And I am going to format this cell. How do I do that? Right click, format cells, and it is already showing and it's recognized that it's a date. But I don't want it to be displayed in this particular. I'm going to custom. So in custom, I have various options. I have month, day, Y. That's the current format. But if I just convert to day and month, look at the way it shows. It shows the sample as 1st Jan. So let me click OK. And there you go. The format changes. So formatting also helps us to customize the data the way we want it, or the way the data needs to look into. If I want to change it to another format, I can just go to Format, Custom Cells, and this time I'm going to go day MMYY. So it's going to 1st Jan 2015. Or even better, again, right click Format Cells. I can go select month, day, year, hour, and minutes. Yeah. So this is how formatting can be useful. Now, most likely you will use this format when you're building a spreadsheet, when you're restricting data access, or when you're working with a lot of formulas. But as a beginner, don't worry much about it. Just understand that the right format has to be used, and you do have options to go and customize the format or change the format of the cell according to your preferences. Understood? Cool. Let's move on to the most important topic for today, which is text functions. All right. So I have an exercise planned out for you, but let me not go to this exercise. Let me just pick up this data and tell you how generally data behaves when you move data from different applications from Microsoft or Notepad or from PDF and you paste the data into Excel. So I just have a copy of some information out here, and I'm just going to open Notepad quickly and paste this. Okay, so let me close this spreadsheet. At this point of time, we don't need this. Okay, and open a blank spreadsheet. There we go. Okay, so imagine this is where this data you picked up from your Microsoft Outlook, or you've just copied and pasted it from some social site or anything. I'll just try to make this simple and explain it from a point of a HR, or you're working for Facebook and these are, or you're actually on Facebook and you want to invite all these friends for you to join, or probably you need to send them an invitation. Okay, so generally when I copy this data, I've copied it. So I just select the data using Control A and copy the data using Control C. And when I paste a data in spreadsheet, this is how the data appears. Well, it can be deceiving. The way it looks over here looks like the data is actually in row 1, right? So just let's actually see if it is in row 1 or the data is actually spread across. Okay, so I go to cell D1. Wow, it looks that the data is there. Okay, so does it look for other cells? But please be very mindful that this is deceiving. That's where your formula bar plays a very important role. It shows the content of the cell. Here it shows that it is actually on all different rows and cells, but it is actually not. Let me just move it to A1. It will show the difference. Can you see? As soon as I move to A1, you see the content of the cell which is all available. But when I move to B1, you see it is actually blank. But then without the formula bar, if I look at the spreadsheet, it looks like the data is spread across in different rows and columns. Okay, so that's the first thing. Always review your formula bar to see whether the data is available and not available in particular sheet. Great. So now we saw that, but when I pasted the data from the notepad to here, the data is spread across in all this particular cell, but is pretty huge and vast. Look at this. I have to keep navigating it across till the last. Oh, that's how the data is. Now imagine the goal of our exercise is to actually send all these guys an email. So first of all, they are just names. What information I have about these guys is all of these guys are on rediffemail.com. So I need to get this into a particular format such as abhijit.narendra at rediffmail.com, and that is how I need to get all these guys and then send these guys the email or the invitation which I want to. So how do I go about this? To start that, we have to use multiple text functions, and hopefully all this will help you and navigate text functions extremely comfortably, and these should be a good enough database of functions you know to manage any kind of text issues. So to start with, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the data and copy this and do something called data text to column. Okay, so there is a problem. So first of all, the data is available just in one particular cell. So let me just copy that. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm just going to the cell where the data is available, because if the last time I was trying to do is across the particular cells where the data was not available. So I'm going to the data cell where the data is available, and I'm going to data tab. Under that I have something called text to columns. Okay, so as soon as I click on text to column, I have a convert text to column wizard appearing. So there are 3 steps. So this basically will help me in sorting this data to more readable format. So what do I do next? So I have 2 options over here. I have delimit, I have fixed width. We will read about this in detail. So let me just click on delimit for now. And I click next. So what Excel is telling me is that I will delimit the data. You tell me how do you want me to delimit. So it's giving me delimiters or options to delimit the data. So I have tab, semicolon, a comma, a space, or other. So remember what I was talking about Excel, that you need to add or keep giving information to Excel, and it will take that information and do the needful. So in this case, I'm going to tell that delimit the data not by using tab, but by using semicolon. And how did I agree on using semicolon? If you notice the data closely or you review it, you see there are common aspects. Either you have a space or you have a semicolon. So you could use a space or semicolon to delimit the data. In this case, since my end result is I want it as first name dot last name at rediffmail.com, so use semicolon to delimit the data. Let's see how I do that. So just select semicolon out here, and as soon as you do that, it gives you a data preview. You can see that it's basically breaking the data into first name, last name, and a column being placed in between those. So if I click on next, and I have some other data format which for now I'm not going to use, and it's asking me destination is going to be in the subsequent columns. Is that okay with you? That's fine, and I click finish. Wow, so there we go. It's basically broken the data in first name and last name and actually spread this across to various columns. Easy, right? Okay, so here we have our data broken down into multiple columns. Even though the data is spread into multiple columns, it doesn't still help me, right? Because I still have to use this data, and for me to read this, I have to move across to all these columns and then individually probably type in out here and then put at the rate rediffmail.com. Is there an option to make this a little easier for me? Yes, of course, there is. So now I would like to use this data not in a row but in a column format, which makes it more easier for me to review and then do some modifications. So for that, what I need to do is first select the data. So this time I'm going to use Control Shift right key. So there you go. It selects the complete data available on that particular row. I copy the data, which you can see by the dotted lines. I come to a new cell where I want to paste it. Right click, I go to paste special, and when I do paste special, I have a lot of options. I have formulas, value, formats, transpose, and so on and so forth. So the thing which I'm going to use is transpose, which basically transpose the rows into column format. Wow, here we go. So it's pretty simple. So from we started in a different way, and now we have got this particular data in a more readable format. So the end result, what I wanted to achieve was to get as abhijit.narendra at rediffmail.com, right? So here I am going to use some text functions before I do that. So if you notice this particular data, you have some space. So here Abhijit Narendra does not have a space in front of him. But then if you see Achyuta or Adarsh or even Amnit, there is a small space of showcasing. So this, how do I remove it? Any thoughts? Probably go here, click on the cell and delete it. What's your thought? Good idea. But then just imagine the number of times I have to do that. Is there more like an easily available formula which I can use in Excel? Yes, there is. So for that, I'll use a formula called trim, which is very simple. You could just go here equal to trim trim open brackets. So you can see the syntax, right? So it tells trim what is the text you want to trim. So select the text you want to trim, close brackets, enter. So you have done that. Again, if you're not aware, there's something which we learned in formulas that you could actually research or find about that in the insert function. Try to locate if there is a formula available, or if not, Google it. So it's very easy for you to find out. For now, I know the formula. I know that there's a formula available, and hence I used trim. So the way to learn Excel is, again, you need to work, play around with it, search as much as you can, and then play around with all these formulas. Then you'll come to know what is there, what is not available. So for now, I'll just do it again. Equal to trim open brackets text close brackets. Perfect. Okay, so I'm not going to sit and write that for all the cells. So I'm just going to use the autofill handler because I have a sequence over here which the Excel will understand. I click on the small plus symbol, double click on it, so it basically replicates the data across. So here you can see clearly that this particular cell still has a space in front of it. However, here, because I've used the trim functions, I do not have any particular cell. Alright, so what we have learned from till now, we copied the data from a notepad, pasted in Excel. We found it was pretty difficult to read. So we use data, we use text to column to split the data into columns. Then we copied the data, transposed it in a column, and then we used one simple trim function to remove the space. Another thing about the trim function is it doesn't remove the space in between the cell. It removes the space in front or at the end of that particular cell. So if you're wondering why there's a space still left, that's how the trim function is designed. It just removes space in front or at the end of the cell. Interesting, right? Okay, so what more? Now I'm going to use some more text function which I want you to make a note while you're looking into it and practice once you're free. What if I want to change all the characters of this particular cell into uppercase? Okay, how do I do that? So I'm not going to tell the formula. I'm just going to use the insert function to see how we could search that. So insert function, change to uppercase. Click go. There is 3, upper, lower and proper. So what is this? Converts a text string to all uppercase letters. Okay. What is lower does? Converts all the letters in a text string to lowercase, and proper converts the text string to proper case. Great. So we have seen that there is 3 options available. So let's try all the 3. So now I'm going to use equal to upper. Either you could use the insert function or this formula method, whichever you feel comfortable with. So I click on text, copy. There you go. Everything is, all the letters are converted to uppercase. Now I could use the autofill handler to duplicate that for the rest of the cells. Similarly, I'm going to use lower, close brackets. There you go. It converts it all to lowercase. And the next one, the proper, which we saw. So I have proper cell created out here. So we saw trim, we saw upper, lower and proper. Easy, right? Great. So let's learn few other text functions. So now, say for example, I just want to extract the first letter of this particular name. How do I do that? Again, simple ways. I could just write down the first letters. Or probably, is there an easier way? Yes, there is. So you could use insert function for you to search and find that out. I actually know it, so I'm just going to use it. Equal to left, open brackets.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Select the text and give the number of characters which you want to retrieve. So in this case, I'll give 1. So let's see what happens. So again, the syntax is left. Select the text, give the number of characters and close the brackets. There I got 1. So if I give left text and number of characters 3, what is going to be the result?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
It is going to be ACH. Understood? So I'm not just going to use this, I'm going to use the first one and going to extract the data. There you go. All the left, first letter in the left I have extracted. You might be thinking, when do I use this? A simple reason I would give you is you want to create some login IDs for the users, and generally if you're creating some login IDs for the users, you probably want to give the first initial and the last name. So it would be A Narendra or A. Narendra or A Gaur or Amneet D. So there are multiple reasons why you might use. This exercise is just to showcase how you extract it, and the usage may be depending on your process, when you want to use, etc. Alright, so you saw how to extract the data from the left, but what if I just have to extract the data from the right? Well, I gave you the answer. It is by using right functions. So equal to RIGHT, open brackets, select the text, close bracket, and 1. So this time I have taken the data out from the right of the cell. So simple. So we saw left, we saw right. Now I'm going to use the autofill handler to do the needful. Well, if I want to use or extract the data from the middle, what do I use? Is there a particular formula? I guess there is, and I would leave that for you for as a homework. I want you to search using the FX or Google and probably get back to me. I will anyway show that in my next chapter before I start the next chapter. So what have we done till now? We copied the data, we transposed it, and we saw some text functionality such as right, left, and upper, lower, and also trim. But then we haven't achieved our end result, right? That's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to actually break this data down in a format of abhijit.narendra at rediffmail.com. So how do I go about that? So for now, I'll just remove all this upper, lower, and proper functions and just leave it at abhijit.narendra, which we did using trim, and try to get it into the format of abhijit.narendra at rediffmail.com. Okay, so how do I do this? So one, I could use the control F, replace the space with a dot, and then add at the rediffmail.com. That is one way of it. Or split this data again to Abhijit and Narendra, and then add all the data together, or add all the multiple strings together by using something called concatenate to get the desired result. So for now, I'm going to use the second option, which is splitting the data and then adding it back or concatenating it together. To do that, first I'll have to select the complete list of data. I go back to my data tab, text to columns. I've selected my text to columns, and this time the delimiter. What would be the delimiter? Not a semicolon, because the delimiter is going to be space, right? So I'm going to use space, and then I click next and finish. Whoa, it's not working. Any idea why? No. The reason for that is if you go back and look at your insert function or your formula bar, can you see it is actually showing you the formula and not just the text? And that is the reason why the text to column did not apply. This again reminds you that it's very important to know what you're working with, whether it is a text or it's a formula. So if you're working on a formula, another formula will not work. Okay, so how do I convert this or remove the formula? Simple. I've already selected the data, copy it, come to a new cell, or in fact I can come back to the same cell, right click, paste special, and values. So it removes the formulas and places only the values. Immediately check how the data is represented in the formula bar. It is basically showcasing the first name and last name. So before it was showing trim. So I have the data as this, and now I'm going to reapply the text to column function. So applying the text to column functions now, I use the delimit. Under delimit I use next. Instead of semicolon, this time it's space. I have the data broken into first name and last name. Click next and finish. So please note it transported or pasted the data in the next column. So do remember that your next column is always free and doesn't have a cell content. If you have, then Excel will throw up an error telling that there is some content. Do you want me to replace it? And you can actually go ahead and click finish, where it will replace that particular data. So we have come a long way. We got the data from here and we have got it and separated in the first name and last name format. So from here on, how do I add abhijit.narendra at rediffmail.com? So this is my end result. What I want is abhijit.narendra at rediffmail.com. That's how I want to get the end result. Okay. So for this, there is a simple function which I need to use. For this, I'll use something called an inbuilt function, which is concatenate. Now, I'm not sure how to use concatenate, right? So for now, for the first time, I'm going to use insert function and search concatenate. Oh, this already there because it's my frequently used function. If not, I could have just told join text together and click on go. It would have brought in the similar function. So I have concatenate out here. So how do I concatenate? I use this. So click OK. Text 1 would be my first name. Click my red button again. So text 2, note I have to add a dot. That's what I wanted, right? So if I just click a dot, that should be fine. And text 3, I select my last name. So you could see of the sample as how the data would say, or the result, format result would be in similar way. In the text 4, I could simply add @rediffmail.com and leave the text file empty. So that's where I get my result. First name dot last name @rediffmail.com. So this I used using the functional argument or the wizard to get it. I can also type in, but just that I need to be very careful when I'm using a formula, and I need to be used to typing the formula with the right syntax. So if I have to do that, I will be using equal to concatenate open brackets, select the first text, then comma, then since dot is not available, I have to put it in quotes, comma, select the second text, then again comma, I have to put @ within quotes, comma, again rediffmail.com within quotes. So it's a little complicated, but as you get used to it, you will remember it. Yeah, so simple. So just I'm going to use the autofill handler to do that. There's some shortcuts available for concatenate as well, which you could use once you are pretty experienced or either you have worked on it a lot of times and it makes your life a little easier. The simple way of using that would be equal to, you select your first text, and instead of you using concatenate, you could just use the and or ampersand. Here we go. And then you could use the second text. This also concatenates. But then if you want to use a space, it would be comma. This works. Probably the way the space has to come is something I need to research. Yeah, so this is something you could use as a shortcut, but I would recommend to you the usage of the inbuilt concatenate for you to start with, and then also you could type in the formula to get used to it. So clear? So we started from here and then we finally derived at abhijit.narendra@rediffmail.com. The last thing I want to show you is how do you use another function available in text to column. So we saw delimiter, right? So what is fixed width? So imagine I'm using this data and now I use text to column, and instead of using okay, there we go, I still have formulas. Can you see preview of selected data? It's still showing formulas. So first let me remove the formula. So I do that by copying the data, coming to a new column, paste special, values only, and I paste the data. Okay, so excuse me, I've selected the data and I go to text to columns. Instead of using delimit, I used fixed width and I click next. So the usage of fixed width is basically you are telling Excel what is the fixed width you want to split the data into. For example, here I can just click over here and add a column. So basically what Excel does is it will split the data according to the columns I've added. So here all the A's will be in one column and the rest will fall into another column. I can add multiple columns. I just have to click and I get a column. I double click, the column is removed. So here I get one data. I just want to separate probably the last bit of length, or I just want to remove this particular list of data. So fixed with this, you define where the data needs to be separated. Delimiters basically you use internal built operators or give some criteria and then you split the data. So let me just show you the result here. Next, finish. See how the data is split according to the way I wanted. Okay, a lot of things, right? Just let me quickly see if I've covered everything in text functions. We saw extracting data, we saw left, right, center, and then formatting. We removed unwanted space. We joined several text strings together. We also transposed data into columns, and the same you could do to rows. We saw text to columns, delimit, and the last thing, which is count function. Quickly, I'll show you that. Okay, I'm just removing the data as split using delimiter. So another thing which you can use is something called length function, which is equal to len open brackets and select the text. So this basically tells the length of this text. So you have 31 characters or letters in this particular length or this particular text. Similarly, if I click down and put this, it might show you a different length because the name or the length of that particular whole text is a little bit more. So that's another formula you could use in text. We're talking about count, right? So for that, let me open my spreadsheet. So the last thing is how you use count functions. So here in this table which I've created, I have some numbers, and I also actually want to check how many numbers are available in this particular column. So I'll just highlight this column for your reference. Okay, I could do this using another function called count. So it is very simple, equal to count, open brackets, I select the particular column and close bracket. So here it shows that I have 10 particular values in this column. Similarly, I could apply it on a row as well. So count, open brackets, select the data which you wanted to count, and there you go, 6. So basically the reason it's throwing up an error, or it is omitting an adjacent cell because I just took these list of cells, right? That's why Excel is telling me that yeah, you have missed a couple of cells out here. So that's how intuitive Excel. So count is nothing but use the formula to count the number of text or numbers available in a particular cell. Okay, going back to my presentation. So we covered text functions completely.
We need to create some dashboard from this data. I will show you the some dashboard. It's very little dashboard to create by the pivot table. Okay. So in a company, you have a data like that. First, we need to create the pivot table on there. So this is very simple dashboard we are making on there. So first we need to create the pivot table. There is a shortcut key Alt DP. Okay. So I press Alt DP. This is the shortcut key. A new window will be open on there. Then we select the new step when they click the next option. And there is a last one option where we want to create the desktop. And this dashboard will be created on the new sheet, or you want to make this dashboard in an existing sheet, then you can select on there. So I am creating this dashboard in a new sheet. So I just select the new workbook and click on the finish. Okay, so we need to create some first of all pivot table. Then we select the entire data, whatever we have on the data on there. Then we click to the next step and the create new workbook. In new workbook, we select which type of data we need to create the dashboard. Let's assume I'm creating as a dashboard. I'm creating as a salary data state-wise. So here in the data, just select the state and put here in raw. Okay, I'm just creating this dashboard on depending with the sex. There is a male and female. Okay, and then putting the sex again and value field. Okay, and here is this dashboard is made the all state in the whatever we have on a data, there is an all states name. So I select the all states. Then I will make the the condition on there, male and female. So all data, my data have on a row which is 4,997 rupees. 4,997 is here. Here is 2856 is a female guys and 2141 is a male guys. Okay. And I will be segregate this by state. I can change the numeric like that. All state, male, female. This is the diagram which you can vertical or horizontal. And I am creating this one report dashboard for a one state only. Then I go for select here. Let's assume I am creating this for your state only. You are in a Jharkhand, so maybe Jharkhand will be there. No, here is a Chhattisgarh. So here in Chhattisgarh, there is only male people age 178. I will create here state, or here is in a dashboard is male for Chhattisgarh. Now I am creating this dashboard for more than one state, like Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Assam, Arunachal. Whatever I need to create the dashboard, this is my requirement, my business requirement, my jobs requirement. I will be select here and I will be put in the dashboard will be changed automatically. And this figure is automatically the link up with that data. This is the data on there. Okay. So I'm creating this for all states. So all the states, the male, female, the dashboard will is like that. I'm creating another dashboard. This is not for male, female, is for another dependent tool fields, which is we can change from here. Here is a sex count, so I will be removed. Just click on there, remove it. Then I am creating this LE and I'm putting here increment data. You can see there all the data have a male female data. There is a 49997, but total amount is around 31 crore rupees. And this is a segregation. Here this dashboard I'm changing again to understand more. I'm changing this by location. This field, sorry, because ye hai, location is here. You can see Noida 2 female, 6 male. Here is a blank. We can replace this one any place. Like we click on pivot table. And I'm click here, we can put 0. So blank row will be filled by the 0. I want to know that Agra 2, who is that person is a female. So just click on double click on there. And you can see the new report will be generated like that. Or this will be on new sheet. And new sheet have only one employee's data. We can go on the dashboard section. I'm changing this dashboard, hope it is here fine on there. I'm changing this by location like that. I'm creating another dashboard for all, not for look this one. I'm creating this one for only for designation. This data have a lot of type of designation data like this one. So all here is more than 4,900 records, but there is an area manager, how many times repeating on there. Chance, executive, how many executive on there. So we can create this one and we just put designation and we click the designation again and value field. So you can see there is an area manager only one working on there. Or we can right click or we can double click on there or we can get the detail. Deputy district manager, how many deputy district manager, just click on double click on there or you get this. There is a 2 deputy manager, one is the Govind Kumar Jaiswal. And second one, Bajesh Subsare Yadav. Okay, so I'm creating another dashboard. This will be dashboard based on the basis of designation on there. I want to know how many people, male or female, in the all in the data. So I just click male or female. Whatever you have on a data on there, because I have a data only for this for designation, male, location, state on there. In your company where you are going, maybe data will be different for customer, for vendors, for whatever employees on there. So I got this. So you just click on there, drop the section. So you will be learn this section where you have to drop and get the good desktop, a good dashboard. So here is a designation. I want to know how many male, female, 1, male is 0. Here is executive, 9 executive, 6 male people. So I want to know who is the 15 people who are working in as an executive. So just click on, double click on there, you will get this. So this kind of report will be executed one by one by the Excel. Now come to the generate the new report. I want to know that which designation have getting the more salary. So I just put, this is a new dashboard. So Jenny, I need to put here designation. I just put the offer salary on here. And I can sort this one. Here is a right click. Just click on right click on there. Or you can sort this by largest to small. We can see the largest amount is 34270,360. And this the entire data will be, I'm just pressing the control Z to do the undo data on there. Now I want to create the new dashboard where I want to how many percentage of this data the person is getting on there. So I will be click offer CTC on there. Just click here, value field setting, average, go on the second option here, got the percentage of offer CTC, value field, show field, total of this one. So this is a new dashboard raw where you can see area manager is getting 0.03% of total CTC and the same 6.57 so and so and final amount is 100% on there. I want to know that what is the average of salary, average of increment, maybe increment. We have done the increment amount is also is same. So I need to create choose the another like basic salary. Basic salary is different, so we will be understanding more on the about the offer salary. The area manager have a 9369500 CTC. Let's put here the number of count also. How many designation people are working on here? So I'm putting the designation here. One person is getting this salary. This is the 0.03% of the total. Here he is getting 5153,200. I want to what is the average of this salary on there. So I'm putting the new basic salary here, and I will be click here, value field on there, and average of this one, and you will this get this. So what is the report on because done one person hai. Here is 2054164500 with their long detail, long figures on there. This is divided by 2606. So no need to require do this one. Just click on the average section. You will get the average. You can see this is an average of this 4997. So I will be divide 3.12 figure by 4997. So this will be figure on there. Okay. I'm creating the new Excel file on. I'm just removing everything. You can use the dashboard daily basis, but this is a pivot table dashboard. Once you update this one, let me just go. Once you update this raw data, see, this is only for beginning for dashboard. You should hold for this one at least 4 to 5 hours because this table is created by a dashboard only. And dashboard have an already raw data on there. This is the one, there is a 4 to 5 type of the dashboard. And so first I'm just giving the example for by make the dashboard by pivot table. But we should also use a lot of formula on there, which dashboard will you can use the daily basis, you can use the weekly, you can use the monthly, you can use the yearly on there. So I'm just creating a look like in a making the 20 minutes and 20 minutes having a look another dashboard like that. I'm just creating the another like dashboard. The data is my on there. I want to here is a state and here is a sex, and I want to segregate this one like this one. Now I want to create the same data with a chart. Okay, so I'm creating the same dashboard, but this dashboard is without chart. So I will be create another dashboard with chart. I just click the Alt DP and one there, data selection. The message coming that you already have a pivot data, you can use this one because it will be higher. I will be asking, yes, I'm okay because my system is okay, then I'm creating the new pivot table. Alt DP, I click on the pivot table with chart and this one, click the next. Yes, I'm okay with the heavy file and I click the finish. So new file, new sheet will be created, but here you can create another dashboard like this. I just put here state, I just put here. So you can see here is in a dashboard with chart. One is okay. So you can see the Andhra Pradesh have an 180 people, and here is an also one line which is a 180. This is a touching on a 180 sig line. So these are the sig lines. So we have data. We can see easily that Andhra Pradesh have more people in compared to other states. Okay. I'm now putting. Just click on the right click. You can change. I will see the another things. I'm changing this chart. You can change this chart from there. I'm just putting chart this one. Okay, we can change the color. Now, I want to this figures on that chart only. So just click on the right click, add data label, and you can see whatever you can see data in table. This is showing a vibration. So this is another chart. Once you change this chart, this table, the chart will be changed.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's understand what pivot table is all about. So from the definition, you can read through, which tells that it is a most powerful feature. It allows you to extract significant amount of large detailed data set. All right. So basically, if you really need to go to a particular street and find out the number of street lights, and you are looking at from the India perspective. So from India, you need to go to your state, from your state to your city, from your city to your locality, and then from your locality, your street, and then the number of street lights. So the amount of data which you're pulling out from that level to the one level which you want to go to is extremely high. Now, once you do that using filter and sorting, probably you also want to create a graph, which is not possible using filtering and sorting. And that's where pivot comes into picture. And not just that, you could also use certain features which you learned in pivot earlier. Certain features you learned in Excel, such as simple formulas, using sorting, and then calculating in pivots, and so on and so forth. So that's what we will see in detail in the coming slides. Um, so in summary, it is basically an automatic sort where you could use a huge amount of data, sort it automatically using pivot tables. And not just that, you could summarize the data, show it in graphs, you could find out some average, you can find the top 10, bottom 10, or all that using pivots. So extremely effective tool. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how you create pivot tables and get an understanding of that. I'll move to the demo, which means I'll open up the spreadsheet. Okay, so I have a pivot table exercise to take you through in detail. But before that, let me actually make this a sample exercise, and then probably we could use this and then start off exploring pivot. Okay, I'm just copying the details which we learned in the exercise which we did in terms of filtering, but then I'm just going to make it the data actually just copy and paste the data so that the data is pretty huge. Okay, in fact what I've done is I have it was just around 109 rows, so I'm going to make it close to 1,000 out. So no, I'm sorry, what I mentioned is 1,000, but what I actually want to do is around 20,000. Okay, and I just want to add a couple of more fields to make it even more interesting. So let's make some fields such as sale type, which should be either online or it would be retail, shop, wholesale, shop. Okay, so I have that. Oh, sorry, I'm just want to copy paste this data. So I'm using the autofill handler. Once I have enough of data, I could easily copy paste it as well. Just making it a little faster. Okay, some not applicables. Almost done. There we go. Yep. So this is one field which I've added, like a sale type, and customer feedback. Positive, negative, no feedback, did not send. Okay, so this is the feedback type which I'm creating. Okay, I think that's good enough fields for us to work with. Okay, so basically what I've done now is, even before I go ahead and explain the pivot tables, I just wanted to showcase how difficult it is when you're playing around with huge amount of data and you want to actually get some inference out of it. You could use the functions which we learned earlier, the sorting and filtering, but then you could use pivot and do those in seconds. Okay, so here I have the list of, I have an array, table array with some data. The data is basically some shopping data which I've collated for a particular time period. And it has two customer stores and the products which are sold, the amount which was sold for, and then the sale type in terms of which kind of did they do it online, retail, or did it through a wholesale shop, and all that details, and also the customer feedback which you have received after the post sales. So what I want to get out is like, let's imagine that you are the store manager and you basically want to understand which are the products which had a very good feedback, which are the products which had not a very good feedback, and certain other information such as, how much quantity of products were sold, how much was the sale of online materials, so how much of the sale of these products through online, how much of these products were sold through retail, and so many more questions which you want to get an answer to. So all that is what you want to try. Now we don't know pivot table right now, right? So we're just going to use something which we learned earlier and try to get the data out of it. So if I have to find out how many of the sales of say cookies was done through online. So the way I'll actually do that is I will have to use a filter. I'm using the shortcut, and then I go ahead and select cookies, and then I again go to the sale type. I go ahead and select online, and so that gives me the number of sales of cookies by online. And to find the count, I actually have to go and select the complete set of rows. So in my status bar, it shows the count has 936. So 936 cookies were sold online. Now out of that, I want to see what is the number of positive feedbacks I've got, and so I click on go and filter it using positive feedback, and then I get the count as 236. Okay, so that's how I was able to break this data down. So I found it from cookies, I went searched the online positive, and then I probably also want to see what is the total amount of sales, which is sum of 231. It's around $231,000, and the number of cookies we sold in terms of quantity is around 884 cookies. And then again, if I want to break it down by customer, I could do so. By a particular month, I could do so. But then imagine I want to present this data to an audience or to my manager, telling that this is something which was good. Probably this sales through online was better or wholesale. How difficult it could be. So what I might have to do is make a note of all the numbers which I was talking about. So first I come and make a note of cookies, and then I make a note of online and customer feedback, and then make a note like, okay, this is 84, and then it is 23, and then whatever the number of feedback I got is 374 and all that. And then I use this data to insert a particular graph, and thereon that's how I could create that particular graph, right? So you can really understand the complexity of data, right? So you see that this is just a made out data, but real life scenarios, you might be working with 50,000 rows or multiple columns and multiple data variants, and it is really good stuff. So how does Excel rescue us? It does through pivot tables. Okay, so all that which I did using filter, I am going to insert a pivot table, and I'll show you how quickly and easily I can do that. So for doing pivot tables, what I need to do is first select the data, something which we saw in the filtering as well. So first select the data, then I go to insert. In the first ribbon which tells tables, it shows pivot tables. So I click on pivot tables. So as soon as I click on pivot tables, I have a wizard which tells create pivot tables. Choose the data that you want to analyze. So basically I've already selected, so I need not go ahead and use this red button and reselect the data. So I can use an external data source, which is basically from some other spreadsheet or some other databases, which for now I will not. Choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed, which means either I could put this particular pivot table, which is basically a table, in another sheet, or I could use an existing sheet. So if I click on existing sheet, it will ask me, do you want me to place it in this location? And it will ask you a location which you could provide. Let's say, for example, I can just give this. So when I click on pivot table, yes, it will create the pivot table in this particular location, which for now I don't want. I want it to be done in a new worksheet. So let me go to new worksheet. I have not used an existing worksheet, and then I click OK. There you go. The pivot table is created. Similar to chart function, as soon as I create a pivot table, I have a pivot table tools bar which opens with options and design and so on and so forth. So we will explore this in detail, but let me give you a context about the fields you are now seeing. So here is the pivot table layout. It basically is the layout of your pivot table which you will be building, and then towards your right, where you can see the cursor moving, is your pivot table field list. So this table field list is nothing but all the headers or the fields which is available on your table. So that's basically all the field list which is now showing out here: data, customer, product, quantity, total, sale type, and customer feedback. And then you have some 4 windows, and you have different options in that window. One, you have a report filter, You have a column label, you have some summation values, which is basically showcases data in the way you want, and then you have the row labels. Okay, different options to view. You have a field selection, but the one which is currently default is the best one, so let's leave it at that. Now, before even I go ahead and play around with this field list, I want to showcase some common errors which comes out when you're applying pivot tables. So for now, I'm not going to use this pivot table. I'll just delete this particular sheet. So that means the pivot table is deleted. And I'm just going to remove, say, quantity and try to put pivot table. So how do I do that? I select, go to insert, under tables, pivot tables. Okay, and I click OK. Alright, so as soon as you do that, it basically throws an error. So what's the error? The pivot table field name is not valid. So here it's telling that there is no header field. You must use data that is organized as a list with labeled columns. If you're changing the name of the pivot table, you must type a new name for the field. Okay, so it doesn't allow me because it doesn't have a field name or the header. So it is very important that all your headers are appropriate. It will not understand whether the name of the header matches to what the content of the cell is, but at least it needs to have a header for you to go ahead and apply the pivot table. So moving back to our pivot tables, that's one of the common errors, and people tend to don't understand that why it's occurring, and then they tend to lose the focus about the pivot tables. Another thing is, I'm not going to select the header now. I'm going to actually select the rest of the rows and columns. So I've not selected the header deliberately. Let's insert a pivot table and see how it comes. Okay, so pivot table. I click on OK. Now it's not showing me anything. Okay, I think it's still taken the header. 1 second.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so let me just paste this in a new spreadsheet because okay, so here I don't have the header, just a new table, and I'm inserting a pivot table. So I did it through a shortcut, which was Alt D P, Alt D P, and F, which is it'll create the pivot table. It's the wizard shortcut. But if you don't know that, you could use the way I told, insert pivot table. Okay, so I've done that, and as soon as without the headers, you can see that the choose field to add the report basically takes the first data on that particular row as your headers. While if I use this, it might make sense or not, but then I would recommend that you should have a named header, which will give you clear understanding of what those are, and also helps you in when you're putting pivot tables, you'll understand what exactly it does, etc. Okay, so that's another common problem which occurs when you're working with pivot tables. So please ensure you have a header. Okay, so after all the mistakes, now let's start with the pivot table. So now I have selected the table without any problem. I go to insert and I click on pivot table. Your chart is making a chart directly, so I don't want to do that now. I'm going to click on pivot table and all the same thing, new worksheet, yes, and I have my pivot table and the fields to play with. Okay, so let me just quickly do something and then I will show you the different options which are available. Okay, So to help you understand the pivot table, I've just randomly selected the different items and dropped into these four fields. So report filter, column labels, row labels, and values. Now, the the actual usage of these fields are for example, the actual usage of these fields are, they have different functionalities. Now, for example, as soon as I drop the date field into report filter, what it actually does is it becomes a filter. So I'm going to date, I'm going to drop down. So you can see I have different dates. All the dates becomes my filter options. So probably I don't want date to be filtered by, but let me go and pick it by, say, a customer feedback. So now that becomes my filter. So I can either select one of the filters and my values will accordingly change, which I will show you, or I could probably select everything, which is what it is done right now. So that is, it's like a report filter. You can use this to filter the data by this particular methodology, and how to do that I'll show you. The row labels is basically the name of the headers which you want to see. There is no rule in terms of what has to be in row label. It is all basis your requirements. So what Excel will do is, according to your row labels and column labels, it will show the calculation in the summation value. So here I've selected the customers as my row label and the products as my column label. So basically the way this particular pivot table can be read is, according to Food Mart, then these were the products which were sold, and these are the quantities of those particular products. That's what pivot is done. Now, if I had to do this by filter, I showed you, I had to break this data down into multiple options, and then even after breaking the data down, I have to go to individual columns, count on those columns, and then do that. So here I'm using simple pivot tables to get the data or get the numbers I want. The summation value is nothing but a mathematical function. So here within summation we have a lot of options. So here it is basically showing the count of sales. I could actually go pull this drop down. I can go to value field settings, and I don't want count because it doesn't make the actual count of sales, but let me do sum of the sales. Okay, sorry, not exactly sum of sales. Let's take, I'm using quantity out here. Okay, this sum of quantity. So the count of quantity is basically, it will start counting that this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. The sum is, it will basically add cookies, which is 2, 5, 4 and 1. So it's summation. So that's what I wanted, right? Count will not make sense. That means Megamart sold 13,588 cookies. I don't want the count to be like, say, 300 cookies. That's not I want. I wanted to know exactly how many cookies were sold by Megamart. So that's how I could go drop down, go to value field settings. I could use sum, count, average, max, min, product, and so on. I could also go to show value as, make it into percentage, running total, percentage of row, and so many other functionalities. So now I'm not going to show you that, but what I wanted to show you is how these different fields come into play, and how you exactly use these fields to get the data the way you want it to. Now again, I told there is no hard and fast rule that this is exactly how the data has to come. The customer has to come in row label, the column has to go, products has to go into column labels, and so on. It is all based on how you want. So I'm just going to play around with it and show you. So let's take, I just want to know, I'm going to move all these back to the choose field. So the way you do that is you just click on it, use shift, drag it and put it back. Or you could either check and uncheck, and that also adds up to, but drag and drop is the easiest option. Yeah. So I'm getting back to the normal. The field which I want to see is how many products were sold by each of the customers. That's all. That is my requirement. So for that, I would go take my customer, place it in the row label, and I wanted to know how many products are sold, right? So I just go take my product, drop it into column labels, and I again drop the product in my summation value. It's basically going to show me the count of products. Or I could go and change the sum of products according to the requirement. Sorry, sum of products would not make sense here in this situation. That's why it's not showing any data. So let me just make it as count itself. That is the number of product it sold. And there you go. So I have the customers, Food Mart, Mega Mart, Mini Mart, and Supermart. the number of cookies, bread, milk, and other produce they sold. Now that's not what I want. Let me do something else. I want to see by the customers the feedback, how many positive feedbacks the customers got, and how many negative feedbacks, or some didn't receive feedbacks. So similarly, like the way I told, there's no hard and fast rule of utilizing pivots and fields in different fields. So I could just go back, select customer feedback, and I will go count of customer feedback. Yeah, let's go. So FoodMart did not get 504 feedbacks. They got 504 negative feedbacks, and they got no feedback for 505 sales and positive for 503. So Megamart, the numbers are different. Minimart, the numbers are different. Supermart, the numbers are different. So see how easily I was able to do this particular pivot, or use this particular table, come up with this particular table, and then of course I can use this data to represent in the chart and show that okay, who's doing good, who's not doing good. Okay, few more things in terms of the pivot fields. Now what happens if I move this customer to report filter, and I also add another customer to row labels? Okay, so it's basically what is happening out here is not exactly customer. Let me put something else. I will put product in report filter, and then the customer is the way it is. So if I go and select products, now that it is selected all, I'm going to select multiple items. I want to review feedback for single products. So let's take, I want to review feedback for cookies. So I've deselected everything and only selected cookies, and click OK. So there you go. Now for the same set of data, the same table, I have a filter, and using that filter I can exactly find out how was the feedback for cookies. I could create a graph for this, and then I can also do the same for some other product and compare why the feedback is good for cookies, why the feedback is good for some other product, and so on. So that's the beauty of pivot. It gives me so many options, and that option I can use it to my benefit according to what my requirement is. Okay. Again, these fields are interchangeable. It's not that I need to keep it like that. So either I could put the customer in the report filter and product below, and now that the product is selected into cookies, I can drop down and select all the products, and I can select one customer at a time and see the feedback. So FoodMart only produces what is sold, the feedback. If I go to, let's take Megamart, they sold all 4 products, and that's the feedback. So you saw how you could use the different fields to get the inference out of what you want. Again, to make it a little bit more interesting, now I'm not going to put customer feedback here. I'm going to just play around with different column labels. So I have products, I have the customer, and the respective feedback. So if I select all, there you go. So I have products, FoodMart, only set use pressed, Megamart, feedbacks, the products, count of customers, supermarket, and then more interestingly, the thing which I want to see, the amount of money a particular customer made. So I may go to the customer, I go to total sales and put in summation value. So this is sum of total sales. So basically it is showcasing who did how much profit. Okay. I'll just try to make this count and see how much sales it can give. Sum is totally summing up the complete amount of dollar value which it did. Count would be the number of sales. So here you go, the count field is working now because it is counting the number of sales. So Minimart and Megamart had the most number of sales, Supermart was the least, and Foodmart around 2016. So in the last 10-15 minutes, I'm sure you could understand how much possibilities pivots creates, right? It's just up to me how I could use pivot to different usage of this particular data, different fields, and then it will help me to give a summarization of the complete sale report, and then use that sale report to make a presentation, charts, and that charts goes into presentation. All that is what is possible by using pivots. Some more interesting things. I could also use the date columns to understand the dates the sale was made. And again, the date columns, now it is basically placed all the dates and the dates respectively it is done. I could summarize this by right clicking on this and group it into, say, months, days, hours, minutes, seconds, quarters, or years. So I'll just leave it for months now. I'll just select month. It also gives me option about putting some dates according to the filter I want to do. And there you go. So I have broken down data of date into Jan and Feb, and you can see that particular row labels and the sales done for Jan and Feb. That's all the things which you can do in pivot. And then the other thing which I was repeating is how I could represent this data in charts. So the things which we learned in charts is select the data, go to insert a column chart. I'll just put a column chart. It is asking you what fields you want me to put. So I have the sales, Jan, Feb, customers, how easily I was able to showcase this in data on Jan and Feb. Yeah, that's the beauty of pivot, which could be used according to what you want.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, comfortable with pivot now? This was again an example. I really didn't get into details. When I start the exercise, I will show you how do you do all the steps in details. But this is more like an overview which I was giving you. And I hope you're a little comfortable with pivot and you'll be able to understand when I actually do the exercise. Yeah, good. Okay, so let's go to the exercise now and do all this once again, step by step, so that you could replicate it by yourself. Okay, I'll close this particular spreadsheet, which I don't want now. Okay, and I have a pivot table exercise out here. Okay, so before I go ahead and start putting pivot, let me explain what this is. Okay, just let me copy this in a notepad because that's what we are going to do. Okay, I think it's going to take some time, so let's get started while my notepad comes up. Okay, so I have sales, basically a sales report. So by country, I have first column which shows country, the different countries. Then I have the name of salesperson. Then I have when they actually placed the order for whatever sale it was, simple order ID randomly picked, and some amount of that particular order. Okay, so that's the data I have. Now this is the exercise which I want to do out of this particular data. I first want to create a simple report that totals orders for each salesperson, show sales one country at a time, find the top 5 salesperson, compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter, view the details behind a summarized amount, show summarized amount as a percentage of the total, calculate a bonus or commission. So all this is what I want to do. I'm sure most of them you would be thinking that I need to do this and then I'll get it, but then I'll show you step by step how do you actually replicate this. And then if you're able to do this, then I think you're familiar with pivot, and as you practice more, you will learn the other aspects. Okay, so let's get started. So first thing, we need to create a pivot table. So how do I do that? I select the data, and where do I go for inserting a pivot? I go to insert and I click on pivot table. It's again asking me it's a new worksheet or you want to do an existing worksheet. I would say new worksheet. So click OK, and I have my pivot table ready. So what's my first thing? So I want a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. So okay, so I want salesperson and the total orders of all the salesperson. So the first thing which I'll be using is in the role label salesperson. So how I did this, select the salesperson, drag it and drop it in the role label. In the percentage, I would go and put the order ID. Okay, because that's what I want, right? Create a simple report, the total orders for each salesperson. So order ID and put here. So here it is currently showing sum of order ID, which means it is basically picking up this order ID and this order ID and adding these up. That's not what I want. I want this to be 1, this to be 2, this to be 3 and 4. That's exactly what I want. So that's why here it is showing as sum. So I need to change this to drop down value field setting to count. So our first problem solved. Create a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. Okay, there I go. Simple report, total orders for salesperson. Now, extension of this, I want to create a graph of this particular salesperson by how many orders they sold. So click it, select the data, insert column graph. So it is asking me what you want the fields to be. I'll just leave it the way it is taken. There you go. I have the orders, the total orders, and the different salesperson. Again, all that which I learned in charts to make this more colorful, add values, etc., all that I can do. I can actually do this in pie chart as well. That's so because we have 799 orders, you want to see how many of out of 799 orders whose percentage contribution is. So just click a normal, there you go, a pie chart, and this is the amount of contribution. So you could see that Leverlink is the one who's, sorry, Peacock and Leverlink are the ones who have contributed the most. Okay, I'm not getting into charts now because we had the pivot and charts and graphs, a complete different topic which you learned. So let's move on to our pivot exercise. So we created the first one, which is done. The second one, show sales one country at a time. Okay, so for that, what do? I can add country in the report filter and I can show sales one country at a time. So now it's selected multiple. I don't want multiple. I want one country at a time. UK, there you go, one country at a time. And drop down, select USA, one country at a time. So that's another way of doing. Or I could also put the country in column label and I'll not keep any filters. I'll leave it the way it is, all. So what it is doing is, it is showing salesperson, it is also showing one country at a time. So you see there are two different options which I could use. You could also play around by putting country in row label, salesperson in column label. See how the data is in horizontal or row wise, not column wise. So there is no hard rule in terms of where the data has to play, but then of course the way you do it, you can place it in such a way that it makes it more easy to understand and easier if you want to convert it into graph. Okay, we're done with the second one as well. Find the top 5 salesperson. Okay, so of course the way I can find this top 5 salesperson is just sort this data out into descending, which means the highest sales order can show on the top and the lowest down. So for that, what I could do is right click, I could sort the data, sort largest to the smallest to the largest or largest to the smallest according to what we want. And also we have more sort options similar to what we told, top to bottom, left to right, all that which you learned in sorting. So it's a combination of filtering, sorting, which is all available in pivot. So for now, I'm just going to do it a simple sort into largest to smallest. Okay, so here we go. I have the top 5 salesperson. Easy, right? I was just seeing if there's any other option which probably will be able, which will help me to get to it directly. But then I guess this is the easiest option by which I can show you the top 5. So there you go. We are done with our top 5 salesperson. Compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter. Wow, this is something which we saw by using dates, right? So let me actually remove the country. I have the salesperson. I have the total orders they have done. So to get there, I first need to put dates in the column label. So let me just drop the order date in the column labels. What it is actually telling me is the number of dates which is there, it is more than 256. What do you want me to do? Do you still want me to place this data, or is it okay if there are some data which are missed? So for now, I'll click on continue the drop. It is like it's not fit, so it's okay. Click OK. So what it basically told us, the number of dates which are available is extremely high, which is going out of that particular end of the spreadsheet. So there are some dates which are not available. So that's fine, but we have another option in Pivot, right, where I can group this together. So I go here, right click, group it, and I wanted to group it by quarters. That's what I wanted, right, according to our problem statement. So I will remove the months, I'll group it into quarters, click OK, and there you go. You have salesperson, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, all their performance. How easy that was. Yeah. So here the way I did it is right click, group or ungroup. Now let me also group it in months, so I can do multiple groups. It's not that I just have to do it once. So I'll just do month and quarter just to show you all. There you go. So I have quarter, in quarter, this month, quarter 2, quarter 3, and again I can have multiple filter options over here. I could apply, remove, add filters, and so on. Okay, I'm just going to remove the quarter and order date because it might get complicated when we're playing with more data. So I'm done with compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter. View the detail behind the summarized amount. Now the beauty of pivot is another thing. The other beauty of pivot is of this particular total, you want to analyze why did say let's take Dotsworth made so many less sales. I can either go to the original data and put a filter, pick up Dotsworth and start searching there, or in pivot there's a very easy option, which is select Dotsworth. You have this particular cell, right? Just double click on that particular cell. So as soon as you do that, the complete data of Dotsworth it opens up in another spreadsheet. So then it's easier for you to analyze. Now this clicking and putting in different spreadsheet can be done at any location or any different pivot table. So for example, I was talking about quarters, right? So when I put quarters, so I want to see why the quarter 3 sale is at 166. So here also I could double click on this data to get the complete list of data and then understand what exactly went wrong in quarter 3. So that's another way of doing that particular analysis. So that's what happens when you use pivot. It gives you so many options and really helps you to actually analyze data in different ways. So that was our problem number 5, which finished. Show summarized amount has a percentage of total. This is very good. So let's do this. Okay, so I will remove quarters. I just have count of orders. Okay, so here I have something like how we did it in pie chart. I have the total sales of orders, but I also want to see this as a percentage of the grand total, not just that, I want it as, oh, he did 151 out of 790. What percentage of overall sales did Peacock do, and what percentage of overall sale did Dotsworth do? Now I will have to use some math function to do it, but pivot makes it easy by giving us that option. So how do I do this? I go down here, value field setting, and I can go to show value as percentage of row. So let's see what happens if I click percentage of row. So it is showing 100% because there's no other value in row, right? So that's not what I have to do. Go down, show value as percentage of column. Okay, so you have the 100% sales. Out of the 100% sales, you know who's done the max and who's done the least. So you see, pivot does have some inbuilt function which you could use for you to actually crack down or understand or even come up with graphs or go ahead and give probably bonuses, etc. in this situation. Okay, so let me get this back to normal. Yeah, so I go click on normal. Yeah, there are a lot of other options which you could try. It again depends on what condition you're using it. For now, we just wanted to see the bonus percentage, or sorry, percentage of the total, and that's why I used that option. Okay, so that is our sixth problem which we solved. Calculate a bonus or commission. Oh, okay, how do I do this? I want to calculate a bonus or commission. So let's take, I want to give these guys a 10% bonus for their particular sales. And either I could take this particular graph, get all the total amount and then calculate a bonus. But is there an option in pivot? Yes, there is. Okay, so for that, first let me get the total amount of sales they've done. So I have the salesperson, instead of the count of order, I will remove the count of order. I will go ahead and put order amount. So I have the total order amount which they have done. Now I want to give 10% of this as a bonus for them. So for that, I'll have to go to pivot tables. I have formulas. I click on formulas, calculated field. I actually insert a new field called bonus and then also define what the formula is. So here my formula would be, formula is equal to my order amount, insert field. So I used order amount, that is what I've selected out here, into, how will I calculate bonus? Into 10%. Simple. Order amount into 10% has a bonus. So what I did, I gave a name field. I selected the fields on which I need to apply the calculation. Then I gave the formula over here. And I click OK. There you go. I have the salesperson, the actual sales they did, and also the bonus. Again, I could play around with this data. I could actually move it, probably not on top, but if I move the summation value on top, it makes it a little bit more easier to understand. So I have the sum of order amount, sum of bonus. Cool. So we saw multiple functions in pivot. You had a demo, and then we also saw different options of how pivot could be used to create simple report of salesperson, filter it using a particular country. Then we saw how we could use sorting in a pivot, compare salesperson performance by using grouping. Then we wanted to analyze the data and how we could use that particular cell to open up the data and see that. Then also how to add some manual calculation fields and use some value fields which is within pivots. So that's all in pivot. Lookup functions. In lookup functions, I'll be teaching you two types of lookup functions. One which is called a vertical lookup or VLOOKUP, and the other one called HLOOKUP or horizontal lookup. Almost the syntax for both of these are similar, just that one is used for looking up data vertically and another one horizontally. So let's understand what VLOOKUP is first of all. Well, VLOOKUP is a function which looks for value in the leftmost of the column and then returns a value in the same row from another column. Now, this is a definition in terms of what exactly VLOOKUP is, but then more than that, let me explain this in a simple terms for you. Imagine you as an individual want to pick up something from somewhere. You probably want to go to your friend's house, and from your friend's house you want to pick up certain games which you like to play, like a PlayStation game or a computer game. Or you want to go to your friend's house or a shop and you want to pick up books which you read often. So when you're doing when you're picking up stuff, both in terms of books or games, you will look at common things, right? A common things would probably be like books, the genre of books such as fiction or scientific or just comic, anything like that. And even in terms of games, is action oriented and all that. So you're basically not doing nothing but a lookup, right? So you go to that particular place, you figure out what is that you want to, and you pick those up. You are looking up something of your particular preference. And when you're doing so, the first thing which you're actually doing in your mind is you're referring to what is that you want to pick up. I mean, you're looking at something common. In terms of books, you probably are thinking from a comics or from fictions, etc. And in terms of games, you're probably looking at something like action games, which is your common value which you want to refer to, and then pick up the respective object. VLOOKUP also similarly works on the same concept. In VLOOKUP, you have a certain syntax which you need to follow, and the most important things in the syntax is that there has to be a common lookup value between the two places where you want to pick up stuff. Now, putting this in Excel terms, imagine you have two databases. One database, you have an employee list. Let's take the HR maintains the employee list. The employee IDs are created and they are given a unique reference as employee numbers. Similarly, there's another database where employee numbers have been are there, and there are a lot of other information such as when he's joined, what is the date of joining, which department, which floor does the particular person work, which building, cubicle number, and so on and so forth. So there are two different databases. Now, if you want to look up some information from the bigger database, which houses all the information, what is the common information or common situation between both these databases? If your answer is the employee ID, that is absolutely right. So the unique or your reference or such in terms of the games, which we're talking about in terms of action, or in terms of books, which we are talking about in terms of fiction or comic, there is a unique reference here, which is the employee ID, and you use the employee ID, use some basic syntax, and then you pick up what you want out of the two databases. So that is how a VLOOKUP function is used. Lookup function in summary is nothing but you use a certain syntax to pick up the values you want from a particular database. So that's how VLOOKUP works. Yeah, so let's get to understand in detail. So let me go to the demo now and teach you how to use VLOOKUP. Let's first look at the syntax and then understand how you use the syntax, what are the different types of syntax parameters which you need to understand, and then accordingly we will go ahead and try that out in this exercise. So for getting into the syntax, instead of me typing it, let me use the insert function and pick up the syntax for you. So I'm going to the insert function and I'm going to use lookup as a search criteria. And as soon as I click on go, I have a lot of VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, just lookup, match index, and so on and so forth. For now, we are just going to look at VLOOKUP. So here it is, VLOOKUP selected, looks for a value in the leftmost column of the table and then returns the value of the same row. That's the definition we saw. Let's click OK and understand what are the parameters or arguments of this particular function. So we have lookup value, right? So lookup value, like the way I was talking about, it is the unique set of value between the two tables, which has to be common. The table array is nothing but the complete list of table or the data where it is. Column index number is the number, the column number which you will return back to the formula. According to the column number, that particular value in that column will be returned to you as an answer. Range lookup, it is basically, there are three types of range lookup. It is 0, 1, plus 1 or a minus 1. To explain this, I can just do so using an integer concept. If you recollect integer, which we learned in our school days, In integer, you have your negative line, which is -1, and then you go to 0, and then you have your positive one, right? So that's your integer line. I'm not able to plot a line here, but then if I have to consider this as a line, so you have -1, 0, and +1. Now, let's take 100 as a number. So when you're looking up a particular value, and in the last argument, which is your range lookup, if you give 0 as your range, so basically what it does is the search criteria is going to be an exact match, which means it is going to search 100 is equal to 100. It will not search any parameters below that particular number or above that particular number. It's going to be an exact match and nothing else. So it's just going to search whether it is 100 is equal to 100. It will not pull up data such as 99 or 101, etc. But if we use -1, such as what we know in integer, it's one number lesser than 100. So in this case, what will happen is, if I use -1 here, it is going to pull up values. When it is going to throw up the answer, it will throw up values which are closer than 100 but lesser. So it will throw up values such as 99, 98, etc. because you're telling -1. So it's okay for me to not get the exact match, but little lesser than that also is okay. Similarly, now that you have understood -1, I'm sure you'll be able to relate as what is +1. So +1 is nothing but similar to 99. In this case, it will pick up values higher than 100 and might go on to 101, 102, etc. That's how. But then as much as possible, or most of the time, we generally use 0, which is an exact match. So that is the parameters or arguments of the VLOOKUP function. So lookup value, the value which has to be unique between both the tables which you're going to use. Table array, the value where the table, the complete table where the value is housing. Column index number is the number which you would give to Excel, telling that, okay, this is the data I want out of that particular column. And range lookup, which you understood by the integer concept, we are only going to use 0 as a range lookup. Okay, so let's try that out. So here I have a small exercise. So let me explain the two tables to you and then we can work it out. So I have a table. I was explaining the employee concept, right? So I have a table over here. I have the list of employee IDs. Employee IDs, please note that they are unique. They cannot be duplicate. And that's why that's a common reference I'm taking. So it's important for you to remember in VLOOKUP that when you're looking up data against two tables, you need to pick up something unique, okay, which is not, like, say, duplicated. I can take name also, but then we understand, right? There might be multiple Anands and multiple Kirans, so not necessarily these data is unique, and hence it's important you pick up something which has unique values. In this case, employee numbers would be helpful. The next table, I also have the employee numbers. So I am going to use the lookup function and pick up the corresponding name, address, and phone numbers using the employee number. So that is what we are going to do out here. So how do I do that? Let's go ahead and insert a VLOOKUP. I can go ahead and type it. Since we are doing it for the first time, let's use the VLOOKUP syntax from the insert function. So there I go, insert VLOOKUP, my recently used functions. Okay, so I have my lookup value. So for this, I click on my red button. My employee number is my unique value, so that's my lookup value. All right. Table array. So where is that you want me to search this employee number? So I need to search this in the table array. So my table array is nothing but this complete table. You could actually start selecting from the header, or you could actually just select the data. My suggestion is that you always try to select the data rather than header, because here also your unique value will start comparing with the data, not exactly to the header. So in this case, it's a table array, so we are going to select the complete table because that's what it will understand. So it will understand that employee number needs to be looked out into this particular table. Okay, column index number. I told you column index number is the number which I provide to Excel, which has to return me a value. In this case, my column index number, I'll just put 2 and see what it does, and then we can understand it better. Range lookup is 0. Okay, here also I'm entering the value. So once again, my syntax VLOOKUP, lookup value which is selected, table array, the complete table array, column index number, the data from which the column data which needs to be picked out, that I'm entering. The range lookup is going to be 0, and click OK. So what it did, if you see the result, it is basically searched E005 in this particular table, and then on searching E005 it found Deepa in the second column. That's where number 2 column is what I've given, and then it has returned that particular value in the name column. For just to understand this better, I'm just going to remove 2, which is my column index number, and type in 3.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And you can see, so what it's basically done is picked up the values in the third column. So remember, I selected my table array starting this particular table, right? So I'm just marking this in color for you to understand.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So this is the first column, this is the second column, and this is the third column. So now the third column is HAL, and that's what it's picked up. If I do this as fourth, any guesses what it will pick up? It would pick up the phone number, which is in the fourth column. Simple. Let's try that again, but this time using an insert function. Equal to VLOOKUP is my syntax. Note how as soon as I type in the formula and open the bracket, it starts giving me the hint for the syntax. So lookup value, like the way we understood using the insert function, lookup value is nothing but the value which is common and unique between the two tables. So I'm selecting that. Note there's a comma next to that, so I use a comma. Table array, which I'm going to select. So I've selected the complete table array. You can see it by the dotted lines. Column index number is what I am going to return, which let it be 2 for now. Range lookup, it's similarly showing me as a true or false. Exact match, approximate match. Approximate match is when I was talking about plus or minus 1. Exact match is just 0. Okay, so what is that we are going to use here? Exact match, right? 0, close the bracket and enter. So E008, it searched and returned me the value in the second column, which is Kiran. Okay, so let me copy this down. Simple, right? There is a problem. So E006, E007, here it is column 4, so let me just change it to 2 actually. And I use the autofill handler. Okay, E006 Raj is working, but then E001 is not working. NA is an error, and why is it throwing an error? Any idea, anything which you can think about? Well, if you have told referencing, that is absolutely right. So I'll show you what exactly happened by clicking on F2. So here you can see my lookup value is searching on E005, and it is searching A4 to D11. That's where the data is being searched, which is represented by my green color table. But since I'm not using referencing, it is basically relative. As my position moves down, the relative reference also moves down. That is why the last value, when I come down to here and I click F2, though my E001 is relative, look at where my table has come. It's come down because it has also moved down basis the relative reference over here. So recollecting what you learned in your relative reference chapter, what is that you need to do here? You need to make this particular table an absolute reference. So for that, A4 to D11, select them. What do you do? Click on F4. So you see I'm blocking $A, $4, $D, $11, which is basically blocking the complete table. And there we go. Let me do that again. Is it working fine? Absolutely. E002 is Kiran and E002 is Kiran. Yeah. So let me do that again for your benefit. Address is what I'm finding, equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Where do I search the lookup value? In this particular table. If the value matches, E005 matches with E005, what do I want to return? I wanted to return address. So what is the column number of address? So if I have to count, it would be 1, 2, and 3. So 3 is the column address column, and my range lookup is always 0. So close bracket, and I complete the syntax and enter. Last thing, don't forget your reference. Select the right table where you need to make it absolute. Click on F4 and make it absolute. And there you go. I have the complete details. Just a small check to see if it's working. E002 is Jayanagar. E002 is Jayanagar. Yeah. Once again, last time with me. Equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma, table array. So now we want phone number. So can you tell me what should be the column index number? If your answer is 3, it is wrong. Your answer should be 4. So first column, second column, third column, the phone is in the fourth column. So I put 4 and range lookup 0, close brackets, enter. Use my absolute referencing. And there you go. Okay, so simple VLOOKUP. How do you do it and how do you use the formula? Now, I want to showcase some common mistakes which we do in VLOOKUP, which you need to be very careful about. Now, the syntax is pretty simple. I'm sure you understood while you were practicing, but then a couple of mistakes which we do, and then we will keep wondering why is the formula not working. So to start with, I will remove the data and redo the exercise. So first thing, equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Okay, now table array, if I do not start the table array with the same employee number, and if I start it or miss it and start using the table array from name, and go ahead and complete my VLOOKUP, it will not work. It will throw me a NA, which is nothing but an error. So the reason is, first of all, your VLOOKUP, you're referring to the employee number, and you're not giving anywhere a reference where Excel is searching the employee number, because In this particular formula, when I selected A16, I selected B4 to D11. So I've missed the first column. So it is unable to select E005. It is unable to search E005 out here, and that is why it's throwing up that particular error. Another drawback of VLOOKUP, which is overcome by index and match, which you'll learn in the next chapter, is your unique value has to start in the first column. For example, if your employee number is somewhere here, which I'll show you, your VLOOKUP will not work. That's the drawback. It has to be in the first column, which means your lookup value and your table array should has your unique value at the first column. So let's understand that better. So the first one was that you need to select the table array correctly. You should not miss any of the data, and if you miss the data, the result would be incorrect. So what I'm going to do now is just interchange the positions of this particular data. Okay, so I was showing you the drawback of VLOOKUP. So in this case, my employee number is in the first column, but my employee number, which is my unique reference, is not in the first column. So unless Excel understands that E005 is out here, it will not be able to relate to it. Okay, so let's see if VLOOKUP is going to work. Equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma. I've selected the table array, so it has selected the complete table array. Remember, the employee number, which is my unique reference value, is in the second column and not the first. I'll give the 2 as my column index number. Range lookup would be 0, close brackets, enter. There you go. Again, it is throwing up an error because it's not understanding the same thing. I can overcome this by actually starting my selection from the name, which is with my second column. But the drawback is we look up, and now I've selected the unique reference correctly. So I've selected the table array, but I can't select the first because my reference starts. I can't extend this out here. If I extend it, it will be wrong. So my selection would start only from here. Column index number, let me just put it as 2, and range lookup 0. There you go, it's working. So E005 is referring to HL, but if I want the employee number, or in this case actually the name, which is in the first column, I can't even put 1 because my table array is starting over here. So basically this particular data misses out. So yes, I have to do some manual changes, cut this, paste it to the end, and thereby getting my table completed, and which will help me in getting all the information which I want. So that is one of the major drawbacks of VLOOKUP, and which you need to be very careful and aware of, because it will cause you serious problems when you're working with huge amount of data, and you'll be wondering as why Excel is not throwing up the right answer even though the formula is absolutely correct. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is, okay, let me, before showing you the other thing, let me get my table back to its original format. So I start with the unique reference, which is my employee number, and the rest of the details. Okay, so VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, table array. Now, very important is the absolute right usage of commas. Here, if I do not tell Excel that my first argument, the lookup value, is completed, Excel again will not understand it. The comma basically signifies that my first argument is completed. I am moving on to my second argument. You can see the second argument highlighted, right? So if I select the table array and put a comma, my second argument is completed and moves on to the third argument. Yeah, so just in case if I don't put a comma and I move on to my column index number, which is 0, and then I put a comma and go to the range lookup, which again is 0, and close the brackets. There you go. It shows a value error, which means either there is no value or there is some problem with your formula. That's why it's not showing in right. So it is imperative that you follow the syntax absolutely right. So we look up, open brackets, lookup value, comma, table array, comma, column index number, comma, range lookup, close brackets. And only when you follow these syntax completely will you be able to use VLOOKUP successfully. Column index number 2 and range lookup 0. Yeah, I already spoke about the referencing, right? So that's another reason where issues cannot happen. We generally tend to forget the reference and we try to use this formula across, or we also try to use autofill handler and we see that the values do not match. So again, using reference, right syntax, and the limitations of VLOOKUP, which you need to be completely aware of time and again, and then it will be very easy for you to learn VLOOKUP. Okay, with me till now? So let's quickly finish off this exercise once again. So equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. I'm searching the lookup value in the table, and if it matches, give me column number 2, range lookup is 0, and I use absolute reference, copy the formula, paste it, then again VLOOKUP, lookup value, column index 3, 0, F4, paste it in the last one, phone number, VLOOKUP, lookup value, table array, column index. Oh, there you go. I would have forgotten the formula. Yep, 0, F2, F4, and I'm done with my first exercise. If you are wondering if there is one single formula which I can drop in out here and drag the autofill handler down and towards my right, and that solves the problem instead of entering all the three, yes, there is. Not a formula, but there is a method. You need to use referencing, which you learned in your previous chapter, and try to use referencing with some numbers and then get that done. I will teach you that a little later, but just let's get familiarized with it. Yeah, so good with the first exercise. Moving on to a few more exercises. I have a couple of more exercises on VLOOKUP, which okay. So the next exercise is very simple, not pretty much complicated. So I have a list of items, the sales of those items for a week. I have the total sales. What I want you to find is the price of these items, and the price of these items are provided in this particular table, which is out here. So burger cost is 0.85, or pizza is 1.75, and pizzas are here. So these are the total sales. So you get the price here using VLOOKUP and then find the total income. So that's the exercise. Yeah. So what you need to find out is the price. The price is available in this particular table. So how do I go about getting the price out here? So equal to VLOOKUP. Remember all the limitations we spoke about. Your lookup value, the first unique between both. So what is unique? The items are unique, and so I can use the items to find the price. So my lookup value, it starts in the first column, and here also it's in the first column. So that's the first criteria. Table array, I select the complete table array. And what is my column index number? Since I've selected from here, it's not 1, 2, 3. It is just 1 and 2. So what I want back, I want the price as my return value. So column index number would be 2, which is 1, 2. That's where the price is. And my range lookup always 0. Yeah. So is Lasang 1.95? Yes, it is less than 1.95. If I use autofill handler, it will not work because the reference is incorrect. So I go back and let the items move down, but my table array where the price is be constant. So I select B28 to C37, F4, enter 1.95 and use the autofill handler. Now all the price items are available. So let's confirm. Pizza is 1.75. Is it 1.75? Yes, it is. So how do I find my total income? Very simple. Total sales into price. Here I could use the autofill handler. Simple. There we go. So I used the VLOOKUP, the syntax rightly, used my table array, picked the price from there, and then I calculated the total incomes for this particular weeks. Okay, a couple of more exercise. So similar to the price, this exercise, find out the payment to be done for each of the instructor. Here is the activity and the weekly salary for that particular activity is out here. So here it is in your second column. Your instructor is in the first column. Okay. Yeah. So here is your activity and the weekly salary is out here. Activities here. How do you use it? Okay. So two things. One, either you could modify activity, cut this and paste it out here, or let this be here. Because what is important is it needs to search football and search it out in this particular table. Not necessarily you're using any instructor here, right? You're not using this as your any details in your syntax. Just to ensure that you use one preferred method, I was asking you to put the activity front, but then the most important thing is it has to start comparing activity to activity, which should be in the first column. So we will leave the activity where it is. We will not move it there. Just note how I use the formula. So here it's VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Okay, so lookup value is what I've selected. I don't select anything else out here. Similar to the other formulas. In the table array, very important, my activity, which is my lookup value, the same list starts in the beginning. And the weekly salary is the next. If I have more values, I can actually select it, but then I really don't want, I just want the weekly salary. So I've used my lookup value, I've used the table array. What should be my column index number? Is it 3? If you have told 3, it's wrong. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4. It is my table array, which is just 1 and 2 columns. So the 1 I have activities, the weekly salary I have 2, so it's 2. Range lookup is always 0, and I close the brackets. Enter. Let me use referencing. F4, enter. There you go. So is swimming 220? Swimming is 220. Football 165. Football is 165. So total payment is nothing but payment to each instructor into the number of weeks. Okay, autofill handler once again. And there you go. I've got my total payment. So here I did nothing, just that to ensure that the orientation or the way the formula looks at the value, I used it appropriately. Look up value of activity in the table array and I got the rest of the result. Simple. Okay. So I'm sure with this you're pretty familiar with the VLOOKUP exercise. One last VLOOKUP exercise and then we will move on to HLOOKUP. Nothing different or major in HLOOKUP, just that we will be using the same concept but using it horizontally. So before we go ahead and explore VLOOKUP, let's go to the last exercise on VLOOKUP, which is similar to what we did using text to columns. So I'll just remove these numbers. There is a reason because I've put that particular number out there. So what you need to find out is the department, the extension numbers, and their email addresses. So employee IDs are not there. I just have employee names. So using employee names, I want to find out employee IDs, department, extension numbers, and email. Okay, so let's start. VLOOKUP, open brackets. So what's my lookup value? It's going to be the name. So that's my lookup value. Where do I search that? In the table array. So it's going to use name and search it over here. If it matches, it will throw up the return value. So here my column index number is what? I need the employee ID, which is in my second column. So, and my range lookup, 0, enter, and there you go. I use it. Okay, but then what I actually want to do is I don't want to keep putting multiple formulas. So again, I have to go for department, put in the multiple formulas. Again, I have to go to extension numbers, put in the VLOOKUP, again for email. So is it possible if I just put one formula, drag it down and drag it across, and it works? At this point of time, it's not, because it's Vivek Oak probably is showing rightly. But then if I use just one particular formula and drag it down, I want it to work absolutely right. You might see that the formula is working fine. Let me see. No, it's not. You can see that the table is moved, right? So look at this. See where the table is referencing. I want one table which finds out and gives me the right amount of numbers or values back. Just what I want is one simple formula which you will put, and that should take care of the need of the complete table. But then let me make it a little simple for you by going back to my first VLOOKUP exercise and trying that out. So here we are going to use the same one, VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, table array, and column index 2 and range lookup. So here it's going to give me the name, right? So when I copy this down, it doesn't work because of my reference, but when I push this across, it still doesn't work because of my reference. What I wanted is one simple formula. When I drag it across, has to work perfectly. So for that, first thing what I need to do is fix the reference problem. Okay, so let me fix the reference problem. F4. So here we go. I have fixed the particular reference, but when I come to address and phone, it doesn't, because when I actually use the VLOOKUP and fix the reference out here, so E005 is checking for E005, and since my return value is 2, it is returning deeper. But when it is checking again for address in this particular cell, what it has to change is 3, because E005 3 is HAL, so which has to be 3. So if I put this as 3, it will work out fine. Okay, and I need to change from B to A16, and it will work out fine. Yeah, so that's not happening. So that's the reason the formula is incorrect. So how do I do that? Again, if you recollect if you recollect referencing, we can use what we learned in referencing. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to block the column A, something which we learned in reference, right? So how do I do that? Click once, you have $A $16, which blocks the complete cell. I don't want that. I click once again, I got A $16, which is just blocks the 16th row, and the column A is free. but my need over here is to block the row A. So once again, so here I have the block, complete column is blocked and 16th row is free. So now with just doing that, blocking A and using absolute reference for the table, let me see if it fixes. Okay, looks like it's working, but it is always going to throw me the reference of 2, which is nothing but the column 2 name. So how do I solve that problem? For that, the clever solution, which you would have got a hint, is I have to use some numbers over here. So I am going to put in some numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, which basically indicates the column numbers. And instead of me giving a manual reference to the column numbers, I'm going to give a cell reference to the same thing. So for example, here I will give a cell reference 2. So basically for this particular cell, it will just pick up completely 2. Sorry, here it has picked up 2, which is B2, which you can see here. But then what's happened out here is it has picked up B3, which is name. That is the reason the value is incorrect. So for that, again, I use reference. What should I do? Should I block B or 2? It is in 2, which is column 2, and B should be free because B can go to C, which is my third address, and fourth phone. So again, I use reference F4, F4, and that's good enough. My second row is blocked. And let me see now. There you go, it's working perfectly fine. And
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
perfectly fine for address and phone numbers. So in summary, what I did now is I used referencing and a combination of VLOOKUP. So I used my basic VLOOKUP function, and then I used referencing. My first reference in my lookup value was I blocked the column so that my column remains same and the row 16 is free. So $A blocks the column, 16 is free, and as I go down to the other cells, it becomes 17, 18, 19, and 20. And my table array is an absolute reference, so I've not changed anything, just blocked it completely. And instead of me giving the column index number of 2, 3, and 4 basis my name, address, and phone number, which needs to be retrieved, I cleverly used numbers over here and gave the cell reference inside the formula to these references, to the numbers, and then used again mixed reference out here. I blocked the row because it's all housed in the row 2, and let B, column B free, because when I move the formula from the pair to here it is B, but when I come here it moves to C, and when I come here it moves to D. So that has to move with it, and hence I used reference again, and with a combination of reference I was able to just put one simple formula and get the answer. Yeah. So going on to our VLOOKUP exercise, and let's use this VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. I look it up in the table. Column index number for now, I will just give this, which I've not put anything, and range lookup is 0. So the first thing I'll do is add numbers here, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so it's working, but then let me change it. So here it would be my column, which would be blocked, $A, fine. And then when I come to the table, I block the complete table, which is F4. And when I come to the number selection, I block the row and not the column. It should be $1. So using this, I was able to get this, and oops, not working. Oh, the formula of A is not there. Okay, let me just do it again. F4, F4, F4. Okay. There we go. So you need to understand the syntax, use the right reference to get the answer. Okay, so let's quickly look at the last thing, which is nothing but HLOOKUP. Now, HLOOKUP is not used frequently because generally all the data is available horizontally, not vertically. So hence HLOOKUP is used seldomly, but then I'll teach you the same. It's very simple. Similar to VLOOKUP, the formula, the syntax is absolutely the same, just that you will be using it horizontally and not vertically. So here I have the employee numbers horizontally placed. Here also I have the employee numbers horizontally placed, the data, name, address, and phone number horizontally placed, and that's what you need to use of HLOOKUP and get the details. So how do I do that? Similar to VLOOKUP, you start off with HLOOKUP, open brackets. Now your lookup value is the employee ID, and your table array is horizontal. Your row index number, it's no longer column index number, it's a row index number. So this is row 1, row 2, so your name is in row 2, it's 2. And range lookup, always remember, most of the time, I would not say always, is 0. There you go. Your referencing stays the same, no changes. Simple. Same concept of VLOOKUP, just that you'll be using H or horizontal lookup. Yep. Let's complete the address and phone number. So HLOOKUP, open brackets, what's my lookup value? Where am I looking up the value? And this time my column number, sorry, not my column, my row number is what? 3, and range lookup 0, and I paste it, there I get. Last one, HLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, I select the complete data, row index number with 4, range lookup 0, enter, and I could use absolute to ensure that my formula doesn't run out if there is any problem. I'll do that. Yeah. So quickly, an introduction to index function. Here you can see the syntax or the arguments for the index function. You have index open brackets array, you have a row number which you need to enter, and a column number which you need to enter, and close brackets. When you use this particular array in Excel, it basically gives you the value or the reference value which you've given in row and column number back as a array, back to this particular function. So for example, I would say select a table. I would give row number 1, column number 1. So whatever is the value on that row number and column number, that would be returned back when I use index function. So that's index function. We will anyway demo that, but I'm just giving you the theoretical details about index. Okay, so now that we understand index returns a value, what exactly does a row match function do? So match function is similar to index. So here I've explained that with an example. So match function also opens up with brackets, and then we give the value which we want, and then we give the table reference and the match type, which we learned in VLOOKUP as 0, -1, and 1. So in this situation, I have explained this with an example. So here the formula equal to match 25 in the table range, which is A1 to A3, and the return or lookup value is 0, will return the position of the number 2, which in this case would be 2. So my table basically had A1 to A3, where A1 is 5, 25 is in the second row, 38 is in the third row, all are in column 1, so that's why it's A1 and A3. When I use the match equal to match 25, A1 to A3 is what I've selected the complete table, and the range lookup, or the return, which is exact match, it basically returns the position of the number 25, which is in the second row. So that is match. So index, we learned that it returns a value. Match, we know that it returns the position. So let's get into the demo and understand this in detail. Okay, so before I go ahead and do this, I just want to quickly go back to the VLOOKUP function. Yeah, so this is the exercise we worked on VLOOKUP. And as quick recap on using VLOOKUP, our formula was VLOOKUP open brackets, lookup value, look it up in the table array. Column index number is the column number where you want the return value to be picked up from. In this case, the name is in column number 2. Range lookup is always 0, which is our exact match, and close bracket. So this is what we learned from VLOOKUP. I'm not getting into the details of referencing, etc., which was clearly explained in VLOOKUP. So the problem or the limitations which we mentioned in VLOOKUP, which is very important, and that's the reason we are into index and match now, is because, say, if the employee number was not in the first column or doesn't start with that, and we had the name has my reference in the first column, and then I had the exact reference, that is the unique values between the both in a different column, I'll not be able to apply. I'll just show that again, equal to VLOOKUP open brackets lookup value, and unless I start the function or the formula with the lookup value, it will not work, which I'm demonstrating now by selecting this particular table. Column index 2, or let me say 1 in this case, and range lookup. Excel doesn't understand that A005 is in the second column and not in the first. And there is no way by which we can get this unless I cut this and paste it in the first column and then subsequently arrange my data, which is still okay if I'm working with a small table. But then when you're using a lookup functions, you're basically working with a huge amount of data, and sorting the data according to your requirement and spoiling the table format for your requirement might be cumbersome. So that's where index and match comes to our rescue. Okay, so now I'm getting into index and match, and let's understand how to use index and match function as a lookup. So I'm using the same exercise which we did in VLOOKUP so that you can familiarize, and you already worked on it, so it's easier for you to associate and learn out of it. So, but even before we go ahead and start applying the index and match, so let's exactly understand what we learned in theory as what index does and what match function does. So I've named these here just for a reference. Color this. Okay, so there you go, index and match. So first I'll apply the index formula for this particular table, and let's understand what it is. Equal to index open brackets array. I'm selecting the array, and I'm giving the row number and the column number. That is the second reference. I'm not currently looking at the second formula of index, reference, row number, column number, area number. We're not getting into that. Currently I'm looking at the syntax index array row number column number. So array I've already selected, so let me put a comma. That's done. Let me just expand this so that the formula comes. Okay, I'll do that. Row number, I'll just put 1 for now, and column number 1. So what do you think is going to be the result? Simple logic. Row number 1, so this is my table which is highlighted in blue, and row number is 1 and column number is 1. So what should be the result? If your answer is E001, that is absolutely right. Yeah, there you go. So index array row number column number returns me the value which is available in row number and column number. If I change the row number to 2 and retain the column number as 1, what would be my return value? E002 is the right answer. If I change this to 3, what should be the answer? It's row number 2 and column number 3. So it is row number 2, column number 3. So row number 2, column number 3 is Jayanagar. Yep. So this you understood, right? So basically what index does is, according to the position which you supply, you are basically giving information to Excel again that in this particular table, this row number, this column number gave me that value in return. So that's what index is going to do. Okay, so we have a fair idea of index now. What does match do then? So why are we using match then? This itself is good enough, right? So every time we keep giving index row and give the column and row number, we can get the value out. So why we really require match? Now, to answer that question, it is simple, right? So we are referencing something, and then according to that reference, we want to pick up the value.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So for example, here I'm referencing E005. And when I search E005 out here, then I understand that it is Deepa, HAL, or this phone number which I want, and then only. But index, if I give it, I basically give the complete table and then I give the details, but how will I know what am I referencing? So I don't have that answer. So that's where we use match. Match is when I actually tell Excel that you start referencing this, you understand the position of what I'm referencing, and then basis that particular position, you return me that value. Okay, so to put it in action, equal to match. So there are 3 arguments: my lookup value, lookup array, and match type. Okay, lookup value is what is that I'm searching, where am I searching, and my match type, as we learned, is -1, 0, and +1. So for now, it will be match type exact match, which is 0. So lookup value, what is that I'm looking, where am I looking, and match type. So lookup value is 001. Okay. Lookup array. Now, unlike what we selected in the table array, so we completed the complete table. In the lookup array, we are only going to select the table or the cells where the value is there, which means E001 to E008. I really do not have to select the complete thing. And even if I select, it will throw up an error. So please note this. This is a very important point, that your lookup value is the value you want to look up. And your lookup array is where the value is available, that the complete column where it is available. So in this case, my lookup value would be this particular column. So I'm looking at A4 in A4 to E11, or rather E001, searching E001 in the employee number column, which is out here. Match type, as I told, it's 0, so it can clearly understand the integer concept which I explained in VLOOKUP. Exact match, less than, greater than. 0, close brackets. Yeah. Okay, so what it did, here it gave me the position of that particular value. So I gave A4, which was nothing but E001, and then I asked it to be looked out in A4 to A11. So it understood, and then it gave me the position of it. Now let's take, I give my lookup value as, let's take A10. So can you guess what can be the position of that? You know the blue one highlighted, right? Okay, so A4 to A11, so this would be my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. 7 should be the right answer. There it is. 7 is the right answer. Once again, if I give A7, 4, perfect. Okay, so that is what index and match does. So index returns the value basis the row and column, and match basically gives the position of that particular value which you're looking for. Now, how do I put both of this to use as a lookup function?
That's what we are going to see in my next exercise. Just give me 1 second. Let me copy this to down so that you can refer to it. Okay. Okay. So similar to our VLOOKUP exercise, I have the employee numbers. I have the employee numbers out here, and I have to find the name, address, and phone number. Okay, so now we are going to use just the simple one, then we will get into the complex versions. Equal to index, open brackets. So here I'm using index function to start with. So my array, what is that we did in the first time when we applied index? We looked at the array. So my array is nothing but the complete data where the values are available. I've got the array. So index array, I selected the complete details. Now row number. Now this is the number I need to give, right? So I can give column number and row number. So row number, if I want to look up E005, I need to go and search E005, which is in my row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth row. So this is what I had to give manually. But instead of this, match also does the same thing for me, right? It gives me the value of it gives the position of that particular reference. So instead of me giving it manually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a match function. Match, open brackets. So here I don't have to use an equal sign because anyway it's within the formula, similar to VLOOKUP how we referenced. We are not going to give here equal to. So I give the array. In my next argument, which was my row number, I put in the match function. Match, open bracket. So as soon as I do that, the match arguments open up. What's my lookup value? I'm looking up E005. So where am I looking it up? In my lookup array. So note again, I'm not selecting the complete table. So I'm searching E005 to get its relative position, and I have to only select the positions or the particular column where the value is there. And then match type is 0. I almost completed my match function, so I close that. Now I go back to my index, so you can see the formula giving you hints that index is done, array is done. You're done with row number. What is that you want to do? I need to hit a comma, and my last argument, the column number. So the column number, as we learned in VLOOKUP, it is the details or the value which I need back. So what I need out here, I need the name. So in my table blue, which I've selected, which column is the name in? So 1, 2, the column number is 2. There you go. I get my result. So what I did, just to reiterate, I'll do it again. Index, I selected the array. Then in the row number or the argument row number, I use the match function. And once I finished my row number, so that I can retrieve the position of E005, I am manually returning the column number, which is here. And then I closed it. Important things for you to make a note of. Number 1, please understand the syntax absolutely right. Your commas, your opening brackets, closing brackets, all have to be absolutely right for the formula to work. I know you might do mistakes at the beginning, but then you can keep following the clues which are provided. So you have comma, array, comma, row number, comma, then you have column number, close, and accordingly when you place a formula in the row number, you start following the match syntax, you'll be able to do it. Yeah, we'll try it once again and then we could work on the complex ones. So index, I select the array, that's my first argument, so I'm done with it. In the row number, I enter the match. Lookup value, where do I look up the value? Match type is 0, and I'm done with my match function. I finish it off with a comma, move to the next argument, which is column number. The column number which I want to return is 2, and I close. Okay, so with this basic, I'm going to paste the formula down to see the results. The same problem. The same problem is because we have to use referencing. So now you're getting into complex versions. We have to use all that we learned in the previous chapters. We have to use referencing. We're using multiple formulas over here. So what is the right reference over here? So if you notice, your employee number stays, your table stays. But when you come down, your employee number stays, but your table is moved down. There are two tables or two values which are moved out. One is the blue one is the purple one. So both of them have to be made as an absolute reference. Again, I did show to you in VLOOKUP how you could use mixed referencing to put one formula, drag it across and get that done. You could do that, but before we get there, let's solve this particular problem first. So I come back. So first absolute reference would be my A4 to do 11, F4, and then my next absolute reference would be A4 to A11. Yeah, F4 is what I used. So now let me try this. There you go, working perfectly fine. So let's try that out for address. Equal to index, open brackets, I select the complete array. In the row number, I'm using match. My lookup value is employee number, which is unique. I search that employee number in this particular table or the list. And my match type is 0, close brackets. And this time the address is in column 1, 2, 3. So 3, close brackets, enter. Use my referencing, make this an absolute reference, make this an absolute reference, enter, autofill handler, right? I get my results. Yeah? Okay, now for you to do the phone number, please, I will just, the formula is this, index, open brackets, you select the array again, your row number is nothing but your match formula, open brackets, your lookup value, search the lookup value, match type is 0, and now what should be the column number for phone? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, sorry, I forgot the reference. FO, FO, and FO. Yep, there we go. So you would be asking that this is the same thing we did in VLOOKUP, right? So why is this such a big problem? I can use VLOOKUP itself. Of course, you can use, provided the employee number or with the unique value starts from the left. Now look at the beauty of index and match. I'm just going to remove all this and change my employee number to the last. Or let me not do that, I'll put it in the middle. So my employee number is in the middle of the table, not at the beginning. So how do I use index and match now? If in this case, if I would have used VLOOKUP, it wouldn't have been of any benefit for me. VLOOKUP has this drawback that you're matching, or the way it looks up is the lookup value has to be in the first. So for that you have to modify your spreadsheet, your tables, and get that done. But in index, you really don't have to do that. Important thing out here is you need to ensure you give the right syntax, you reference the right values, and by doing so, your index and match can be used to look up values exactly. So let's look at how I do that. So again, same thing, index, open brackets, my array remains the same, there's no change in that. In my row number, I use match. So here are the changes. My lookup value can be anywhere. So even if it was here, I would have selected the lookup value. My lookup array becomes the first one. So that's the difference. So my lookup value I can pick up from anywhere, even if my lookup value was here, which I'll do it in the next example and show you. I'll pick it up here and I search that lookup value in that particular column only. Match type 0, and if I want name, which is now in the first column, I just put 1 and enter. There you go. It works, and everything else remains the same. Don't forget your references, and it works out. Okay, some normal formatting issues. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'll show this. That's what I was mentioning, that my lookup value can be anywhere in the sheet, including here, and I'm just making my lookup value to this end. Similarly, I'm also shifting this lookup value to some, let's take location. I'll change this to location. So India. Okay, so I have my employee number in my E column, not anywhere else. Yeah, notice because my old reference was employee number was here, it's all giving me NA. So let me re-enter the formula, equal to index, open brackets, array remains the same, so it's the complete list of table. The reason you need to select that complete list is because using match you can actually get any value out of this particular table. If you restrict your array for, say, only these three, then your reference or the return values can be only within this particular table. Hence it's advisable to use the complete data as an array. So in my match, again, my lookup value, so I'm not taking this lookup value, I'm taking out here. And where do I search this? I search it out here. Match type is 0, and let's take I want location now. So which is my location? It's 1, 2, 3. 3, close brackets, enter. There you go. So anywhere my lookup value can be there, just because I'm using a combination of index, which returns the value, match, which gives me the position. Easy for me to use this together and get the required details. F4, sorry, another thing which I have to do. Referencing, enter, and there you go.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, let's look up address and phone as well, equal to index, open brackets, selected the complete array. In the row I use match, open brackets, my lookup value out here, looking it out here, and match type 0, and address. So where is my address? It's 1, 2, 2, close brackets, and use FO, reference it right. There we go. The last thing, phone number, equal to index, again array, row number match, lookup value, where do I look it up, comma, 0, close brackets, and the phone number is in 1, 2, 3, 4. Complete the referencing, able to complete. So that's how you use combination of index and match and use it as a lookup function. Okay, again, just to repeat important things, ensure that your syntax is absolutely right, you use the right usage of commas, open brackets, close, and understand the logic rather than by hatting the formula, because the more you understand the logic, the easier it becomes for you to use it. Okay, so I have my next exercise, the same exercise which we did for VLOOKUP. I have the list of items, the price out here. So I want you to find the price using index for these particular items and then the total income. So let's do this exercise. All right, hope you were able to figure that out. If you weren't, then the formula is equal to index, open brackets. So what would be my array? In this case, the array, which means the data which I'm getting out from, is here. So I'm going to select the complete table. So instead of the row number, I'm going to use match. What am I matching? My lookup value is items. Where am I matching those items? Out here. And it's always exact lookup. If it matches, what is that I want to return? 1, 2, the price. So to price, enter, and there I go. I have the complete price which is returned. F4, basic reference, F4, and I get my price details. Okay, how do you get the total income? Simple, 1.95 into your total sales. That's my total income. So we tried the same exercise using VLOOKUP, and now we did it using index. Payment to each instructor, here we have done using VLOOKUP. Let's do this using index now. Okay, so how do I do this? Equal to index, open brackets. Again, array is where I need to select the complete table, the details from which I need to get the information back. So the complete table, row number, I'll use the match. Open brackets, my lookup value is activity, which is here. Where do I look it up? Out here. Match type is 0. And what is that I need to return back is the weekly salary, which is in column number 2. Close brackets, enter. Completed my difference, got the complete payment to each instructor and total payments. And total payment. Okay. Yeah, so that's index and match. So it is little complicated, but it's important for you to get the logic right, because unless you get the logic, you will not be able to get it right. So it's important that you follow the set of instructions right from the start, how I taught what index is, understand index, understand match, and then how do you use it together, putting the right syntax in place, using the right arguments, and get the results out. Okay, so this was index and match, but then we are not done here. Using one single formula, apply the one single formula, and when you drag that formula across, I want the results to be displayed instead of putting multiple rows, putting the formulas in multiple columns. Okay, let's do that. I'll just get this back to the normal form so that you know it's easier, we don't get confused. I don't use the location IDs. I move the name and address to the second column and the employee number to here. So that's my original table. Okay, and let me actually use my original table as well out here and remove the extras. So what I want you to do is I want you to apply one index and match, which is index, select the table, match, open brackets, employee number to that of here, exact match, and one formula when you apply. And when you drag this across down here to here, it should work perfectly. Okay, so let's give it a shot. Yeah. This is the explanation. So your formula still says the same. You select the array, comma, in the row number it's match. In the lookup value, you look up your particular value which you want to search, and the array, and match type is 0. In the column number, here it is column 2, so that's why I return it to 2, close brackets, enter. So what I'm doing now is first the basic thing, F4 and F4, but when I drag this down, across, I'm able to get this in the first one but not in this. So let's understand why is this happening first, so that we could apply the right referencing. So here, as you can see, it is matching A001, it's matching in the right table, and also it is retained in the right array table in the match function. But when I come down here, your E001 is now moved to Anand, which is not the case. That's not what it is. And look at the purple. Purple stays fine, so it's here. So first thing is it's E001 which is changing positions. So if I come down, your E001 is no longer here, but it's starting to reference into address. So first we need to fix the problem of employee number. So for that, what I do is my match A16, same thing as what we did in VLOOKUP. I use reference, I use mixed reference and block the column, which is $A16, so that remains constant. So if I do that and now copy paste the formula, okay, let me copy that across the cells, it's working fine. So I have solved that problem. But the reason every time the name is returned is because my column number, or the return value, right? The column number is 2. So it is always reading the column number 2, which is the name, and returning the same value again and again, which I need to change. So how I did this in VLOOKUP was I referenced this column number to numbers out here. So first let me add the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. So instead of me giving the numbers manually, what I did is I removed the 2 and give a reference to that numbers. But then I can't just get away with that, because if I just get away with that and copy the formula down, it will not work, because the reference of that number again is changing basis your position. So what I need to do is again use reference. So in this case, what is that I'll block? As per what you learned in VLOOKUP, we will block the row. Absolutely right. F4, F4, and $2. So the row is blocked. And there you go. I got my complete answer. So I used index, I used match, and I used reference, and a small little trick of adding some numbers and referencing those numbers. By using this, I was able to use one formula and get the desired results. Okay, the last thing, could you just try the same for this particular exercise, please, which we did here. I just want to do this a little different, so I'm going to put employee numbers over here. So I want you to track names, departments, extension numbers, and emails by referencing the employee numbers. Okay. So here I will not be able to use one single formula because the data is in between. So for that, first let me use an index here, open brackets. So array is the table where the complete data is available. Select that, match, open brackets. What is that I'm matching? The employee numbers. So let me select the employee numbers first. Okay, my formula is actually there. So I'm going down B21. And where is my employee numbers? Out here, comma, match type is always 0. What is that I want? I want the name, which is in my name column, which is column 1. So I'll reference that particular number here. Close brackets, enter. Okay, so let me get my references right. So first one is an absolute reference. Here again is an absolute reference. B21 is a row reference, sorry, column reference. That's what we learned in the previous exercise. Here it is a row reference. So I'm done here. So I copy that, paste it down, works fine. Copy that and paste it across, and it perfectly works. So notice here it's giving up a 0 because there is no value. So that is one thing which you can observe. Another thing is, for example, my reference. Okay, so well, let me just get out of formula first. So here I have 200548, right? So if there is no number of 2548 over here, it will show as an NA. That means this particular value itself is not there. So you need to be wary of those errors as well. 548. Yeah. Okay, so understood index and match.
In if functions, I will teach you COUNTIF function, a couple of operators which we use with if functions, and basic if function, and some complicated nested if functions. Now, just to give a little bit more details on the COUNTIF function. Now, COUNTIF function is used when you have a criteria in a table and you want to measure that particular criteria, how many times it is repeated in a table. So for example, you have a table maintained for your inventory, and the inventory basically has the list of all the products in your stores. So you want to see how many products or how many number of products are there for, say, a TV or a fridge. So you just use a COUNTIF and put the product name, and you will see the number of products that is there in that inventory. So that's how COUNTIF use. Operators are more like, some small functions which help you with the functions. There are three types of operators. Today we are going to learn AND, OR, NOR operators. Most importantly, I'll be taking you all through AND and OR operators. If functions, so it is basically using a condition, how you'll be able to use that condition to give inputs when the condition is true or false. Nested if function is more about using multiple if functions, and how do you use multiple if functions to validate true or false, and how do you get the output. Okay, so I am moving to my spreadsheet for the demo. Here you go. So I have a small table which I've created. I mean, these problems will help us in understanding the if functions better. Even before I go ahead and explain if function, I want to showcase some simple logical analytics way of Excel representing data. Okay, so let's go to a new spreadsheet. In a new spreadsheet, I have a value which is 2 and another value which is 3. So what if I compare these two cells? What will happen? We understand that these two cells are not equal, right? So they are not two numbers in both the cells. One has 2, one has 3. So of course the value is false. So does Excel also do it similarly? Let's try that. So I'm just going to use a simple equal to. Is cell E4 equal to cell F4? Okay, so what it's basically doing is it is throwing up a false value, which means that these two are not equal. Now what if these were true, which means both the cell had 2, what it is doing? So here Excel is comparing the condition, which is this cell value is equal to here, and throwing up a true value. So every time if it is true, if the value matches, it is throwing up a true value, and if it is not matching, which I showed you here, is throwing up a false value. The if function also works on this similar principle. To explain that further, let's understand the syntax of if function. So to go there to apply functions, I'm just going to go to insert. I'm going to select or type in if, click go so that I get the if functions. I have different types of logical test value functions. One of them is if. We have also something which we learned as text, index, and VLOOKUP. So right now we're going to look into if. So the syntax of if function is if logically test what will happen if the value is true and what will happen if the value is false. That's all is the syntax and arguments which we need to give. So what exactly it does, it checks for the condition, and if the condition meets, it throws up a value if it's true. If the condition does not meet, it will throw up a value which is false. Yeah, so that's what if function does. Now to represent this in that example of true or false which I explained, if it 2 is equal to 2, then the condition is true, so it will throw up the value if true. Since 2 was not equal to 3, the logical test is false, so it will throw up the value false. Okay, so that's the basic analytical thing in if. It's a logical test. If it's true, it throws up a value. If it's false, it throws up a value. Okay, so with that information provided, I want you to look into this particular table. So here what I've done is I've created, let's take it's a school for the first exercise, and these are the grades of the students. Okay, so if this guy has got a grade of A, that means he passes or moves on to the next class, which means I can represent that by S. And if it is not A grade, he doesn't pass that particular year and he fails, so it should be no. So this, if I have to use it manually with my manual calculation, I would come here and see, oh, Nancy, her grade is A, so actually A means that she clears the exam, so let me type in yes. Andrew is B, so he is, the condition which I've set is if it's only A he passes, if it's B he doesn't, so it would be no. So that is what I would have done manually. But how can I do that? Using a if function is what we're learning. Okay, so do that. Let's first go ahead and apply the syntax and the formula. For now, I'm going to use the fx to do it first time, and then I will type it manually. Okay, so I have if, click go, I click on OK. So the first thing it's asking me is the logical test. So there are 3 arguments. So one is the logical test, the next one is value if true, value if false. So the logical test, it checks whether the condition is met and returns the value true or false accordingly. Okay, so I'm just going to give the logical test now. So what's the logical test which we're talking about? That person or his grade has to be A. That's the logical test. So how will I define that? If A, which is what, is nothing but B4, because A is housed in the cell B4. If B4 is equal to A. Okay. Now notice things. If B4, the value where it is housing, equal to is my condition, and A I've given in quotes because Excel need to understand that A is outside the Excel syntax and codings, right? So that's why I have given it in quotes. So that's my logical test. If B4 is equal to A, if the value is true, what I want to do is it has to come as yes. If the value is false, it is no. Okay, so that is what it does. So I've given my logical test what has to be done if value is true, what it has to do when value is false. Now let's click OK and see what the result is. Okay, so what is it doing? It's checking whether this particular condition is met. If it is met, it is throwing the answer yes, because that's what I wanted to return. Please note important things here, similar to VLOOKUP and all that. It's very, very important that the syntax is absolutely right. The arguments, the way we write these codes are absolutely right. Because here it's b4 is equal to a separated by a comma is my logical test, and then is my value if true, what it has to be do separated by a comma, and what it has to be doing if the value is false. Okay, if I don't give the syntax in if, similar to the true and false exercise which we saw, if I just leave it with the logical test, it will throw an error. And let's take I finish my logical test and I don't enter value if true or false, it will give me 0. Okay, so understand all these errors, why it occurs, and so that you could manage and replicate the errors to get your results. Yeah, so in this case, again, I want to show you one more thing is if I just make it and give it value if true, which was yes, comma, and I don't give value if false, it will go through. But what if the value is false? Say if it was not grade A and it was grade B, it will give 0. That means there's something missing. Yep. So the best thing is have everything there, all the arguments filled, which should give you the desired results. Okay. So let me enter this manually and give you an understanding of how we do it. Equal to if we start our formula with an equal to if sign, open brackets, logical test value. So logical test value is nothing but this particular cell if it is A, which is in quotes because it is outside Excel's understanding. What should be done if the value is true? If the value is true, yes. If the value is false, no. Okay, that's how I type in. So value if true, I'm done. So now what I need to do is close the brackets, which will complete the syntax, and enter. Okay, is it meeting our criteria? Let me just copy this formula all across. So let's review it. Nancy's grade is A, so yes, she passes or moves on to the next class. Andrew's grade is B and he doesn't move on, and so on. You see, everything is working fine. So instead of me doing it manually, I understood the function, I understood the criteria, I created a logical test, and I told or inputted Excel to give me what I want to get the results out. Okay. The main thing I'm sure you would have noticed is if you do not type the formula appropriately and correctly, it will not yield you the desired results. So it is imperative that you ensure that you follow the syntax, the clues which Excel provides, and accordingly get the desired results. Okay, let's move on to another exercise in the same table, but I'm complicating it a little bit more. So what is this exercise? So now we are not at a school, but we are probably, okay, let's take the school example itself. From the school, the teachers have decided that A is pretty difficult. I mean, it's very mean of us to just pass the students who have got an A grade. Let's lower that to say A and B grade, and then C does not make the cut, but anyone who's got an A or B makes the cut. So that's the criteria which has been defined. Okay, so that's your logical test. I almost spilled my logical test out. So if the criteria is A or B, then it is an yes, or if it is no, if it is something outside A or B, it is a no. So what I want you to do is think about how you could apply if function now when there are two criteria. Yeah, so do you use multiple if functions, or is there anything else which you can think about for you to get this done? Just once again I'll repeat, we have two criteria. If the grade is either A or B, the student makes the cut. If the grade is anything other than A and B, he doesn't make the cut. So that's your criteria. There are ways to do it by using multiple if functions, but I'll teach you the easiest and simplest of the way. It is by not just using if function. We spoke about something in the agenda today, which is using operators. So I'm going to introduce you to operators. There are two operators, OR and are two operators. Now let's understand what these operators are first. Let's just check if it is built in. Okay, there you go. I have an OR. Okay, so there is this operator OR which I'm looking at. So it is basically OR open bracket, and you can enter multiple logical values, right? That's what it's showing here. That's the syntax which I was trying to show you. So I have OR open brackets, I have logical 1, logical 2, and so on. So what it does is it checks whether any of the arguments are true. So all the logical values, it's going to check whether it is true and returns true or false. Accordingly, it returns false only if all arguments are false. Okay, which means if one of the logical value meets, it will return a true, and only if both the logical test, it will return as false. Okay, now it probably is confusing, but let's try and explain this in a better way using some common things which we see in life. Yeah. Let's take two name of people. Maybe I will take probably Adam, Eve, and
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Ryan and Smith. Okay, so these are my pupils. Now what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to create some criteria. So one, I'm going to make them age. I'm just going to write down their age and their nationality. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And I want to show the results. What's going to happen if I use the OR operator and I use the AND operator. Okay, so this is the problem I'm going to create out of this. So I have four people. I have the age, the nationality. I'm going to do some problems using OR and AND operator. What I'm trying to find out using AND operator is, can they vote? Is what I'm trying to find out. Okay. So we all know that we can vote in India if your age is more than 18 and your nationality is Indian, isn't it? So let's make Eve 16 but Indian. Okay, don't mind the spellings, just a test. So, and Ryan, I can make him 23 Indian, and Smith also 19 and an Indian. Okay, so these are my conditions. So I have Adam, who's 23 years, and but he's not from India, he's from America or USA, and let me just put it in USA. And then I have Eve, who's 16, as an Indian. Ryan was 23 and an Indian, and Smith was 19 and Indian. So according to us, we know that these Ryan and Smith can vote, but then let's understand what or using or and operator does. Okay, so the way I do that is simple: or equal to or my logical test condition if logical test value, which is that particular cell, is greater than 18, and my second one is if logical test value is equal to Indian. Okay, so I used greater than symbol out here to check whether this particular number is greater than or lesser than 18. Here I used whether it is equal to Indian. Okay, so this is the text function, so that's why I'm putting it in quotes so that it checks if USA is exactly equal to India, and shows me the result. So I have got the result here. Let me copy this across and see. Don't get an inference yet. Let's just check. And now I'm going to use AND operator equal to AND. Again, I'm going to use the same if logical test is greater than 18 and logical test equal to Indian. Open brackets. Okay, so look at our answers. So when I use an OR operator, though the condition here, I'm just going to mark it. Okay, so here these two conditions are marked in red because they don't meet, and they are here. So if you see, when you're using an OR operator, though here one of the condition is not met, is still throwing a true value. So basically it is telling that it can, Adam can vote and Eve can vote and Ryan can vote and Smith. But when I look at AND operator, if these both the conditions are not met, it's throwing a false value. Okay, only if both the conditions are met, it is throwing a true value. So for example, if I'll change this to 16, it is immediately changing it to false because both the conditions are not meeting, and only when both the conditions meet, it's throwing up a true value. So according to that, the definition of AND operator is if both the condition meets, that's when the value is true. Here, if one condition is met, any one of the conditions in the OR operator meets, it's still okay. So if I explain that and put this into our if function, can you tell me what operator I need to use to get that? So here I have two conditions. I have A or B should be yes, and anything outside that should be no. Okay, so I have two conditions which has to be met, and if it is anything outside A and B, it is no. Can you tell me what operator should we use? Still confused? Let's use both the operators and look at the results, okay? So that it gives us more clarity and you can use the right operator. So the way you use it is if open brackets and, so look at the way I'm defining the syntax, if open brackets and logical value, if b4 is equal to A and b4 equal to B, I'm closing the operator. I'm done with my logical test. Yes and no. Used AND here, so let me just replace that. I'm just going to use it again, equal to if OR operator is equal to A and equal to B. I'm completing my logical test, that's why I close the brackets. Value if true, yes and value if false, close bracket. Okay, so I've used AND operator and OR operator. So with this inference, can you tell me what has to be used in this situation? Okay, the absolute right answer is OR operator, because what we want is if the grade is either A or B, it has to be yes. If anything but A or B, it is to be no. So when you use the AND operator, it has to match both the conditions. That means this has to be A and B, then only it's going to throw up a true value according to this condition. So that is why when you're using AND operator, it has to meet all the condition. When OR operator, it has to meet just one condition. So by using OR operator in this particular situation, I was able to solve this problem. The right answer is yes, it is using OR operator and solve that. So once again, how do I do that? How do I write the code? It is basically equal to if open brackets. So now I'm writing logical test, right? So since there are two conditions here, I'm going to use the OR operator to define the logic. OR, and what is the syntax of OR operator, which I showed you? It's again open brackets, give the logical test. I can give multiple logical test. So here I'm just going to give 2. Select the logical test is equal to A, and logical test equal to B, close brackets. If the value is true, yes. If the value is false, no. Okay, go. It's going to be just a replication of this particular condition. I'm just going to paste the formula so that it doesn't change anything. I did that by using space special. Okay, simple? Not simple, right? A little complicated. Okay, so here again, S and node is my input. I can change it the way it is. So for example, I can change S to promoted. Okay, and not promoted. There you go. So that's the input I'm giving. So going back to our if function, what does it do? According to the logical test, if the value is true, it's what it has to do. So it sends out this particular comment as promoted. If the value is false, what it does is not promoted. So that's the input which I have given. And moving on to the next one, I'm just going to change the context of this particular exercise a little different. Let's take this as a mathematical sum, and we will use that sum to solve a problem. So what I have here is, let's take these guys are no longer in the school, they work for a company. And as much as you are aware, or if you're not aware, even similar to how you're being graded in the school or in colleges, even in companies you are graded at the end of the year. So basis your grade, whether you get an A or B or C, you get bonus. Okay, so I have the list of employees, then I have their respective grades, then I have their salaries. Now similar to what we did on promoted, not promoted, what I want to do is, once these guys, so we are going to do two things. First, I want you to find bonus when for the employees only when they get a grade of A, similar to this exercise. I'm just going to use this condition. I want you to calculate bonus 10% of their salary. Okay, that's what I want you to calculate. So I want you to calculate in two ways. One, when for the people first time, like how we say they got promoted only when they got an A grade. So for those people, I want you to calculate the bonus. And then I want you also to go ahead and use an operator and calculate the bonus for people who got a rating of A or grade of A and B, which is 10% of the salary. And for C, you need to mention no bonus. All right. It's extremely similar to what we did over here. Just that, remember I told you there is value if true, value if false is your input which you give to Excel. So similarly, instead of you giving promoted yes or no, you need to add something over there which will calculate the bonus. That's all you need to do. So can you give it a shot, please? All right. I'll solve the first one, and if you can, then you could pause it after the first one and try the second one out. Similar to what we did in the first exercise, equal to if, open bracket, what's my logical test? B16 is equal to A. Here is what I was telling. What should I do if the value is true? I told you you need to calculate the bonus of the salary. So instead of me giving as no, yes, or promoted, what I will do is I'll put a formula over here, which is nothing but equal to salary, or rather, I'm sorry, we should not put equal to C16 into 10%. So simple bonus calculation, which is 1500 into 100, so into 10 divided by 100. That's what 10% means. Okay. If it is false, what is it I need to do? No bonus. So logical test, value if true, value if it's false. So both the one I got. Yeah. And I can do that for the rest of the cells. So this is nothing but autofill handler, and I was able to do it. So this guy has got a B, that's why he's got no bonus. He's got an A, that's why 1800 and 1200, so on and so forth. Okay, this is the answer. So similar to that, I will use the OR operator. My logical test value is A equal to A, and sorry, comma is equal to B. Only two logic is enough. If value is true, similar to what we did over here, it's C16 into 10%, and if it's false, no. Close brackets. Yep. So what I did here in the logical test, I've used the same one, but please note the use of commas and open brackets and close brackets. That has to be absolutely right for you to get the formula correctly. If not, it will become a problem. Then instead of me giving value if true, I've used a formula, and if without that, when the value is not true, I've given no bonus. So that's how I've solved this particular problem. Okay, I think you should be getting comfortable now with if functions. So let me just complicate it a little bit more for you. Okay, so here I have a sales statistics for you. I have 5 salesmen, and I have listed down their sales for the particular month. So Andrew at 5,700, Stephen 3,005, Michael at 1,500, Robert 4,200, and John 3,900. Now, according to me, they fall into these 3 categories. So anyone who's done a sale of less than 2,500 falls into poor category. Anyone who's done a sales of greater than 500 falls into good category, and someone who's between 2,500 and 5,000 is an average sales. So what shall we do? How do you use if function and get this done? Okay, let me explain and help you out over here. Okay, so even before we solve this, let's understand mentally how we will do it. So if I have to do this mentally, the way I would have been doing it is, I know that there are 3 conditions over here. So I have 1 condition, I have 2 conditions, I have 3 conditions. Or probably I can break it down into 1, 2, 3 conditions, and that's the 4th condition. But the easiest way by which my mind recognizes this is that 1 is less than 2,500, 1 is greater than 5,000, anything between this is average, right? So I'm going to use the same logic, but I'm going to use 2 if functions to get this done, because I have three conditions, right? So one if a condition has only one logical test, not more than that. So how is that I'm going to use it? You can see this as an example. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the lesser one. So equal to if my logical test, what is my first condition, less than 2500, which I have mentioned. This time I'm not going to put quotes because 2500 is in numbers which Excel will recognize. If I put this in quotes, it will think it's a text. So what is if its value is true? If it's true, it is poor, right? So I will mention poor here. Okay. So value if false. So when it's false, it either has to be between 2500 to 5000 or it can be greater than 5000, right? So if I put 2500 and 5000, then I have to use again two conditions because I can't put or make Excel understand 2500 and 5000. So what I'll do is I'll go to the higher condition, and between this and this is nothing but average, which means instead of value if false, I'm going to use another if function. If again logical test would be 5000 greater than 5000, and what if the condition is true? It is good. And if it's false, if it falls, it will either be true. So it is met two conditions. So one is going to check if it is less than 2500. If it meets, it will show poor. If it doesn't meet, it will start calculating, oh, is it greater than 5000? It will tell no. And if it is not this, then the only thing it has to be is average. So I'm going to mention average. Okay, so I've closed this if function bracket. I have another if function over here which I need to close. So I've closed all the if function, and there you go. My formula works out here. So I've used two if functions, and that's how I'm able to manage this. Okay, so this is nothing but nested if function, which means using multiple if functions within the if function to solve the problem. Okay, the limitation is up to 7 if functions, and I think the latest version of if functions can house up to 21 nested if functions, but I'm sure if you start using more than 10 you'll get too confused. So you can use up to 7. So everywhere where you can have a value if true or false, you could put another if function and make that a nested if function to get your results. Alright, but then like the way I mentioned earlier, your logical test, your values, and the way you write the formula, the exact commas, open brackets, close brackets, all has to be absolutely right for you to get it done. Only when you get that done, will you be able to get it right. Okay. Alright, so hope you were able to understand the three aspects of if function which I taught you. One is a simple if function which you use just one parameters. One you use and or operators, usage of and or operators. And the third one was using nested if functions where you're able to use multiple if functions within if to get the desired results. Okay. Moving on to the last part of the if functions is COUNTIF. Now in this table, I want, like the way I was explaining what COUNTIF is, I have a table just with numbers. So what I want you to do, or what I am trying to get out here is, I want to see how many times 3 is repeated in this. So in this case, I just want to see equal to COUNTIF, open brackets, select the table. That's how COUNTIF is. It doesn't start with if, it is COUNTIF, give the range, and the criteria is 3. Okay, so what it does is it counts if in this particular table, in this particular range, how many times 3 is there. I can change my criteria. Probably I want to see how many times 7 is, and it will throw up that error. Yeah, and sorry, not the error, it will throw up that number. And even if tomorrow the number of 7 changes in the cell, it is dynamic, it will keep changing the number accordingly. You can see that numbers is changing, right? So that's how things work. So countif, simple, equal to countif, open brackets, select the range and the criteria, whatever the criteria is. Now I'm going to give 0 and close. Okay, so can you just do a similar exercise? Find the number of values which are greater than 5. So right now we found a number of times the number 2 was available. So what I want you to try is the number of times or the numbers which are greater than 5 in this particular table. Okay. This is the answer. Count if, open brackets, the range remains the same, comma, criteria, I told find the numbers which are greater than 5. So you need to give greater than 5. But this will not work. Guess why? Any thoughts? It contains an error. The reason it contains an error is it greater than is an internal operator. So you need to use it within quotes to get your desired results. Yeah, because what you're trying to do is you're using an operator like you use greater than in the if functions, right? So similar to that, you're using an operator and you need to make Excel understand that. Hence the reason I mentioned to find numbers greater than 5 so that you understand when to use operators and when not. So in this case, when I give it as greater than 5 within quotes, it is working perfectly fine. Okay, so that explains if functions.
So, what is VBA? So, VBA stands for Visual Basic for Applications. It is a programming language created by Microsoft Office to automate operations in applications that support it, like Excel, MS Access, Word. So, we have so many Microsoft products. So, we can use VBA in all those applications which are done by Microsoft. So, VBA is a powerful language that enable you to control Excel in countless ways. And VBA is a object-oriented programming language. So, object-oriented programming means everything you do in the program is an object. For example, if you take Excel, in Excel, the workbook which you work on is an object, and each and every sheet in that workbook is again an object. So, this is how the concept of object-oriented programming works. VBA can also be used to manipulate other Microsoft applications in Access, Word, PowerPoint, and Outlook. No additional installation is required for VBA. If you have Excel on your computer, then you have VBA on your computer. So VBA is basically a programming language which is used to automate tasks in Microsoft applications. So basically we use it mostly in Excel for report automation and all that stuff. What is a macro? So a macro is a sequence of VBA commands to run a task automatically instead of manually doing it. So what is a macro? So macro is nothing but steps of code that you write in VBA programming language in order to automate the task. And what macros can do for you? Macros help us to do the repetitive tasks and recurring tasks in less time with accuracy. So when we write the macros, we can automate the tasks that we are doing in Excel or MS Access. And what happens because of doing the automation is the time taken for doing the reports will reduce a lot. And again, the accuracy will be more. Because when you start doing a report which take hours together, there is always a chance that you might commit a error. So when you automate tasks, if you run the macro 100 times also, it will run the same set of steps without any monotony. So along with time saving, we will get accuracy. We will get accurate results with macros. Exploring Visual Basic Editor. Okay, so when you are in Excel, you need to press Alt F11 to go to the Visual Basic Editor. So this is the Visual Basic Editor, which is embedded within the Excel workbook itself. And this is the on the left hand side you have the project explorer, and if you want to write the code, let's say I select this workbook, and then you have on the right side you have the code window. So as I go through the classes, I'll explain you more in detail what are the options we have in VBE. So we have all these menus: file, edit, view, insert. So I'll take you through in detail in the coming classes regarding the Visual Basic editor. Okay, and one more thing I just want to mention here is the developer tab in Excel. So here if you see you have the developer tab. Okay, in 2003 version we don't have the developer tab. From 2007 we have this developer tab. However, by default we don't get this developer tab. If we don't have the developer tab, I'll show you where you can add this. So we need to go to Excel options, and here you have under popular you have show developer tab in ribbon. If this is unchecked for you, you need to check this option, click on OK, then you will get this developer tab. So this developer tab is very useful for us when we are doing the macros, because if we go to the developer tab, we have the Visual Basic icon. If you click on the Visual Basic icon, it will again take you to Visual Basic editor, same as Alt F11, and then you have macros. This gives you the dialog box with the existing macros. Currently I didn't have any macros in this workbook, so it's not showing up anything.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then you have all these record macro, all these macro related functionalities. So this developer tab is very useful. So we can add this from Excel options using macro recorder. So this is the most important thing, because we can record our macros. Every time you don't need to write the code, some of the things you can record. So how we can record the macros? So the easiest way to create a macro is to record your worksheet actions using a valuable tool called macro recorder. All you need to do is to turn on the macro recorder, perform the actions that comprise the task you want to automate, and then turn off the macro recorder when your work is finished. While a macro recorder is on, every action you do, like selecting a cell, selecting a number, formatting a range, everything gets recorded, and it is represented in the form of a VBA code. So if you see here, you have an option called record macro. So this is a really powerful tool, because even if you don't know the VBA coding, you can record the set of actions, and that will be shown in the form of a VBA code. So most of the times around 25 to 30% of the automation work can be done using the record macro option. However, record macro have its fallbacks. Okay, so I'll just show you some of the programs using the record macro option. Then we will see how it's actually working and what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages, few disadvantages we have in this option. So for that, let me just open the base data. Okay, uh, you would have already done text to columns manually. So I will show you how we can record a macro for this, and next time we can use the macro to do this task. I'll open a new Excel sheet. Okay, as I already mentioned in my demo classes, if you want to save the macro and if you want to run the macros, the format of the file should be Excel SM. It should be a macro enabled workbook. Macros cannot be run on a normal Excel file. So let me just save this file. Alt F8, save. I will save this as macros 1, and I'll save this as Excel SM, which is macro enabled workbook. Now this is the file where I am going to record the macro. So let me just use the data here. Okay, now I have the data. So here we have the data, everything is separated by a semicolon. Now what is your requirement is you want to get each individual user in individual columns, and you know how to do it. You can use a text to columns option. But let's see how we can record a macro for it and do this task with a macro. So for record macro, it's very simple. You just need to click on record macro, and the macro name, if you want to change it to some other name, you can say, let's say you want to change it to, we can just keep it as macro 1 here. And then you have shortcut key. Shortcut key is nothing but if you want to run the macro using a shortcut key, you can assign the shortcut key here. However, make sure that you are not using any of the existing shortcuts. For example, if you say, see here, Control C. So Control C is the default shortcut for copying an object in Excel. So it shouldn't be overwritten. So we should make sure that we are using a shortcut key that is not already used for the Excel default codes. So it's always better to take a combination of Control Shift. That would be good, because with Control all other alphabets are already used for the default keywords, I guess. So let's say I use Control Shift, I just press the Shift, and again I just use L. So Control Shift L. So Control Shift L is the shortcut key I am assigning to this macro in order to run this macro. Store in this workbook is nothing but I am just storing the macro within this macro 1 Excel SM workbook itself. Description, let's say this is text to columns macro. It's not a mandatory thing. It's better if you give it, because tomorrow if you want to know what is this macro for, you can just refer to the description. So I'll say okay. So now the record macro option, now if you see, it's showing as stop recording. That means currently the recording is on, and whatever actions we do on the sheet, everything gets recorded in the form of VBA code. So we need to be very careful. We are doing only the required action. Even if you scroll the mouse, even if you do some other action, even that will get recorded. So you need to make sure that you are only doing the set of steps that are required. So first I need to select A1 where I have the data, and then I go to data, text to columns, and then you want to use the option delimited since you're using a character. So delimited, click on next, and then here you want to delimit based on the semicolon, and then click on next, and then finish. This is how you do manually. So our work is done and we recorded it. So I just want to stop the recording. I'll go to developer tab, stop recording. So now we have done the work. Okay, so let's see how it got recorded since we recorded it. So you want to go to the Visual Basic Editor, or you can press Alt F11. So if you see, now under the Project Explorer window, you have VBA project macro1.xlsm. This is the workbook we are using. And if you see here, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook, these are the default objects. Sheet 1 is for the sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, and this workbook is the workbook object. Along with this, if you see, you have something got created here, what is called as modules. Okay, let's see what is this module now. If you go into the module, you have module 1. Click on module 1. So if you see here, macro 1 is nothing but the macro you have recorded, and this is the description you have given, and the keyboard shortcut you have given is Control Shift L, and this is the code that got recorded for the text to columns action what we have done now. So if you see the code here, it is very long. This is one of the advantages. This is one of the disadvantages with recording macro. It records as it is. If we write a code for this, we can write it in 1 or 2 lines. But since we recorded the macro, we got the code this long. Okay. For now, just forget about the disadvantages and the advantages. Let's see how whether this code is working or not. So this is where this code is now. Let's go to our Excel again. I'll just delete this data. Okay. So let's copy the base data again into this macro template. So this is the base data. Okay. So previously, see now if you see you have entire thing in one column with the semicolon separator. So previously we have done the action with we have done the action manually. Now anyhow we have the recorded macro. Let's see whether it's working or not. So how to run the macro? So we can run the macro by clicking on macros, and the macro which we have created is macro 1, right? And you can click on run. This is one way of running the macro. And other way of running the macro is directly you can run it from the Visual Basic Editor. So you have the module. I'll just minimize this. So this is the macro 1, and you can click on the run option here. This is the second option. So from view macros you can select the macro and run it, and from Visual Basic Editor you can select the macro and you can run it. And the third one is we have assigned a shortcut key. So what is the shortcut key that we assigned for this? It's Control Shift L. So let me press Control Shift L on my laptop. So Control Shift and then I press Control Shift L. See, as soon as I just press Control Shift L, it has done the task for me. So whatever macro is recorded, it's working. So let me just run it again. Let me just clear off the entire data. Okay, let me copy the base data again. Okay, so now let me run the macro using the other option. Okay, so now you see you have all the data in A1. You don't have any data in other things. You have all the data in A1. So macros. So macro 1 is the macro which I created just now, and then click on run. See, now the text to columns has worked. Now we have done this action with using a macro, and we have not written any code manually. We just use the record option, and we got the VBA code, and we are using the macro. So very simple this is, just recording the macro, and most of the time you can use the record macro option for 20 to 30% of your work. What are the disadvantages of using the macro recorder? I'll just show you. First thing, when you use a record option, the code will be too long because it will exactly convert the action into the VBA code. And second, and the most important thing, when you record a macro, it will work only for that specific range. So what I mean to say is, for example, if you have 10 rows and 10 columns and you recorded a macro for that, it will work only for that 10 rows and 10 columns. For example, tomorrow you have 11th row and 12th row and you run the macro and you will not get the desired output. So even if you have additional columns, if you have additional rows, you will not get the desired output. And if there is a difference in the format also, you will not get the desired result. So in a real world, in a real-time scenario, this will not be possible because you cannot say the report should have only 10 lines every time, because sometimes you might get a report with 100 lines of data. So your macro should be dynamic. So whatever the range, whatever the number of rows, whatever the count, and what are the fields you have, the macro should be able to dynamically count the range, and it should do the action irrespective of the number of rows and the kind of data. So for that we need to learn the further concepts of VBA, and we need to learn how we need to write the code in VBA so that the macro will be dynamic. Okay, so these are the main things to keep in mind. I'll show you a few other programs as well using macro recorder, and then assignment of shortcut key to a macro, which I already showed, and then assigning a macro to a command button. So this is the same macro now we have. Let's see how we can assign this to a command button. Command button is nothing but it's a button which you can click. So you, instead of running it using a shortcut key or directly from the macros tab, you want to click on a button and you want this macro to run. So let's see how you can do that. Let me just clear this data. I'll again copy the data. Okay, so now I want a button here, like say some run macro. So if I click on that run macro, I want the output. So in that case, here on the developer tab, you have something called insert. If you click on insert, you have form controls. So you can use these controls. Now in the first one, you have button form control. Click on the button form control, and then you are getting this plus sign. You can draw this command button wherever you want. So I'll just draw the button. Just cancel this. Okay, if I want to change the name, I can just click.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I'll say run macro. So this is the command button which I have created now. So I want to assign the macro to this command button. So I'll just click on it and then right click. You have something here called assign macro. Okay, and the macro you want to assign is macro 1. Okay, so now we have the macro assigned to this command button. Okay, so when I click on this command button, it runs the macro 1 macro. So now this is the data which we have. So let's see whether it works or not. Run macro. So as soon as I click on run macro, it did the same action. It just run the macro 1, which is for text to columns. So now I'll show you one more program how to record the macros. I'll just delete this data. I'll just delete this for the time being. Okay, so let's see one more program. Okay, let's see the sorting. So you would have done sorting manually. Let's see how we do the sorting using the record macro option. So let's say this is the data we have, and our requirement here is we want the item column at the start, not the date. We want item column at the start, and then we want to sort the data using the item. So let's say this is our requirement, and I will use this macro template. I'll create one more macro here. So let me just copy the base data from here. Okay, so now I want to record the macro. So make sure whenever you are recording the macro, you are not doing the additional scrolling and everything, because whatever action you do, everything gets captured in the form of a VBA code, and it will increase the code. Okay, so let's start. I'll click on record macro. So this one is coming as macro 2. I just want to keep it as macro 2, and if you want you can give a shortcut key for this. Let's say I'll say Control Shift and then I'll say M, Control Shift M, and this is for sorting. Okay, so now it's showing stop recording. That means recording is already started. So what I want to do is I want column B item that I want in column A. So I'll select column B. I'll do Control X cut, and then I want it here. So I'll select this. Just right click, insert cut cells. So now I have the item in column A. After that, I want to do the sorting based on column A. So I just selected Control Shift right arrow, Control Shift down arrow. So I selected the entire range, and then I would want to do the sorting, and I want to sort based on items values from A to Z. Okay, so this is the action I have done and I have recorded it. Now I want to stop the macro. I just stop recording. So let's go to the Visual Basic Editor and see how we got the coding for this. So if I see here again under module 1, now I have macro 2, and I haven't given and this is for sorting. This is the description I have given, and keyboard shortcut is Control Shift M. So this is the code I have got for it. So this is the code I have got. Okay, so now I want to test this macro, so I'll just delete this data. Again, I'll just copy the raw data here. Okay, see now the raw data, you have date in the first column and then item you have here. So now I want to run the macro. So I can run this macro using the shortcut key Control Shift M, or else I can go to Visual Basic Editor and from there I can run the macro, or I can click on macros here to get the list of macros. See, we have macro 1 which I have already done for text 2 columns, and macro 2 is the macro which I have done for sorting. So macro 2 I select. If I select, it's showing the description as well. When I select macro 1, it's showing text 2 column. So it is very easy for you to know which macro you are running. Anyhow, you can give the macro, you can change this macro name, whatever name you want, you can always give for the macro. So macro 2, this is for sorting. I just want to run it now. Click on run. See, now you have the item in column A and it's sorted as per the alphabetical order. So you got F first, fridge, and then you got the laptop. So this is how we can record the macros for simple tasks. However, when you are doing a real-time report automation, then the record macro option would not suffice, because as I told you, the macro whichever you do, it should be dynamic. It should calculate every time how many rows you have, how many columns you have, what kind of data you have, and then it need to run the code accordingly. And you have decision making, and sometimes you need to repeat the task, you need the loops. So all these concepts you get in VBA programming. I want to show a few more things in Visual Basic Editor. Alt F11 is the shortcut key, or under the developer tab you have the Visual Basic Editor. So how you get this developer tab? You go to ribbon and then Excel options, you have developer tab. If you just switch it off, the developer tab is not here. If you want it back, Excel options, show developer tab. Okay, and then under the developer tab you have your all the icons related to macros. So you have Visual Basic Editor, and then you have macros, record macro. So let's go to Visual Basic Editor. Okay, one thing here is the module, which is new to you, because whenever we open Visual Basic Editor, you will have the project with the name of the workbook, and then these are the default options: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. This workbook, these are the default options which you use when you want to write a event. Event is nothing but basically whenever you want any change to trigger an action, then you write in the default objects. For example, if you want a macro to run when you open a workbook, then you write it under the workbook object using the open event. So there are so many events like sheet active, sheet before double click. So whenever you want any macro to run based upon a event, then you use this workbook Excel objects. So if you want, like for example, sheet, let's see what we have in sheet. Sheet activate, sheet double click, sheet right click. So whenever you want to run a macro based on any other action, then you use these events. So but however, if you want to run a macro manually, then you need to use the modules. So where you get these modules? Insert, you have your modules here. However, when you are recording a macro, it automatically creates a module and gives the code under the module. You don't need to manually insert a module. But whenever you are writing the VBA code manually, you need to insert a module. Let's say insert a module. Now it added one more module, module 2. And then you need to write the procedure or the VBA code in this module. So whenever you want the macro code to run automatically based on a action, then you use the events. Events are nothing but they're using the existing Excel objects, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook. And whenever you want to run the macro whenever you want to run the macro manually, then you use the module. Okay, so this is one more thing I mentioned about the disadvantage of recording option. So now I'll just show you using the same sorting example. So let's just copy the data from this. Okay, so if you see here, we have 239 rows. Okay, so we recorded the macro and it worked fine. Okay, so let's say I'm just adding few more lines here. So till 239, this is what we have the data. Now I additionally added these lines. Let's say I just make everything as Jan 2012. Okay, so 240 from here. These are the lines which I additionally added from the base data. So now let's run the macro and see how it worked. Previously, when we recorded the macro and we run the macro, it worked perfectly fine. So now let's run the macro again. So the macro which we have done for sorting is macro 2. This is the sorting. Let's run it. Okay, so it worked. Let's see. If you see here, till 239 it worked fine, but here if you see the laptop, we are getting it here. So first it should sort by item. So laptop should be coming after the fridge. So the laptop line, everything should come under laptop itself. But if you see the lines after 240 where we have laptop, it still come as laptop here only. Ideally, if the macro has run perfectly, it should have come after the fridge, right? So all the laptops should come here when you do the sorting. But few laptops, whatever is after 240, we still have it under 240 because the macro code whatever we have written, it took the range till 239 only. So after whatever is there, it's not applying the sort. Let's see the code for the macro 2. You will come to know. Okay, this is the code for macro 2. If you observe the code here, if you see the sort range, it mentioned as A2 to A239. So this is what the drawback of recording. So it exactly takes the range whatever we are using. So initially when we recorded the macro, we had only 239 rows. So the code applied only for 239 rows. Even now, even if we have 247 rows, it is not dynamically taking 247 as the number of rows. It's still taking only 239 rows. So this is the major drawback which we have if we use only record macro option. So this is why record macro option can do only 20 to 30% of your automation work. Again, you need to edit the code and you need to write the code in your own way so that the code is dynamic and it works for any number of rows and any number of columns. So this is one thing we need to always keep in mind. And one more thing, whenever you are writing a macro, it's important that which version of Excel you are using. For example, if you are using an Excel 2007 version and you have done a macro, and if the other user to whom you have given the macro might have Excel 2003, then there is a chance that the macro didn't run in his don't run in his system. Okay, why? Because for example, in 2007 you have some features that are not available in 2003. So if you are using those options in the VBA code, that will not run in 2003. For example, in 2007 you have something called remove duplicates. If but in 2003 you don't have this remove duplicates option. So in your VBA code while writing in 2007, if you have written a code related to this remove duplicates, using this remove duplicates, then that will not work in the 2003 version. So you always need to keep in mind who are the users who will be going to use this template, and you need to create the macro keeping that in mind so that it will run on all the versions. Okay, so first let's start. What is a variable and why do we need variables? VBA stores data in memory using a variable. A variable is a name given by you, to which you assign a piece of data that will be stored in computer memory that can be retrieved when you need it later in the macro. So what is exactly a variable? A variable is nothing but it is used to store the data in computer's memory and then reuse it whenever you need it in the macro. And you are going to give the name for your variable.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Variables hold values of different data types that are specified when the variable is declared. So data types I'll explain you in a bit, so you will know what is a data type. So variable can hold different data types, meaning you have variables which can hold numbers, you have variables which can hold strings. So there are different data types, and we will see in this session how we are going to define variables with different data types. How we declare a variable? So you declare a variable with declaration statement which contains 4 keywords in particular order. So when we need to declare a variable, and there is a syntax for that. So what is the syntax for declaring a variable? First we use the dim statement. Dim is the shortcut for dimension. And then after dim, you give the name of the variable. So variable name can be anything. So you can give whatever name you want for your variable. And then we need to give the keyword as. And then you need to give the data type. So for example, here if you see dim my name as string. So what I'm doing here is I'm defining a variable called my name of data type string. That means my name is a variable that can hold a string value. Okay. However, there are few rules to be followed while giving a variable name. In this case, I have given my name as the variable name. Let's see what are the rules we need to follow while giving a variable name. So variables must begin with an alphabet. So always it should begin with a alphabet. They must contain only alphabets, numbers, or the underscore symbol. No spaces. So a variable name can contain alphabets, numbers, and underscore, but no other spaces and all special characters. They must not exceed 40 characters. A variable name shouldn't be more than 40 characters, and they must not be a reserved word. Reserved word meaning the keywords which the VBA program understand. Like uh, when we said dim, it's a keyword, and the data type string is a keyword. So we cannot use those names as variable names. Let me show you in a VBA editor how we just declare a variable. The macro template which we already saved in our session 1. Okay, I'll just press Alt F11 to go to VBE. Let's insert a module. Okay, so here and every program, every macro should have a subroutine. So it would be sub, let's say macro, I say it as a test, and then open brackets, and then enter. So as soon as you start the subroutine, the end sub will automatically come, and in between you need to write your VBA code. So now I want to declare a variable. So how I do it? I use the keyword dim and then the variable name. While giving the variable name, what are the rules we have? Variable should start with alphabet. It can contain alphabets, numbers, and underscore. No spaces should be used, and the variable should not be more than 40 characters, and it should not be a keyword. So I give let's say I give the variable name as test1, and then keyword as, and then data type. So I want test1 to hold a string value. So I say the data type is string. So this is how we declare the variables. So next we have implicit and explicit declaration. So what is the implicit declaration? You do not have to declare a variable before using it. You can just include the statement like the example I have shown here. Like I am taking a variable temp val is equal to 6. So here I never declare the variable, like I never did a like dim temp value as integer or string. So I never declare the variable temp val. However, I am directly using it in the statement. So this is called as implicit declaration, where we are using the variable without declaring it previously. So in this case, what are the problems with the implicit declaration? The problem with doing this is this can lead to errors in your code when you misspell the name of the variable in a later stage. So here the problem is, for example, now you have tempval as the variable. You never declared it, you directly used it. So at a later part in the macro, if you misspell it, tempval, if you just misspell, then what it do is it again creates another variable with that name. For example, If you, instead of temp val, if you just type temp val in the next part of the macro, then the system won't understand that temp val is same as temp val. Okay, so what the system understands is this temp val as a new variable, and it will create another variable called temp val. So now we have temp val and temp val, two different variables. So this is a major issue with implicit declaration, and during the runtime it takes a lot of time for us to correct these issues. Explicit declaration. So what is explicit declaration? To avoid the problems of misnaming variables, you can stipulate VBA to generate error message while compilation whenever it encounters an undeclared variable. Okay, so what explicit declaration means, we declare each and every variable before using it. So by doing this, when we create any variable, or when we misspell any variable, it will throw an error message saying that this variable is not declared. Then we can check and correct the spelling. So in this way we don't get any errors. So how do we do explicit declaration? By using the statement called option explicit. When we use option explicit, it will make mandatory for us to declare every variable before using it. So in this way, if we use any variable that is not declared, it will throw us an error saying that the variable is not defined. Then we can go ahead and do the changes accordingly. Now I will show you in VBE how to do this. And option explicit, we need to give in the module declaration. So here I say option explicit. Okay, so here I define the variable test1 as string. Let's say I haven't defined it. I'll just directly give test1 is equal to string, always need to kept in double quotes. So I say no. Okay, let's just run this code. Variable not defined. See, because test1 we haven't defined and we are directly using it. In case if we don't use this offset option explicit, now what we are doing here is a implicit declaration. We never declared it, however we are directly taking test1 and assigning it a string value. Let's run this. Okay, we didn't get any error. Let's say I just want to throw a message box, the name is, okay, and then I want to ampersand just to concatenate the sentence, and test1 I need to display. So let's see, this is the implicit declaration where I have taken a variable test1 and assigned it to a string value ram, and then I'm just putting a message box to display the name is and then the name. Let's run this. So the name is ram, so the macro is running. So in this case we never declared the variable test1, but still macro is running fine. This is implicit declaration. However, for the same case, if I use option explicit and if I run this code, it's showing me the error message variable not defined. So explicit declaration, when you do, it will ask you to declare the variable before using it. So what I do, dim test1 as string.
So now, even if I have option explicit, I already defined this, declared this variable, and then I am using it. So now the macro should run. So this is the difference between implicit declaration and explicit declaration. So the main use of this explicit declaration is, if a variable is not defined, it will throw us the error message. However, in case if you are not using the option explicit, here if we haven't defined this, so in this case it takes the RAM into the variable. However, if we misspell this test1 by mistake, if we say test11 here, see, we are getting incorrect result. We are getting the name is, but we are not getting anything, because what's happening here, it has created one more variable called test11. So test11 is not equal to test1, so we are not getting RAM here. So test11 is a different variable which do not have any value. So this is the issue when we are doing a implicit declaration. Scope of a variable. So what is the scope of a variable? So we have three kinds of variables: local variable, module level variables, and global variables. So a local level variable is, if you declare a variable within a procedure, only code within that procedure can access that variable. The scope is local to that procedure. Local variables remain in existence only as long as the procedure is executing. So what is a local variable? A local variable is a variable that is declared within the procedure. So in this case, the procedure here is the subroutine, and here we are declaring test1 as string inside the procedure. So here test1 is a local variable. So this test1 will be in existence only as long as the test macro is running. So once the macro is done, this will not be available in the memory. So test1 is local only to this macro, and this will be in existence only during the execution of this specific macro. Then we have module level variables. A module level variable is declared in the declaration section of the module instead of within the procedure. Module level variables are available to all procedures within that module, but not to the rest of the application. Module level variables remain in existence for the lifetime of the application and preserve their value. So what are module level variables? So in this case, test1 we said is a local variable. If we want a module level variable meaning that variable is available to all the procedures within that module. So if I say module, I have here module 1. So let's say I have one more macro here, test 2. I take one more variable, test 3, as string. Test 3 is equal to, let's say I just give a name Sam, and then MSG box, and then test 3. So here test1 and test3 are local variables, but both these macros or procedures are in the same module. So let's say I want a variable which can be used by both these procedures. So in that case, I can go for a module level variable, so that whatever macros in this module, whatever procedures in this module, will be able to use that. So for that, where I need to do the declaration? In the declaration section of the module. If I do the declaration within the procedure, it becomes a local variable. So if I want it to be a module variable, I need to do it in the declaration section of the module. So where it will be? At the top. So here, let's say I define dim, I will take it as mod test as a variable as and the string. Okay. So now here, if you see, as soon as I have done the declaration here, we got a line here. So this means this is at a module level. So this mod test, the variable, we can use it in the test procedure and test2 procedure as well. Okay. So let me use it in test. Here mod test is equal to the name is, and here instead of giving the text, I just use the variable mod test. So here this is a different procedure, test2. Since mod test is a module level variable, we can use this in this procedure as well. So here also I will just replace mod test. So mod test, I already have given the value, the name is, and then I am using mod test in test macro also and test2 macro also. So let's see how this is working. I'll go to the template, view, macros. First let me run the test macro. Run. The name is Ram. Okay. So let me run the test2 macro. The name is Sam. So whatever mod test we assign the value, the name is, we are able to use it in test macro also and test2 macro. So in this case, we have defined the variable is a module level variable, and then we are using it in the procedures, all the procedures available under that module. So this is the advantages of module level variable, whereas local variables are the variables which are defined within the procedure and they can be used within the procedure. In this case, test1 can be used only in this test macro. We cannot use test1 in test2. However, the mod test is a module level variable, so we can use it in both test macro and test2 macro as well. So let's see what is the third type, global variable. Global variables are declared in the declaration part of a module with the global statement, and they can be accessed by any code within the application. Global variables exist and retain their value for the lifetime of the application. So now we have seen local variables which are local to the procedures, and then module level variables which can be used within the entire module. Even though there are different macros and procedures in a single module, we can use in all those procedures which are in a single module. And finally, global variables can be used within the application. This means if we have more than one module here, let's say I inserted another module, and let's say I have one more macro here. Okay, so this mod test I can use in any number of procedures within this module. However, this mod test I cannot use it here because mod test is a module level variable and it is defined in declaration section of module 1. So I can use it only in module 1 but not in module 2. So however, if I define this as a global variable, so how we define a global variable? By using the keyword global. Now this is a global variable which can be used within the application. Application is nothing but the entire program, entire Excel application. So even though in a different module also, even the module 2 is also existing within this VBA project, within this application itself. So now when I define mod test as a global variable, I will be able to use it even in module 2. So let me use it here. Let's run this. The name is Radha. So in this case, mod test is never defined in this module. However, since in the other module within the same application, it's defined as a global variable. So I'm able to use it in the other module as well. So global variables can be used within the entire application and they will be in existence throughout the application. So next, data types. So what are data types? Why we need data types? A variable can be given a data type that determines the type of data it can store. This can have an effect on the efficiency of your code. If you don't specify a data type, then the default data type is variant. So whenever we are declaring a variable, it's important that we define the data type. What kind of data the variable is going to store. Like in the previous examples, when we defined the variable as string. So their string is a data type. So the data type is saying that the variable defined as string means it will store the string values only. For example, if you want to store a integer value, then you need to define it as a integer. So the data type defines what kind of data that the variable is going to store. And if you don't define a data type, then the default data type is variant. Let's see what is a variant. A variant can store all kinds of data, whether it's a text, number, date. A variant variable can freely change its type at the runtime, which is not possible for other data types. So a variant it has data type, it can take any kind of data. Like when you define as a variant, when you define a variable as a variant, it can take text, it can take number, it can take date, any data type it can take. So then in that case we can use variant only in all the cases. Why we need other data types? So let's see what are the drawbacks of variant. Using variant data type reduces the speed of the program. Also variant data type occupies more memory compared to the other data types. So variant, when we use a variant data type, it reduces the speed of the macro, and also the variant data type consumes more memory space in the system. This is why we need to define the exact data type. This is the table which explains you with the type of data types we have and what is the values that the data type take and what is the memory that it consume in the system. So we have, these are the few data types and the major ones. We have few other data types, I'll explain you later, but for now we can just go through this one. So we have boolean. So boolean data type usually takes only two values, either true or false. The memory it takes is 2 bytes. And then we have byte. Byte takes integers from 0 to 255 and it occupies 1 byte of memory. Currency. Currency is the data type that is used for currency values and it consumes 8 bytes. Date. So in VBA for date and time also we have only one data type called date. So if you want to give any time or if you want to give any date, we need to use the date data type and it consumes 8 bytes. Single. Single is used for floating point numbers. So for decimals like 3.2, 4.6, if you want to use decimal point values, we use single and it consumes 4 bytes. And then double. Double is again for floating values, but it's of higher capacity. It can store higher values. So when it consumes 8 bytes. And then integer. Integer is the most commonly used data type because in our day-to-day macros we mostly need the numbers. So we mostly use integer. And integer range is from minus 32,768 to 32,767. So these are the numbers which integer data type can take, and the memory it takes is 2 bytes. Long, again long is also for integer numbers, but if you see the range it can take is more. So for example, if you have numbers in thousands and lakhs, so then you cannot use an integer because the highest value integer can store is 32,767. That's the number that it can store. So if you have a value higher than that one, you need to go for long, and long takes 4 bytes in the memory. And then string is again one more most commonly used one. String is used to contain the string values. So it it can take up to 2 billion characters, and again the byte size would be 10 bytes plus storage for string.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And here we have variant. So if we don't define any data type, it automatically takes it as a variant. And data type for all variables that are not explicitly declared as some other type which can be contain any kind of data except fixed length string data. So variant can take any kind of data, and it takes around 16 bytes and 22 bytes plus storage for characters. So if you see the drawbacks of a variant, it reduces the speed of the program, and also if you see the memory size, the memory it's taking is very large compared to the other data types. Constants.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So what are the constants? Now we have learned about variables. So what is a constant? A variable's value may often change during the execution of the macro. However, a constant is a value in the macro that does not change during the execution of the macro. Essentially, constants are variables that do not change. So variables in the execution of a macro, when you're doing the calculations, the values of the variables keep on changing. However, a constant is a variable that doesn't change. The value is constant. So a constant is declared by using keyword const, C-O-N-S-T. For example, you can see down const pi as double is equal to 3.14. So in programs, you might need to use a fixed value. So instead of hard coding it directly, we assign it to a constant and we use the constant in the program. A constant is used to store a fixed value and refer to that value multiple times in the macro without hard coding the actual value every time. So let me show you some of the programs using the variables and constants and data types. So it would be very clear for you. Okay, let's say I have name and then marks, and then here I want the output. Let's say here I give the name as Ram, marks as 80. Let's say this is the output. So what I want here is when I run the macro, I want the output like Ram scored 80. Okay, so let's see how we do that. So I go to the Visual Basic Editor. Okay, just delete this. So I'm writing it in module 2. I'm writing it in module 2. So every macro should start with sub, and I say this macro is output. Okay, so now here I have name and then marks. So I need to take variables to store this data. So name is a string, so I'll take a string variable name as. If you note, when you're typing the keywords, you will get the drop down to select from the list, so you can just select it. Okay, now I have marks, dim marks as. So marks, which one we will consider? Integer, because max we will get marks would be like 90, 80. So integer would be enough, we don't need long for this. So I say integer. So now I want to assign the name, whatever is there here, to the variable here. So name is equal to, so I want the value in A2. If you see Ram, it's under A2. So I want to assign the value in cell A2 to the variable. How I do that? I say range of E2. This is how always we refer to the cells. If I want to refer to A2, I'll write it as range, open bracket, in double quotes I give A2 and close bracket, dot value. So what this statement does is it picks the value in cell A2. So here it's getting assigned to variable name. In the similar way, marks is equal to range of, so this is in B2. So range of B2 dot value. So now we have assigned the name and marks to the variables here, name and marks. Now we want the output in C2. So what I do is range C2 dot value is equal to, so what you want here is Ram scored 80. So Ram, the name is stored in name variable, name, and then you want scored. So ampersand is used to join the sentences, same like how you do in Excel. Concatenate feature is the same, name, and then you want scored, the fixed string, and then what are the marks? Marks are stored in variable marks. So let's run this map. See, Ram scored 80. So if you just want the spaces, just use the spaces here. Ram's code 80. If I just change this to Sam 90, run the macro, Sam's code 90. So this is how we define the variables, assign the values to the variables, and get the output. So let's see one more example using constants as well. So this is the macro which we have done, and then let's in the sheet 2 let me do another macro. Let's say we want to calculate the area and circumference of a circle. So let's say we have radius, and then we want to calculate area of circle, and then we want to calculate circumference of circle. Okay, so whenever we have the radius, we can calculate area and circumference. So for area of circle, formula is pi r square, and for circumference it's 2 pi r, where pi is a constant value. The value of pi is 3.141. So let's see how we can write a program for this. Let's say the radius is given as 10, and we need to calculate area of the circle and circumference of the circle. Let's write a program for this. I'll write one more macro. Sub, I'll say calculation macro. Okay, so here we have radius, and then the area of the circle and circumference of circle. Let me take three variables: dim radius as double. Here I have taken double because we can have decimal values as well. We can have 10.2, 10.3 also, and then you can say dim circumference as a circum. Take it as double. Okay, so we can do one more thing. Instead of defining in different lines, I can just define it this way. Just give a comma, area is double, circumference as double. Let me maximize this. So instead of defining the statement in different lines, I have just given in one statement. So radius as double, area as double, circumference as double. Then I want the value of pi, and here pi, it's a constant value, we know it doesn't change, so I will define as a constant. Const pi as double is equal to 3.141. Okay, now I have taken the variables for radius, area, and circumference, and then I have taken a constant pi. Now I need to calculate area. Area is equal to pi r square. So instead of keying in the value return, I can use pi into r square. So radius into radius. So radius I have in a2. However, I have a variable here for radius. Okay, before that, let me just assign the value of A2 to radius. Okay, so pi we have the value assigned, radius I have assigned the value, and then now I'm calculating area. Area is equal to pi r square, pi into radius. For example, if radius is too long, if you want to use r as a variable for radius, I'll just take r. Okay, and then circumference, circum is a variable, is equal to 2 pi r, 2 into pi constant we have into r. So I want to display the area in B2. Range of B2 dot value is equal to area range of B3 is equal to circumference. Okay, let's run this. I guess I just need to change this to r because everything we changed to r here. And then range of B2 you want area, and here you want, so this would be C2. Okay, not B3, this is C2. Okay, so we are good to go. So let me add a command button to run the macro. It will be easy every time to run it. So let's just insert command button. So I just rename as just run, should be fine. Okay, and then I need to assign the macro. So calc is the macro. Okay, so run the macro. So as soon as I run the macro, I got area and circumference. So let's see whether it's correct or not. So area would be pi r square, so 3.141 into r square would be 10 into 10 100, correct. And then 2 pi r, 2 into pi 3.141 into r is 10. So this is also correct. So we are getting the correct values. Let's say if the radius is 20, run the macro, it's calculating correctly. We just take a, let's take a small value 3, then just run the macro. So it's working. So this is how we use a constant, variables and data types in the program.
Firstly, what is decision making? So you all know that a macro is a set of steps, and you have the code starting with sub and ending with end sub. So you will have n number of lines in between sub and end sub. But sometimes you don't want your macro to execute all the lines. Based on the choice, you want your macro to execute a set of lines and ignore the rest. So this is called as decision making. Decision making controls the flow of the program. We have various control structures to control the flow of the program. So what decision making is, for based on our choice, we would want our macro to execute few set of steps. We don't want to run the entire lines. So in that case, we use decision making so that only a certain part of our code is run. We have various control structures which are used in decision making. Let's see one by one.
So first one is if then. So let's see the syntax. If condition, then code if the condition is met, and if. So this is a very simple control structure. If condition, then set of statements, and then and if. So how it works is, if the condition is true, then the code between if and if is executed. If the condition is false, then the code between if and if is not executed. So here we need to remember one thing. Every if condition ends with and if. Like how we have sub ending with end sub, we have if ending with and if. So in this if then, we will have one condition, and if the condition is true, then the set of statements or the code which is there between if and if is executed. If the condition is false, then the macro doesn't execute the code which is there between if and if. Let's see an example for this. Let me take the macro template which we are using for our examples. Just enable the macro. We have seen this output macro just to print Sam's code 90. So let's just make few changes to it to see how we can use the if then control structure here. Let me open the Visual Basic Editor, Alt F11. So this is the program we have written for the output. Let's say here we have another requirement, like we have remark here. So we want a remark here. So however, we want a remark only when the score is greater than 90. And if the score is less than or equal to 90, we don't want any remark. Let's say this is our requirement. So how we are going to do the condition for this? Let's go to VB. Till here the program is the same, and then here if. So if marks greater than 90, marks is the variable, greater than 90, this is the condition, marks greater than 90 is the condition. Then keyword if marks greater than 90, then I want to give the remark. So remark, you want it under cell D2. So how we write it? Range of D2 dot value is equal to, I want to put a remark. Very good. And then and if. So what happens? We get the remark as very good only when the marks are greater than 90. And if the marks are not greater than 90, then this set of code will not be executed. So the remark column would be blank. Let's try this out. Let's say Sam got 92. Let's run the macro. It's the output macro. Run. So Sam got 92, which is greater than 90. So we got the remark as very good. So let's say Sam got 85. So this is less than 90. So greater than 90 condition will become false. So let's run the macro and see what happens. So Sam scored 85, output we got, but remark is blank. Why remark is blank? Because the if condition here is false and the statement under the if block is not executed. That's why we have remark as blank. Let me show this to you in step into mode. Step into mode is nothing but it shows how the macro is executing line by line. Okay, So let's see the first case here. Let's say 92, which is greater than 90. Let's see how the macro runs. So you need to place your cursor anywhere in the code of the macro and then press F8. F8. So once you press F8, the macro gets highlighted in yellow. So it started, and then keep pressing F8. Then again press F8. So you go to the first line of the code, skipping the declaration. So now we are at the first line of the code. If you press F8 again, this specific line which is there highlighted in yellow gets executed and it goes to the next line. Just press F8. See, now this line is executed and it came to the next line. Now if you place your cursor on name, you can see name is equal to Sam. So this specific line got executed and Sam got assigned to the variable name. Now the macro, the control is in this line which is highlighted in yellow. Now again press F8, came to the next line. Now press F8 and then range c2.value, this specific line got executed and we got the output displayed in our range cell C2. Now here is we have the if condition. So if marks greater than 90, so in this case it's true. So when we press F8, since the condition is true, it is going to execute the statement in the if block. So the control has gone to range d2.value is equal to very good. And when we press F8, that statement is executed and we got very good in D2. Then press F8 and if and sub. So this is how is step into mode line by line execution we have seen. So let's see in the second case. Again I'll do the F8 mode. F8, F8, F8. So name is equal to Sam, marks is equal to 85, range C2, the statement got executed. Now if marks greater than 90, here the condition is false. So let's see what happens if I press F8. See, once the condition is false, the control directly went to and if. The statements in the if block are not executed, and that is why we didn't get the remark field. The remark field is empty. So this is how the simple if then control structure works. Okay, let's see the next control structure, if then else. So here we have else one extra block. So the syntax is if condition, then set of statements, else we have set of statements, and if. So we have if block and else block. So how this works? If the condition is true, then the code under the if block is executed and the control transfers to and if, ignoring the else block. If the condition is false, then the code under else block is executed, ignoring the if block. So in this if then else, either one of the blocks will be executed based on the result of the condition. If the condition is true, then if block is executed and control transfers to and if. If the condition is false, then else block is executed and the control transfers to and if. So either if block or else block gets executed based on the result of the condition and the control transfers to and if. Let's see the same example with few modifications. So let's say if marks greater than 90, we are giving very good, but when this condition is not true, we are not getting any remark. So let's say I'll add here else range d2 dot value is equal to need to improve. and if. So let's see what happens in this case. Let's say I gave the marks 92. Okay, macros, output, run. Okay, here marks greater than 90. So the condition is true. So it went into the if block and it gave the remark as very good, and then after that the control directly shifted to and if. So the else block is ignored. Why? Because the if condition is true, it executed only the statement under the if block and the control transferred to and if. Let's see the other case. Let's say 75. Now let's run this. Till here it's fine, it gave the output if marks greater than 90. So 75 greater than 90, no, false. So the condition is false. If you press F8, see, it skipped the if block, the statement under if block, and directly it went to else block, and it is executing the statement under else block and if answer. So we got the remark as need to improve. So this is how if then else works. Let's see the next control structure, if then else if. So if then else if we use when we have more than one or two conditions. So if you see if else block, we have a condition. If it's true, then the if block is executed, else the else block is executed. However, if we have more than one condition, then we need to use if then else if. So let's see the syntax of if then else if. If condition 1, then set of statements, else if condition 2, then set of statements, else if condition 3, then set of statements. Till then we have else if condition n, then condition if the else block is met, else code if none of the above conditions are true. So here if you see we have multiple conditions. So the code executes, the macro executes each condition, and whichever condition becomes true, the set of statements or the code under that block gets executed and the control transfers to and if. And if none of the conditions are true, then the set of statements under else block are executed and control transfers to and if. So if then else if we use when we have multiple conditions. So under whichever condition becomes true, then the set of statements or the code under that specific block gets executed and the control transfers to and if. If none of the conditions are true, then the code under the else block is executed and the control transfers to and if. Here we need to note that else block is an optional block. So let's see an example to see how if then else if works. We use this example again. Let's say here we want to have different ranges, like let's say if greater than 90 we want to give the remark as very good, if greater than 75 we want to give the comment as good, if greater than 60 and less than 75 then we want to give as average, and if less than 60 we want to give as need to improve. So let's say we have these many conditions. So here let me just copy this so that I can just reuse it. If marks greater than 90 then very good, I'll say here else if marks greater than 75 then range d2 dot value is equal to good, then again else if marks greater than 60, then d2 dot value is equal to average.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And if less than 60, so if it is not satisfying any of these three conditions, that means it's obviously less than 60. So I'll use else block, range d2 dot value is equal to need to improve, and if and sub. So what this macro is actually doing is, if it checks whether the marks are 90, if marks are 90, then it will just give very good and the control transfers to and if the marks are not greater than 90, then it will check for the next condition if marks are greater than 75. If this condition becomes true, then the output is good. If this condition is also false, then it checks whether the marks are greater than 60. If the marks are greater than 60, then range d2 dot value is average. If this condition is also not true, then it goes to the else block and range d2 dot value comes as need to improve. So let's run this program and see. Let me give the marks like 76. Now let's run in F8 mode. Okay, till here it's the same. If marks greater than 90, so 76 greater than 90, no, false. So when you press F8, just go to the next condition. Marks greater than 75, 76 greater than 75, true. So when we press F8, it goes inside this else if block because the condition here became true. So range g2 dot value is equal to good. So this statement will be executed and then the control transfer to and if and sub, and the macro is done. So let's see one more case here. Let's say the marks code are 45. Now let's run the macro again. F8, F8, till here it's fine. Marks greater than 90, this would be false, so it goes to the next statement. Marks greater than 75, this is also false, this goes to the next statement. And then marks greater than 60, even this condition is wrong, so then it goes to the else block and then the statement under else block is executed and if and sub. So this is how the if then else if control structure works. Let's see the next control structure. Next one is select case. So select case structure is used to test for the true evaluation of a particular condition or set of conditions. You have as many case statements as you want and only the code associated with the first case that's evaluated to true will be executed. This can be used to replace multiple if-else structure. So select case, let's see the syntax. Select case, expression, and then case value 1 code, case value 2 code, till case value n code, and then case else we have the code and then and select. So how this select case works is you will have an expression or a statement at the select case, and wherever the value case value becomes equal, then the code under that specific case is executed and the control transfers to and select. So first is the expression is evaluated and under which case value the value of this expression is equal, then the code under that case value is executed and the control transfers to and select. Let me show this in example. So we have already done example with if then else if. The same example, let's do it with select case. So I want to use select case instead of this if then else if. So how we are going to do it? So let me remove this if then else if. So for the same scenario I want to use select case. So SELECT select case. So expression here I want the marks to be compared and then accordingly I want to give the remark. So if case I give here marks as the expression and then case. First case is greater than 90. If case greater than 90. So as soon as I press enter, it came like case is greater than 90. That's the default syntax. When we are comparing, it will come as case is greater than or less than, whatever we want to do. So if case is greater than 90, then you want to put range d2 dot value is equal to very good, and if case greater than 75, then you want good. Case greater than 60, average. If none of the cases are matching, then case else need to improve, then and select, like how if ends with and if select ends with and select. So here what we are doing, select case, here we want to compare the marks. Select case marks, here I want to compare the marks. If case is greater than 90, then d2 dot value is equal to very good. Case greater than 75, then set of statement. Case greater than 60, then d2 dot value average. Case else need to improve and select and answer. So let's run this program now. Let me give the marks as 62. Let's see how this is working. F8. So till here is the same. Select case marks. Marks here are 62. So first case it will check greater than 90. 62 greater than 90, false. So it goes to the next case value. 62 greater than 75, false. It goes to the next case value. Case is greater than 60. 62 greater than 60. So this is true. So the statement under this specific case value gets executed. So when you press F8, range d2 dot value is equal to average. So this is the statement executed, and the control transfers to and select and sub. Let's check for another value. Let's check for 76. F8 greater than 90, this would be false. Greater than 75, so this is true. So range d2 dot value is equal to good. So this statement is executed and the control transfers to and select answer. So this is how select case works. So select case basically it evaluates an expression and the value of that expression matching under whichever case value, that specific the statements under that specific case will be executed and the control transfers to end select. So we can normally use select case as an alternative to if then else if. Next, we have input boxes. So this is again an interesting topic. So till now we are already giving the values in the Excel sheet. However, if you want user to input their values, you want to flash a message to the user and you ask the user to enter values. So that is where we use the input boxes. We use an input box when we need the user to input a value. An input box looks similar to a message box with the prompted text that tells the user what to do. OK and cancel buttons which cannot be reconfigured as a message box button. I'll show this to you in a while. And an optional title argument. An input box requires a prompt argument and it provides a field wherein the user would enter the kind of information as needed for the macro to continue. Let's see how an input box works. So here we are giving the values in the Excel cells and then we are running the macro. However, let's say our requirement is the macro should ask us to enter the values of the username and marks, and then it should give the output and remark. So let me remove everything. Let's see how we can do the changes. So here, if you see the code here, name is equal to range A2 dot value. So it's directly reading from cell A2. Now our requirement here is instead of reading it from Excel cells, we want the macro to give a box to the user where the user can enter the name. So how to do that is name is equal to, so this is the string variable which we have defined, and for this I'll say application dot input box enter the name. Similar to a message box, I have just given the prompt. So here name is equal to application dot input box enter the name. So what this does is it will just prompt an input box to the user to enter the name and the value will be stored in the variable name. Similarly for marks, application dot input box enter marks, then rest everything what is as it is. Only instead of taking the values, key in the values in Excel and take it from Excel, what we are doing here is we are just asking the user to input the values. So in this case A and B, I'll just hide it because we don't need it. So here marks and even B we don't need. So output and marks will be the marks and the name will be inputted by the user, and then we get the output and remarks. Let's see how this macro works. Let's just add a comment button and assign the macro so that it will be easy for us to do to run the macro every time. Developer tab, insert command button. I'll just draw it here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just rename it as just need to run the macro. And then I need to assign the macro output. Okay. So let's just run the macro. As soon as I run the macro, so now I'm getting the input box saying the prompt enter the name. So enter the name Ram, and then I'm getting one more input box saying enter marks. I'll say 95. Okay, so I got Ram scored 95 and remark is very good. So this is working fine. So what we have done here, instead of taking the values from Excel, we are asking the user to enter the values. How we did it? By using the input box. So for the variable is equal to application dot input box, and then we are giving the prompt which should be seen by the user. So application dot input box, enter my name. So this statement is displaying a input box to the user and asking the user to enter the name. The name is entered. There is one more input box prompting the user to enter the marks. And once the name is entered in the input box, it is stored in variable name, and once the marks are entered in the input box, it's stored in variable marks, and then rest of the code remains the same. So this is how the input boxes are used, and this is the use of the input boxes. Next we have message boxes. So we have already seen message boxes. We use message boxes to display a pop-up message to the user. So previously when we are using the message boxes, we are just using the message boxes to display only the message. However, from the message box we cannot take any action. However, message box are flexible tools that allows you to customize the buttons while asking questions directly to the users that will force them to select one option or the other. Instead of OK, you can have a yes button and a no button on your message box and write the code that will be followed if the user clicks yes or the user clicks no. So message boxes are customizable. So you can customize a message box. Normally in the previous cases, whenever we are giving message box, we are just displaying the message and we have only OK button. However, we can customize the message boxes with buttons, different buttons like yes, no, and again, if the user clicks on yes, it should do specific action. If the user clicks on no, it should do some other action. So here message boxes, we are not only displaying message, we are also giving the options to the user, and based on which option the user clicks or selects, the code runs accordingly. Since we have the message box here with options like yes, no, and different kind of buttons we can give. So here we need to know which option the user selected. For example, if the message box popped up with yes, no options and the user clicked any button, so the VBA should know whether the user clicked yes or no, so that it can take the action accordingly. So how VBA know whether the user clicked yes or no? So we have a table for that. So depending upon the option the user clicked, it returns a specific value, and we store that value in a integer variable. So here, if these are the buttons and these are the return values, if the user clicked OK, then it returns the value 1, cancel, it returns value 2, abort, it returns value 3, retry 4, ignore 5, yes 6. So this is the yes and no are the most used options. So if the user clicks on yes, then the message box returns a value 6. If the user clicks no, then the message box returns value 7. So this value we store in a variable, and then we can use a if condition to specify the action and to specify the flow of the control. So I'll show you now how we can use the message box. So in the same program, so I want the output every time, but remarks, I want to pop up a message box saying you want a remark or not. If the user clicks yes, then only the remark should come, or else the remark shouldn't come. So let's see how we can do this. Okay, so input box, we gave the name and then we give the marks and then range c2.value. So this output I want every time. However, this remarks, before this remarks, I want to pop up a message box saying that you want to display the remark. If I click yes, then this code should execute and I want the remark. If the user clicks no, then the remark should be blank. So here what I will do, I need to add a message box. Since I need to capture the value yes or no, I need to have a integer variable for that. For that I'll take one more integer variable dim. I'll take variable response as integer, and I say response is equal to msg box for the message box, open the bracket, prompt, do you want to display remark? To maximize this, do you want to display remark? And then as soon as you press comma, you're getting so many options: VB abort, VB critical, default button. So we will have VB yes no, VB yes no. So what this will do, here it will pop up a message box asking, do you want to display remark mark, do you want to display remark, and then you will have VB yes okay. So the message box contains, sorry, VB yes no. So the message box contains yes and no. So whether you click yes or no, the corresponding response will be stored in the integer variable response. And if the user click yes, then we want the select case statements to be executed, and you want the remark. So if response is equal to, so if the user clicked yes, so for yes, what is the response we get? For yes, it's 6. So if the user clicks yes, then the response would be 6. So if response is equal to 6, then we want the remark. So all these statements should be executed. And if the response is 7, that means no, then this condition will becomes false and the select statement is not executed and the remark will not be populated. So this is the logic. Let's go to the macro, enter the name RAM, okay, let's say marks 64, okay. So as soon as you clicked okay there, here we got the output, that's fine, and then we didn't get the remark here. So instead of that, we are getting a message box saying, do you want to display remark? So if you click on yes, the remark will come. If you click on no, the remark will not come. Let's see. If I click on yes, see, I got the remark. Let's run it again. Let's say Sam marks 54. Okay. We want to display the remark. If I click on no, the remark should not come. The remark didn't come. So how it is working? Let me minimize this. Let me do it in F8 mode. F8 name, I'm getting the input box, RAM, okay, and then F8 marks 89, okay, and then the control comes to message box statement. So do you want to display the message, yes or no? F8, see what happens if I click yes. So when I clicked yes, response is equal to 6. So it took the value of response as 6. And then if response is equal to 6, here it becomes true. Then it will execute the select statement. So it goes into the select statement, and in this case it's true. So it displays good, and if, ends up, and that's the program. So for the other case, let's see. Name, okay, marks 56, just output the value. Then, so do you want to display the remark? I'll click on no. So once I click on no, see what the response is. So response is equal to 7. So now if response is equal to 6, so 7 is not equal to 6, so here the condition becomes false. So the control transfers to and if, skipping the select statement. So the remark, we will never get the remark and if answer. So this is how the message box works, and we have the written values here. So in the message box we have several other options. Currently I showed you only yes no option, but if you want to see, let me just show you. In this case, if you want, let me maximize this. VB yes no. If you see here, we have VB yes, we have yes no, cancel. If I select this, okay, so let's see the difference here. It would be the same if I just run the macro. Previously we were having only yes and no. If we click on cancel, the action gets cancelled. So similarly we have many other kind of buttons, not only yes no cancel. We have different kinds of buttons which we can use depending upon the situation. Okay, so if I say yes, just I get the remark. So this is about the message boxes.
Excel debugging. So what is debugging? In simple terms, we can say that debugging is nothing but step-by-step execution of our statements. So alternative for debugging is directly executing the entire code at once. Okay, but sometimes it may happen that you may want to see in detail what is the steps going on, what is the values, what is the output. So in case you want to analyze every steps, you can go for debugging. Okay, so right now let's take an example and see what is debugging. So first I'll just go to developers tab over here and I'll just go to Visual Basic. Okay, so over here first I'll just create a module and let's name this module to be debugging. Okay, now over here I'll be writing macro, a sample macro, okay, over here. So let's see what is this code. So first of all, let me write a sub procedure with this sub, let's say demo or debug. Okay, so just a second. Or let me just name it as demo. Okay, that would be fine. All right. So I have a sub procedure over here. Now after this, I'll declare three variables. So for that, dim a, b, and I as integer. Okay. Let me just correct this. All right. As integer. Now next, what I need to do, I have three variables declared over here. Now value of variable a and b, I'll assign it to 0. So a equals to 0 and b equals to 0. Okay, now over here, I'll add a for loop and I'm going to do some calculation within this for loop. So let me just write the for loop. So for I'll declare I over here. I equals to 1 to 10. Okay, now within this for loop, I'll do some calculation. So for that, A equals to A plus I, and then B equals to B plus I. And then next to come out of the loop. Okay, so this is my sample macro. I have written a code over here. Okay, so if I look over here, all the three variables are declared here, and there we have assigned values of A and B to be 0. Okay, I have given certain value which is nothing but 0. Now, and for I, it is assigned at this place. Can you see I have assigned value of 1 at this place? And there will be some calculation within the for loop. So if I just go ahead and if I click on run button, or if simply I press F5, what happens if I click on run button? This entire code will get executed. The sub procedure has been executed, but right now I didn't understood what exactly happened. I don't know what exactly the procedure. I didn't understand what exactly happened over here. So in that case, so if I want to execute that thing step by step, okay, so what I'll do, I'll use step into, that is nothing but debugging. Okay, so before that, what I'll be doing is, so can you see local windows over here? Okay, over here, this is in the bottom over here. If I just expand the screen, this is the local. Okay, so if it is not there, I'll just go to yeah, locals window. Under view, I'll get the locals window, and right now, yeah, can you see there is a locals window, which is this. Okay, now what is the use of this locals window? Okay, but before that, I'll just show you, okay, show you here step into, that is F8. So if I go over here, I think it would be under, yes, if I come over here and I go to debug, I can see step into, which is nothing but debugging, and the shortcut is F8. I can simply press F8 and it will get executed. So let's do that. If I press F8 over here, let me just do this. Okay, let me just press F8. Okay, so can you see now it will execute the thing, the entire code step by step. Okay, now if you see the locals window, now I'm getting, there is an expression value and type. Okay, so if you see the locals window here, the value of A, B, and I, okay, values are given over here, empty, empty, and 0. For this step right now, for this step, that is for the first line, the value of A, B, and I is empty, empty, and 0. All right. Now if I go, now if I execute F8 again, let's press F8 again. If I press F8 again, can you see? Now again, you can see this locals window. You can see this locals window over here. The values get changed. Now again, if I come to F8, if I again press F8, can you see values are getting changed? Now the value of A, B, and I is 0, 0, 0. Okay, now if I click on F8, now again you can see value of I has been changed. Now for every step, the values are getting changed. And right now I can understand, okay, what exactly is going on. If I don't use step into function and if I directly go ahead and execute the entire code at once, I cannot see the step-by-step execution, like, okay, for the first step, what value of I am getting or how the value of A has been changed. So in order to get those things, if you want to know the step-by-step execution for your code, you can go with step into function. Okay, so now again, let's do the F8 and see. Now again, value of A has been changed to 1 and value of I is 1. For the first loop, value of I will be 1, correct? Now if again I go now next, and at this time, value of A, B, and I has, like, all the values are 1. Similarly, again, if I press F8, again it came back to the second iteration where the value of I has been changed to 2. Okay, so right now at this place, value of I is 2 and value of A and B is 1. Similarly, if I again see the next step, you can see the values has been changed. Right now, value of A is 3 and value of B at this particular step is 1. Once this step is executed, again the value of B will get changed. So right now you can see value of B has been changed and now value of B is 3 because this has executed this step and right now it is on next. So that it will come out of this loop and again it will go back and this time value of I will increment by 1. So right now the value of I was 2 and now value of I will be changed to 3. So if I press F8, now you can see value of I is 3 right now. Now, if I again, right now it hasn't executed this step. So once I execute this step, that is F8, right now you can see value of A has been changed to 6. Similarly, if I go ahead, values will keep on changing till I equals to 10. So you can see right now I equals to 9. So for last time, if I execute, right now I equals to 10. Now it will come out and it will end the procedure. Okay, so now right now I have executed the command one by one. That is step by step I have done the execution. Before that, if I simply press F5 or simply I click on run, what it will do, at once it will execute the entire code. But at that time, it could not know what is the exact procedure that is going on. So in that case, if I want to know the step-by-step execution, if I want to know that how the values of I, A or B are changing, in that case, I'll go for step into. Okay, so now we kept on observing the values were getting changed, correct? So now, but over here, we can do this using step into. Okay, so finally, if you want, you can simply click on this run button or you for everything, you'll like everything will get executed at once, at one go. Okay, all right then. Now over here for local, okay, locals, you got 3 variables and you can keep track on them. Right now, if I just come over here and if I press F8, so I got 3 variables and I can keep track on all the 3 variables because as of now my code has 3 variables. Okay, so I can keep track on all the 3 variables. But let's suppose, but what if I don't want to keep track on all the 3 variables, but instead I just want, like, I'm just interested in one variable. So what should I do or what can I do? In that case, what I'll be doing is we can use a method known as watch. Okay, now why this local is being used? This local is being used to keep track of the variables that are used in our code. But in our case, let's suppose I have a 1,000 line, or let's suppose I have n number of like n lines of code. Okay, in that case, I'm not interested in all the variables. And let's take our case. We have 3 variables, correct? But I'm not interested in A and I. I'm just interested in B. But in locals, I'm getting track and I can keep track of all 3 variables. But right now, I don't want to keep track of all these 3 variables, but I'm just interested in B. So in that case, what I'll be doing, we have another option called watches. You can keep a watch on some variables or on a particular variable itself. So in our case, I want to keep track on a particular variable, that is B. So in that case, what should I use? I'll go with a method called watch. So this is a watch window. Can you see over here? This is the watch window. Okay, so what happens over here? I'll just give me a second. Okay, so what happens over here? This is watch window. Okay, so if you click on this watch window, okay, so we can see this is watch, values, type, context. And if it is not there, if I remove this, how you can get this? Simply you need to go to view and you can see watch window. You can just click it and you can see the watch window over here. Okay, this is how you can get if it is not there. Now you want to keep a watch on one variable. You can just select that variable like this. You just select this variable. Okay, and I'll just click on right click and I'll add to watch. Okay, so select the variable, right click on it and click add watch. Now it will, like, a dialog box will pop up and it will just say expression. Yes, I want to keep a watch on B, and simply click on OK. So can you see B is over here, and right now the value, the expression is B, value is empty, type is variant empty, context debugging demo. Okay, right now debugging is our module name and demo is our procedure name. All right, so now if you see B is empty variable type, so when you execute this step by step, the value of B will kept a track, like you will be keeping track of only this variable. So right now if I go ahead and if I execute, okay, I'm over here now. If I execute F8, 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 can you see in watch window right now? Just observe the watch window. Can you see before it was empty, but right now value of B has been changed to 0. Okay, now again what I'll do, I'll press F8, F8, F8. Just look at the watch window. Right now can you see value of B has been changed to 1. Now again I'll do F8, F8, F8. Now right now can you see at this point value of B has been changed, and right now value of B is changed to 3. Okay, similarly if again I go ahead and if I press F8, again I came back to the loop, and this time I will be 3 and value of B will be 3 right now. So if I again execute step into function, value of B is getting changed, and in locals I'm keeping track of all the 3 variables, but in the watches or in the watch window I can see value of B is changing and I'm keeping track of value of B itself. Okay, I'm not keeping track of all the 3 variables, but only value of B, or I'm keeping the track on B itself. Okay, so if I see locals, local will keep track of all the variables that are used in our code, but watches will keep the track of the variable that I have added to this watch window. So in our case, I just want that I need to keep track on B. So I have added B to this watch window, and that is why in this watch window I can just see, or I can keep track of B. So what value are getting changed after every step, what is the value of B, I can see it over here. Okay, so this is why we are using watches. So local window is used for keeping track of all the variables that are used in our code, and watch window is used to keep track on a particular window. It may happen you can add more variables over here. Let's suppose you have, because what happens, sometimes code is very large. There are n numbers of variable and you cannot keep track of all the variables using this local. So at some point you need some personal window which will keep track on the variables. So so over here value of B are getting changed, correct? So right now it is working fine. So simply if I click on run button, okay, so it will just execute all the commands. Okay, so one by one it will just execute all the commands. So I cannot see anything locals over here, because only if I want to keep track, I know if I want to know the step-by-step execution, I can see it over here. Okay, now this is what step-by-step execution is. At some point, if you want to keep track, if there are if there are 1,000 lines of code, and if you want to keep track on a particular line, okay, that is what is the result at this particular line. Let's suppose for now I just want to keep track at this line. We saw that how I can keep track of all the variables, how I can keep track of all the variables in a code using locals window, how I can keep track on a particular variable using watch. Now how I can keep a track on a particular line, because it may happen there is 1,000 lines of code and I don't want, like, I want to keep track on particular line. In that case, what I need to do, so there is a function called breakpoint for that. So we'll be using breakpoint for that. So what this breakpoint will do, okay, you can use this breakpoint option over here. Breakpoint option, now if you are executing the code and if you put a breakpoint at some point, let's suppose this is if I put a breakpoint at any of the point, A breakpoint like at some point like this. So you just need to click on this place and breakpoint will be inserted. Where I need to click, I'll just left side. If I click over here, can you see now at this point breakpoint has been inserted. So what will happen is if you execute your code will come your code will come and stop at this particular location. Okay, so if right now I click on run button, can you see at this point my code has been stopped. So I can see the values over here. Okay, the values over here was like before that, if I was at this point, the value of a b was 0 0 empty empty, and value of I was 0. But after executing these all things, at this point the value of all the three variables was 0, and once this step is executed, value of I will get changed to 1. But right now at this point itself I have added a breakpoint. So this code has been stopped over here. After executing till here b equals to 0, at this point my code has been stopped. Why? This is the yellow color marker. You can see it has been stopped at this point. The reason is I have told them, like I have told this here to stop. It's a kind of you can say it's a kind of breaker, or you can say a break point. So like I execute, like if you execute, you can see the values are changing over here. The values has been changed. Now again, if I run, you can see. Okay, so if I again run, you can see values get changed and it is showing over here. So values are changing. Okay, right now the execution is done and everything is stopped at this point. Now if I remove this from here, so simply I'll click over here and it will get removed. Now what if I want to add breakpoint at this point B? Simply I'll go ahead and I can click on this left side, and right now if I execute, can you see this time the code has been stopped at this point? Why? Because I have inserted breakpoint at this point, like at this line b equals to b plus I. So right now the execution will stop at this point. And can you see the value this time? Previously, when I inserted breakpoint at this for loop for I equals to 1 to 10, at that time the value of all the three variables was 0. But at this point, at this line, b equals to b plus I, value of a is 1, value of I is 1, the value of b is 0, and right now execution has been stopped. Why? Because I have inserted breakpoint over here. Now how I can remove? I can simply again left, like I can click over here and breakpoint will be removed and you can execute the code. Okay, so if you want to keep track at a particular line, you can insert a breakpoint. You can check, okay, what is happening over there. Now again, if you want to go ahead and execute, simply you can remove the breakpoint. Okay, so inserting a breakpoint is very simple. Just you need to click on this place right side using the mouse, and if you want to remove the breakpoint, you have to click over again. So if I click over here, breakpoint has been inserted. Now if I want to remove, I can click over there again and it will get removed. Okay, so inserting and removing, like this was the shortcut method for inserting and removing the breakpoint. Now other method is that you keep your cursor over here at this point. Let's suppose over here and go to debug. Can you see toggle breakpoint? Just click over here and breakpoint will get inserted. Okay, now if you want to remove, again just click over here and it will get removed. Okay, so breakpoint, like if breakpoint is used to stop your execution at particular line, so you can see what is the result at that point, what is the result for different variables, and you can see, and accordingly you can calculate and work on a particular thing as per your requirement. Because if you have 100 or 1000 lines of code, it may happen that you need to keep a track, or you just want to know that, okay, at this line what has happened, what is the value of the variable, what is the result. It may happen that you need to know. So in that case, breakpoint would be useful method and you can use that. Okay, so that was all about debugging.
Coming to the first question on these top data analysis interview questions, it is, what are the key differences between data analysis and data mining? Well, data analysis involves the procedure of actually cleaning the data, organizing the data, first procuring it before doing all of these, and of course at the end of it, driving meaningful insights out of it. But data mining is a very different concept, because in data mining, we are very much concerned about finding patterns in the data, finding hidden patterns, and to see how better we can use these hidden patterns to drive insights. Well, data analysis can also be compared to data mining up to one certain extent, but then the procedures that goes into working of data mining is pretty different. Now, data analysis is actually used to produce results which will have a larger impact on the audience, let's say in general, when you directly compare it to data mining. So these two, form to be very vital differences that lie in between data analysis and data mining. Coming to question number 2, it says, what is data validation? Well, data validation is the actual process where we try to see if the data is valid or not, as simple as that. It's not just that, when we're thinking about data and its accuracy, we want to find out if the data is actually accurate and if the data is actually of a high quality as well. First, see if it's coming from a valid source. Second, see how accurate it is. Third, see what the quality of the data is. So to go on to do these, there are multiple processes where, we use to actually go on to perform data validation. Two of the very important processes are data screening and data verification. Data screening involves making use of a lot of models to make sure that our data can be verified in a way that it is accurate, and to make sure that there are no redundancies, no repeatances, or nothing in the data that will harm the models, let's say. And then we have data verification. What happens in data verification is that, if let's say there is a scenario of redundancy, now if there is a redundancy, what we try to do is we try to see if we can evaluate using multiple steps, and to see if the presence or the absence of that particular item in the entire data set is required or not. If it's required, we keep it. If it's not required, it gets removed. As simple as that. So first, screening the data and then performing data validations are a couple of processes that have a huge impact in data validation. Coming to question number 3, it states, what is data analysis in brief? Well, it says in brief, so make sure you do not get carried away with your answer. Data analysis is actually a very structured process where we work with data continuously to perform activities such as data ingestion, data pre-processing, data cleaning, data transformation, data visualization, and eventually we drive insights out of these analytics result or the visualizations themselves. So why is this done? We do it to make sure we can drive revenue or analyze any of the key performance indications of a business. So to begin with, data is collected from multiple sources, right? It can be an on-site server, it can be an off-premise server, a cloud storage network, or wherever it is. Once the data source is grabbed, we have to make sure that we bring in the data into the company architecture. And once this is done, we'll understand that the data is a raw entity, so it needs to be cleaned, it needs to be processed. If there's any missing values, it has to be filled. If there's any entities that's repeating, or if it is out of scope, we need to remove it. So after pre-processing, what we'll do is we'll use a couple of models to drive analytics out of it, to see that we can create very good reports, and to make sure that the data output is converted to a format which is understandable by a technical audience and an equivalent non-technical audience as well. Because at the end of the day, a data analysis result can be viewed mostly by board members, stakeholders, and you will basically be explaining this to a non-technical audience. So in that particular case, all of these steps are paramount. Coming to question number 4, it states, how do you know if a data model is performing well or not? Well, this question is very subjective, as you can already tell, because there are many things that involves to check if a data model is performing very well or not. So to find out and assess the accuracy of a data model, we can use a couple of steps. The thing we can do is, a very good design model, as you might already know, will give you very good predictability, right? So you can understand if this is the input, that can be the output, and it will keep doing that on a basis where it will offer you good predictability. That is one. Second thing is that a good model will make sure that no matter what changes you make to the data or what changes you make to the pipeline, the results can be obtained without having to make major changes in the model itself. That is what defines a good model. And then of course, your model needs to have the ability to scale against data in a way where, with one requirement, you might be working with a small amount of data. You might have another requirement where you're working with a huge amount of data as well. So your model needs to cope up. That's point number 3. Point number 4, when you're talking about this, is to make sure that your model's working itself should be easy, right? If it's complicated for you as a data analyst to use, it literally wouldn't make sense to spend a lot of time and effort into it. So having it easily understood among clients and in fact, data analysts equally will make sure that both the requirement specification from the client and the performance of the data analyst working with the model will be as high as possible to get the results. So these are some of the points that you have to keep in mind to check if a data model is performing well or not. Coming to question number 5, it says explain data cleaning in brief. One thing you have to know about this question is that it can also be stated as explain data wrangling in brief. So because data cleaning is also called as data wrangling, and as the name suggests, whenever we talk about data cleaning, we try to find ways where we can clean the data, take it from its raw entity into usable information, right? Our end goal is to basically have data with the utmost quality possible. So how do we do it? First, we'll try to see if we can clean the data by removing all the stuff we do not require, right? We call it outliers, but then to remove it, we need to understand what do we need to remove. Do we need to remove one particular row, one column? Do you need to remove the entire data block or what? The second thing is, it's not just about removal, it's about adding certain stuff back in as well. So we can fill certain data in without having to cause any other redundancies or to obstruct anything else in model performance as well. So we remove the data, we can add the data, and in fact we replace the data with mean or median values as well. Again, this is a very important statistical concept that we'll be discussing in the next couple of questions. But then yes, you can replace existing data with the mean or median values of the data itself, and that in fact makes models very much accurate in a couple of cases. And the last thing is that we'll make use of concepts called as placeholders, which are used for all the empty spaces in the data too. So these are some of the 4 very important steps or procedure that's involved in data cleaning. So after understanding data cleaning, here's question number 6. What are some of the problems that a working data analyst might encounter? Well, there are many issues that a data analyst might face when you're working with data, right? Because data itself is an ocean. So working with the ocean is not easy. So the one very important thing we talk about this is the accuracy of the model, right? If there are any issues that causes the biggest problem is going to be the accuracy in model development, and if it is low, it will cause a lot of errors, a lot of mistakes, where at the end of the day performance will fall. The second thing is that the source of the data, if it is not a verified source, it means that your data will be very raw and very shabby. This means that it will require a lot of cleaning, a lot of pre-processing even before the analysis has begun. This will take a lot of time and effort as well. And the third thing is, whenever you're extracting data from multiple sources, or let's say, you are merging data from multiple sources, right? So this will cause again a lot of redundancies with respect to data, and it is very vital that these redundancies are taken care of. So when you're thinking about all these steps, right, it is very vital they go hand in hand, because if you miss one of these steps with data ingestion or data cleaning, the rest of your model will come tumbling down. So these are some of the major problems that the data analysts face in a production environment. Moving on to question number 7, it states, what is data profiling? Well, data profiling, as the name suggests, is a methodology that we make use of to make sure that we have the right steps in place to analyze all of the entries that are present in our data. So it's not just taking a quick overview of what data is present, but rather taking an in-depth look. So what we're trying to do with data profiling is to make sure that we have the ability to see the data in a very high accuracy way, and to make sure that we understand the data better, right? So what are the data types of the data that is present? What's the frequency of occurrence? And a lot of other things as well. So when you're thinking about all of this, it's very important that we profile the data. So with this, we can check out question number 8. Question number 8 asks, what are the scenarios that could cause a model to be retrained? One very important thing about data that you have to know is that data is never a stagnant entity, right? Data keeps changing as business changes. So whenever there's an expansion in the business, it means that there's a day and night difference in the data that the company starts seeing. So what this does is a huge challenge to data analysts, because here we have to analyze if the model itself needs to be retrained or not to work with the new data. If yes, then yes, the model will be retrained, the new data will be shown, the model will be trained, business protocols will be changing, whatever the model sees will change, and of course the output can change drastically as well. So considering all of this, we have one general rule of thumb that we make sure is that whenever we have the models that are retrained, right, we try to align it as much as possible to the new business protocols and whatever is being offered as well. So this, and it is very vital to understand the scenarios that happen to cause a model to be retrained as well. Coming to question number 9, it states, what are the prerequisites to become a data analyst? Well, there are many skills that's actually required to be a data analyst, and I'm sure you guys will know most of these skills if you're here at this video, right? So, you'll require programming skills such as JavaScript, ETL, and XML. You need high proficiency with working with databases, especially like MySQL, MongoDB, Oracle SQL, and more. And you need to have the ability, the passion, and the interest to collect and eventually analyze data. You'll need to figure out how to design databases on your own and how to perform data wrangling and data mining as well. And once you know how you can go about working with data, what comes next is you having the ability or the experience itself to work with a large amount of data sets in a production environment. This is very important, and all of these skills are the major prerequisites, let's say, for you guys to become budding data analysts. Well, coming to question number 10, it states, what are the top tools used to perform data analysis? Well, as you might already know, there is multiple tools that can be used in the field of data analysis, right? But then there are really popular ones that get a lot of attention. And these are, Google search operators, also called as GSO. We have RapidMiner, we have Tableau, we have Kineem, we have OpenRefine. We have a lot of these other tools which take the center stage as in when we talk about data analysis. So it's very important that you know these tools. Question number 11. It states, what is an outlier? Well, an outlier is basically a value in a data set that we consider to be very much away from the mean of the data, because in two ways it will hurt the data, because an outlier can cause model accuracy to fall a lot, and of course at the end of the day, if it's outside whatever we call the normal zone or the useful zone in the data or the inliers, right, what it does is it is redundant, right? So when you're thinking about small amounts of data, it's probably okay, but then when you have large data sets, if it can swing the model accuracy around, big no. The second thing is storage as well. Storage is not really cheap, and when you're thinking about all of these, it's very vital to know what outlier is and how to remove them as well. But then there are two types of outliers you have to know about. One is univariate outliers and then multivariate outliers, and they speak, the names speak for themselves as well, right? Well, so moving on to question number 12, it states, how can we deal with problems that arise when the data flows in from a variety of sources? Well, when your data is coming from a variety of sources, it will come with a variety of problems because data is really shabby, as we've been discussing, and it is very important to handle these as well. So to go on to solve these problems, what we try to do is we try to see if the data is same or if the data is similar, which might cause redundancy, and if it is similar, of course, we can merge it into a single record and reduce the redundancy. We can restructure the entire schema where we are trying to make sure there's good schema integration with the data, and at the end of it, no matter how much cleaning you do, no matter how much pre-processing you do, and how much time you take to do all of these, there will be an entry in a large data set, or there'll be a couple of entries, in fact, that will be hurting model accuracy if you're not careful. So these are some of the problems that arise and how we can deal with them as well. Coming to question number 13, it says, what are some of the popular tools that are used in big data? There's many tools in big data, and again, there are some of these tools which come to the back of the head as soon as we think about big data. So a couple of these tools are Hadoop, we have Spark, we have Scala, we have Hive, we have Flume, Mahout, and as you can see, there's a pattern that exists, right? All of these tools are by Apache. Apache is an open source foundation, and they've been contributing a lot to the world of big data, and it is very important that either you have the experience using these tools or you know what each of these tools do as well. That brings us to the 14th question that states, what is the use of a pivot table? Pivot table, as you might know, as you might have heard it or used it, is one of the most important concepts that exists, in fact, in Microsoft Excel, in my opinion. Because they will give you a very easy to use way where you can view and summarize large data sets without having to put much effort into them. So, most of the operations that we do with pivot tables actually are drag and drop operations, and it really does not require any sort of coding or any sort of programming, or really any sort of, let's say a hard amount of effort is not required to create reports and to make them look beautiful itself as well. So in all of these usages, pivot tables are very important, and I'm sure if you're at this video, you guys might have used pivot tables yourselves as well. So coming to question number 15, it states, explain the KNN imputation method in brief. KNN is K nearest neighbors, and it's one of the most important methods that we use to see how we can pick up the nearest neighbors in a nodal arrangement and to see how we can measure the distance metric between each as well. So what we're trying to do here with a KNN imputation is that we try to predict both discrete and continuous attributes that happen to be present in a data set. With this, how can we do it? Well, a distance function is exactly what we use here to find if two data, two nodes or two neighbors are similar or not. If there are similars in more than one attribute, then we're going to use that to perform analysis as well. So to go on to do this in a very structured way, we use a method, and that method itself is called as the KNN imputation method. Moving on to question number 16, it says what are the top Apache frameworks used in a distributed computing environment, right? So we're living in a world of distributed computing where we can make use of the computing power offered by thousands, if not millions of computers across the globe at a time, right? So when you're sitting with that kind of a power, there are two tools which always come to center stage. This is MapReduce and Hadoop, because these are the top Apache frameworks which are in the limelight, which can handle large amounts of data set very easily. And if it's in a distributed working environment, there are a very less number of tools that get to outshine what MapReduce and Hadoop does. So these are the top Apache frameworks. Coming to question number 17, it states what is hierarchical clustering? Hierarchical clustering can be, this question can be asked to you in another way. What is HCA? HCA is basically hierarchical cluster analysis, or it can be called as hierarchical clustering as well. So it's basically an algorithm that we use to make sure we can find the easiest ways where we can group similar objects. So once we group this similar object, each group itself will be called as the cluster, and hence the name. So why do we require hierarchical clustering? Well, we require hierarchical clustering because we need to create a set of clusters to show that this data differs from another cluster itself.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Be it individually, be it cluster-wise, or even if they consist of similar entities as well. So to show the difference that exists in between data, we make use of hierarchical clustering. Moving to question number 18, it says what are the steps that are involved when working with a data analysis project? Well, again, this question can be answered in multiple ways, but then the foundational concept is the same. So, there are many steps that are involved when you're working on an end-to-end project, especially in the world of data analysis. You'll begin by finding out there is a problem existing, or you'll have a client bring you a problem statement. Once you understand the problem, you'll source the data. Once you get the data, you'll clean it, you'll pre-process it, and you'll explore it to see what the data actually is. Once you understand the data, you will start creating data models, and you'll create situations where you'll use the data on a smaller scale to see if you can solve a problem in a simple way. Once you do that, you'll validate it across a bigger data set to see if it works on the complete data set. If it does, you implement it. But then it's not just done with the implementation aspect of it. Once you implement it, you need to verify if you have solved the problem or not, and that is the last important step. So based on how much the interviewer is asking you to stress on the answer, make sure to expand on it. Keep it concise. Don't get lost in each of these steps, because I can talk about each of these steps for 20 minutes right now, but then it really wouldn't add a lot of value in an interview scenario, right? So read the room, read the interviewer, understand what he or she is expecting, and deliver the answer in that way. So with this, we come to the 19th question that states, can you name some of the statistical methodologies used by data analysts? Well, again, you can name a lot of methodologies used by data analysts, but try to keep your answer concise, right? So name 4 or maximum 5, in my opinion. That should be very useful. See, we have Markov process, we have cluster analysis, we have imputation method, we have imputation technologies, we have the Bayesian methodologies, we have rank statistics, and we have a lot of other statistical techniques that are very useful. In fact, I can say they are foundational in many cases when you're working in the case of data analysis as well. So for all of these techniques that exist, each of these have their own niche purposes, and they're very effective at doing what they state. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention this. Coming to the next question, which is the 20th question, it states, what is time series analysis, or also called as TSA for short? Well, time series analysis is used to perform, trend analytics. We try to see what So we try to see how the data changes with respect to time, and it's not just how the data changes with time. Here what we're trying to analyze is for a fact that the presence of data at particular intervals of time, and seeing the presence of data and its response and its behavior of how actually it drives the data set. So if you have a data that does this at this point of time, and you want to understand why it does that, or you want to understand what it does because of it changing its state or changing its data at that particular point in time, then TSA is very, very effective to use. So moving on to the 21st question, it's actually a follow-up to the 20th question. It states, where is TSA used, right? So TSA has a lot of usage when you think about it in a lot of different domains. So make sure to at least mention 3 or 4, but then I have given you more out here so that it'll help you remember, right? So TSA is used in statistics, in the field of signal processing, econometrics, weather forecasting, earthquake prediction, astronomy, and even applied sciences as well. There's a very good chance the interviewer will not ask you how it is used, but probably give you a situation and ask you to think about it and tell if you can provide a solution there as well. But then these are some of the most important places where time series analysis adds a lot of value. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention this. Moving to question number 22, which states, what are some of the properties of clustering algorithms, right? Well, clustering algorithm, whenever you have it implemented, will have a lot of properties, but then these are the main ones. So you have the flat or the hierarchical property, it can be iterative, it's going to be disjunctive, and a lot more. So when you're thinking about clustering algorithms, do talk about how these foundational concepts of it being flat or hierarchical, it being iterative to make sure that you arrive at the solution, or it being disjunctive, which definitely defines how clustering algorithms work effectively to split out data into clusters and make use of it as well. Coming on to question number 23, it states, what is collaborative filtering? Well, collaborative filtering is a very important concept. It's an algorithm which is widely used in the field of data analytics to create recommendation systems. So recommendation systems is used to understand the behavioral data of a customer, or in fact to understand what the data is doing and why it is doing something the way it is doing as well. So when you can think about it, when you're shopping on an e-commerce site, maybe like Amazon or Flipkart or something, you will be shown recommendations, right? So users who bought this also bought this. So when you think about that, that's a recommendation given to you. And in fact, collaborative filtering is used just for this purpose as well. So it'll be using a lot of data. It'll be using cookies data, browser history, and there are very complex methodologies, there are very complex models and algorithms put into place to recommend the best products out to you. And the working of that is achieved through collaborative filtering. Coming to question number 24, it says, what are the types of hypothesis testing used today? There's 3 main types of hypothesis testing which gets the center stage again, right? So in fact, there's many types of hypothesis testing, but these are the important ones. The first will always be ANOVA, or what we call as analysis of variance, because here we try to perform analysis in between the mean values of multiple groups to see how data is changing. The second thing we call as the t-test. The t-test is actually used wherever standard deviation is unknown to us, and let's say the sample size is pretty less as well. Again, we'll have another question discussing about t-test. And the next thing is the chi-square test, or also called as the chi-square test. You can pronounce it both ways. So what we do with the chi-square test is that we try to use hypothesis testing here to find if there is a requirement, find what's the association of the categorical variables in a sample, and to see how best we can arrive at the goal of our model as well. So when you're thinking about hypothesis testing, make sure to talk about 3 or let's say even 4 types of testing, and quickly briefly talk about what they do as well. Coming to question number 25, it says, what are some of the data validation methodologies used in data analysis? Well, there's many data validation techniques as we've been discussing for a while now, and these 4 are very important. The first thing is field level validation. Field level validation is we try to validate every single field where data is present to make sure that there is no errors, let's say because a user might have entered it wrong, and any other redundancy which would have caused the wrong data to be in the wrong place as well. So form level validation is done when the user works with the form, but then before saving the information, if there's any changes that's been made, we need to keep a track of that as well. And then we have data saving validation. Data saving validation will take place when the file, let's say, or even the database record is being saved as well. So whenever it's being saved, there's a change of state. To analyze that, we perform this validation. And then we have the search criteria validation. Here we're trying to see if the valid results can be returned or not whenever the user asks for it, or whenever the user is going through the data set, summarizing it, or even driving results out of it as well. So these are some of the very important data validation methodologies that are widely used by data analysts across the globe. Coming to question number 26, it states, what is k-means algorithm? K-means algorithm is a very, very, very popular algorithm that we use to cluster data into multiple data sets, or in fact cluster data into multiple clusters as well. So each of these clusters will consist of similar data, and the name K-means comes comes from K actually being the number of clusters that we required. If K is equal to 5, it means that our K-means algorithm is going to divide the data set into 5 different clusters. So to use this, you will require a good amount of experience. It's very simple to use though, but then to achieve really, really effective results, it requires experience to work with k-means, and of course to know how many clusters you want. And since you'll be working with the data which is unsupervised in nature, you will not have any sort of labels that guide and show what the data is as well. So, working with k-means can get finicky at times, but then it's really fun and it's really effective too. Coming to question number 27, it states, what is the difference between the concepts of recall and true positive rate? Well, this is a very tricky question. I'll tell you why. Because recall and true positive rates are literally the same thing. So recall and true positive rates are exactly the same. And whenever we try to think about the formula of either recall or true positive rate, right, it's basically true positive divided by the true positive value and the probability of the false negative value too. So it's TP divided by TP plus FN. It's the actual formula for recall. And it's a very simple question with a very straightforward answer. Coming to question number 28, it says, what are the ideal situations in which a t-test or a z-test can be used? We have one very simple practice that we follow that's become standardized in fact right now. A t-test will be used if your sample size is less than 30, and a z-test will be used if your sample size exceeds 30 in many cases. So a pretty neat trick to remember this is that t is less than z. So t can be used whenever you use a sample size less than 30. Z is at the end of the alphabet spectrum, and it means that your data is exceeding certain cases, right? So that's a pretty simple way in case if you have not had any experiences working with z-test and the t-test as well. Coming to the 29th question, it states, why is naive bias called as naive? Well, whenever we think about naive bias, right, we don't know why it might be called naive, because this is a very tricky question. It gets asked a lot just to see if you actually know the answer or not. Well, it's called naive because it actually makes the general assumptions that everything present in your data is important and it is independent of each other. Thinking this always as a human being, it can be naive because your data is different. It is sometimes dependent on each other. It will not always be independent. Not all the data is important as well, right? So to know all of this, your model will not understand that. It will just say everything is important and everything is independent. So this is not true. It will not hold in a real world scenario, and that is the reason we call naive bias as naive bias. Coming to the 30th question, it states, what is the simple difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients? As the name suggests, whenever we talk about standardized coefficients, we're trying to interpret all the results based on the standard deviation values. When it's unstandardized, it means that we're trying to use the actual value of the data rather than the standard deviation results. So if you're considering the standard deviation values, it's the standardized coefficients. If you're considering the actual data that is present and not the standard deviation value, then it's unstandardized. Pretty simple question, pretty straightforward answer. Coming to the 31st question, it says, how are outliers detected, right? There are many methodologies that we make use of whenever we are detecting outliers. It is very important to remove them in most of the cases. But then, out of all these methods that exist, we have two very important methods. One's the standard deviation method. The other one is the box plot method. In the standard deviation method, what we try to do is the value itself will actually be considered as an outlier if the value is either lower or higher than 3 standard deviations from the mean value. So we'll find the mean value, you'll get to know the standard deviation. If the value is 3 times higher or lower than the standard deviation value, it means that it deviates too much from the data and that it is an outlier. And then we have the box plot model. Box plot model is the most popular way of how you can find out outliers, because here we try to find the interquartile range, or what we call as the IQR. And if your data is to be considered as an outlier, it means it has to be either 1.5 times more or 1.5 times less than the mean in the interquartile range. If that's the case, then of course your data is considered as an outlier. Coming to question number 32, which states, why is KNN preferred when determining missing numbers in data? KNN, as we've already discussed, it's called K nearest neighbors algorithm. It's a very famous one that's used a lot, and we now know why it's called that. But why is it used when you're determining missing numbers? It's because it has the capability to, approximate a value based on other values that are present very close to it as well. It can easily approximate these values, and hence it finds a very important place in the world of determining missing numbers present in our data as well. So coming to question number 33, it states, how can one handle suspicious or missing data in a data set while performing analysis? You can think about this in a lot of ways, because when you're thinking about any sort of data, there will be discrepancies in it. So to handle all of these, what we try to do is we create validation reports where we discuss the data in detail to make sure that, most of it is right at least. And then we escalate the data or this is suspicion to our superiors or experienced data analysts to have a look at it and then take a call about it. So we try to replace the data which might be old and invalid as well. We try to make it valid. We try to put in the latest up-to-date data to see if it fixes it, and we can go on to use the many strategies that we have in the world of data analysis to find the missing values, use approximation, to put in the values to see what fits best to perform analysis, trial and error, and whatever is required to handle, either missing data or suspicious data as well. Coming to the 34th question, it states, what is the simple difference between PCA and FA? PCA stands for Principal Component Analysis and FA stands for Factor Analysis. Among all the many differences that lie in between them, one major difference between principal component analysis and the factor analysis is the fact that factor analysis is actually used to specify and work with variance that exists in between the variables, right? So whenever we're working with the major difference, what we're trying to do with PCA is we're trying to use the variance that exists in between variables, but then with PCA, it's a little different. With PCA, what we try to do is we try to explain the covariance that exists between the components. So factor analysis deals with variance, principal component analysis deals with covariance. This is probably the biggest difference that lies in between principal component analysis and factor analysis. Now moving on to the 35th question, it says, how is it beneficial to make use of version controlling? Version controlling is very important, and it provides you a lot of advantages, right? One thing is that it will give you a structured pipeline where you can compare all the files, identify a lot of differences, merge if any changes are done in a very structured and a convenient way where you can track it as well. Because here you can track the life cycle of any sort of application building with every stage of its build, be it development, be it production, be it testing, be it verification. You can actually track all of these too. And then when you're thinking about how it will bring together a good way to establish, let's say a collaborative work culture in the company, then yes, a version controlling system will do just that. And then when you're thinking about making sure that with every release of your version, the security of your code, the safety of it, the variety of it, and the veracity of it as well, right? So to keep it secure, keep it safe, a version controlling system will definitely help. Coming to the 36th question, it states, what are the future trends in data analysis? Well, if you ask this question, what the interviewer here is trying to do is he or she is trying to assess your grip on the subject and how much research have you actually done into the future of data analysis, right? So to answer this, make sure you can state good number of facts and respective validation for those facts, of course, for all the sources that you have used. To add a lot of positivity to your candidature, because at the end of the day, they're trying to understand how in-depth experience you might have in data analysis, or how in-depth of a passion do you have for data analysis as well. Try to explain how data analysis will have a huge impact on businesses today. In fact, talk about how it is already revolutionizing the world around us, how it will revolutionize the future trends as well, and how it is showing nothing but immense potential too. If you have facts, if you have statistics, if you have experience, if you have to talk about new tools, new techniques.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
New ways that data analysis will help. Please do talk about all of these. Coming to question number 37, it states, why are you applying for the data analyst role in our company? Well, with this question, the interviewer wants you to convince them basically regarding why you think you are proficient in the subject, how well can you handle data analysis, how well can you work in a production environment, how best can you be fit as a team player, all of these things as well. So to answer this in a very, very, nice way, first thing you have to do is you need to know the job description in detail. You need to know what they're expecting of you to see if you can deliver that or not. Because once you understand the details of what the company does, what the job description is, what your team does, where you will be fit into the organization, you will of course find the best way to understand why you need to do it. You might have a passion for data analyst, you might have a genuine interest to build your career there. You let's say you have let's say you have a very keen interest on working with data and to solve problems using that too. Well then, you can have multiple reason, and there is no one answer for all the questions here. So this question completely depends on you, but then you can use this as a guide to go on to answer it. Coming to the 38th question, it states, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in data analysis? This is another question the interviewer will usually ask to see how confident you are when you're sitting at the interview, how much you know about the subject, and how spontaneous can you be whenever you ask questions, right? So one very important thing that you need to understand here is that answer it honestly. Do not be over optimistic, right? So if you think you on a scale of 1 to 10 you are at a 7, please make sure not to say 9, 9.5 or 10, because if you're answering it that way, then you might be asked very, very difficult questions or advanced questions which might be over the scope of your expertise, which might put the wrong image into the interviewer's head, and you might lose out on the candidature as well. So to be as honest as possible, talk about what you've done and talk about why you rate yourself at that particular scale as well. Coming to question number 39, it states, has your college degree helped you with data analysis anyway? Well, talk about the latest program that you completed in college, right? So firstly start your answer with this. Talk about if your college actually helped you with data analysis anyway. Don't say no if you haven't had any experiences there, because see, if you are in fact enrolled in a college degree, you will have access to a lot of data that in fact you could have used to perform data analysis as well. So talk about if you've been keen to do it, if you have done anything to the data, anything with respect to data analysis in the past, or let's say if you have not done any of these, right? Talk about the experience that the entire college degree program gave you and how you think it built you in a way where you can be a good fit into data analysis, into the entire field and the organization that you're applying as for as well. So talk about how it molded you into being the data analyst enthusiast that you are today. Coming to the 40th question, it states, what is your plan after joining for this data analyst role? So again, do not be carried away by this question. It is very, very easy to get carried away here, and you can talk about it for a lot of minutes. But then keep it as concise as possible. This is my advice to you, because you can talk about a lot of things here, but start out with talking about a plan on how you can begin understanding the data analysis structure set that is already set up in the company, how you think you will be a good fit there, how you plan on either seeing if the actual existing model might need some betterment or not. But at the end of the day, don't just say that you're gonna barge in and do a lot of changes in a short amount of time. Keep your answer structured. Keep your answer thinking in consideration that you'll be going into a production environment, and it's always vital if you can highlight how better you can make the product, the company, the brand, or whatever it is, with you being there as well. So talk about the expertise that you bring to the table and how you think that might help the organization too. Coming to the 41st question, it states, what are the disadvantages of data analytics? So even though the advantages are huge, right? There are one or two disadvantages that you will have to talk about. And if you do not know this, and it is very important that you know this as well, right? See, data analytics can actually cause a breach into the customer privacy and all of their information as well, right? So it's very vital to know where you're getting the data from. You might be thinking about customer transactions, purchases, subscriptions, and you will have a lot of access into what this customer is doing as well. In that particular case, make sure that you do not cause any sort of breaches in customer privacy. And then when you're thinking about another very important disadvantage as a learner is that some of these tools are really complex to use and you will require training to go on to use it as well. So it's not as easy as you download the tool, install it and begin working with it. You will require a good amount of structured training and to work with it efficiently as well. And one of the other things is that it'll take a lot of skill, it'll take a lot of expertise, it'll take a lot of hands-on experience to go on to select the right tool itself. First of all, to find the right tool to use it and to use it effectively, it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take some money, and of course it's going to take the biggest asset of the company is the client's time too. So in that particular case, even though these are not huge disadvantages, the privacy thing is definitely one disadvantage to consider. Complexity of the tools are important, and of course the requirement for a lot of skills can get overwhelming for beginners as well. So as an add up question to that, you might be asked, what skills should a successful data analyst possess? Well, this is basically a descriptive question because here the interviewer wants to understand how your analytical skills are and how your thinking skills are, right? See, there are many tools and skills that a data analyst must have. Think about programming languages, right? You'll require expertise in Python, you'll require expertise in R, SAS, concepts of probability, details of statistics, regression, correlation, and many other skills that a good data analyst should possess. How much of experience should he or she possess? Well, that depends on how long this person has been into data analysis, right? But then it is vital that you know what skills are required. What skills are used by professional data analysts. You might have some experts or let's say famous data analysts out there that you might be looking up to. So it's very vital you to understand all of that and answer this question in an effective way as well. Coming to the 43rd question, it states, why do you think that you are the right fit for this data analyst role? Again, if you're being asked this question, it means that the interviewer wants to understand if you are the right fit for the job description, number one. Number two, why do you think data analysis is for you? And number three, what knowledge do you have in data analysis to actually fit into their organization well? So one thing again, a very important note is that do not get carried away because you can answer this for 20-25 minutes straight, but keep it very small, keep it concise, keep it detailed, and just talk about your passion, talk about your interest, talk about your goals and how much these goals and passions will match the company's substructure and their goals as well. See, every company will have a vision and a mission, and if you can commit to the vision and the mission of that company and better better the product that they deliver or better the brand itself, then of course you will be the right fit for the table, right? So taking a product from one place into another place, which is definitely better, and you can prove it with numbers. In the case of data analysis, it is very important you know how you are the right fit for the role as well. Question number 44. It says, can you please talk about your past data analysis work? Well, you might be asked this even though you're a fresher. You might be asked this even if you're an experienced candidate as well. If you're a fresher, then do talk about how you've either figured out there are problems that exist in the world of data analytics. So if you're a fresher, do talk about how you might have performed very simple analytics as well, right? So think about how many people could have how many guests that come into your place. Find a structured way on calculating that and why you think that's the case. Talk about how many people buy a certain product in your supermarket. There can be many things that you might not have officially done on paper, but your brain would have analyzed it, right? Talk about that. But then if you actually have a certification program, you would have worked on, in fact, a good certification program, you would have worked on a lot of industry level projects as well, use cases too. Talk about that. And of course, if you're an experienced person attending a data analysis interview, talk about your previous company, talk about what you did to the company, what value you added, what problems you solved, and how better was the team when you left, compared to when you were joining as well, right? So talk about a lot of these insights, talk about your debating skills, talk about how you can think out of the box, how good you are with your statistical skills, and of course, how much of a team player you were in the past, and how that has continued as well. So let's talk about a behavioral question now. Question number 45 states, can you please explain how would you estimate the number of visitors to the Taj Mahal in November of 2019? Well, this question does not expect you to say the exact number of number of visitors Taj Mahal got in November 2019, but then here people are trying to see your thought process without you making use of a data set, without you making use of a computer, to see how you would approach the problem, right? So here's a very good template that you can use. First, you would begin by gathering some data, right? So to do that, you will have to understand a lot of things. You will need to know the population of Agra, where the Taj Mahal is located, how people can move in and out of Agra, how convenient is it, and a lot more. The next thing you'll be looking at is the number of tourists that come to Agra, right? And how popular is Taj Mahal itself in Agra. So with all of these, you will find the average stay of these tourists that come. You can analyze it in detail. For example, the age of the people who come, the gender, the annual income that they have, the number of vacation days that they take, the number of bank holidays that exist in India, and all of that. The number of days Taj Mahal is closed, the number of days it's open, the number of days it records the highest number of visits, and all of these. Once you have gathered all of these data, you will go on to perform statistical analysis on it to understand how many visitors it has got as well. And if you want to perform even advanced analysis, you can go to the local tourist offices to gather all sorts of data, process it on your own, and eventually use it to verify if your model is right or not as well. So this is a classic behavioral question, and it's not just the Taj Mahal, it's not just the date.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This question can be asked in many different ways. For example, how many cars were sold in India in, let's say, the last month or the last year as well. So that's another very common question that's asked. And whenever you ask this, make sure to take this kind of an approach, use the template, and think about it for a second. Take 1 or 2 minutes to think about it. There is no hurry when you're answering this question. Coming to question number 46, it says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? Well, as you might already know it, a data analyst will fit into a lot of domains, right? Even in the field of medicine, even in the field of social media, be it whatever it is. A data analyst is required if there's a business, as simple as that. So if you've worked in the same industry as the company that you're applying for now, do talk about how you've used your skills to polish yourself into that industry and how best you brought yourself out of it. If you do not have worked in the same experiences, don't just say no. Talk about what you think are the skills that are needed for this industry and how you're working on yourself to come to that particular spot as well, right? So it's very important that you talk about how you're building yourself towards working in this industry, your interests, your passions, and if you've had experience, of course, do talk about that and thoroughly explain it. Thoroughly explain all of the skills that you might have used, techniques, tools, and how you've benefited the past company that exists in the same industry as well. Coming to question number 47, it says, how good are you in explaining technical content to a non-technical audience with respect to data analysis? See, your ability to explain a technical content to a non-technical audience has to be one of the most important things that you'll do as a data analyst, because your communication skills are very vital. It's not just delivering technical content, it's your ability to have patience, it's your ability to break complex things into simpler, it is your ability to break up complex things into simpler things where you can explain it to an audience who might be your board members, stakeholders, or some other non-technical audience as well. So if you've had any experiences of situations where you had to explain technical concepts and break it down to a non-technical audience, make sure to talk about that. Talk about how well versed you are, how effective that you have been in delivering content before as well. So this question again is a question where I cannot give you one answer for each and every one of you, but then you yourself give it a thought for 15-20 minutes and you will get the best way on how you can answer it. Coming to question number 48, it says, what tools do you prefer to use in various phases of development? Again, this is a question that's asked to check what all the tools that you have used, how you have used it, and how best do you think a tool will fit into that particular task as well. So if you have used any or all of the tools that's involved in data analysis, talk about it. Talk about how comfortable you were in using these tools and talk about how they're popular as well. See, some of the tools that we discussed in the questions are very popular, right? Talk about how they are popular and why they are popular too. So this will add a lot of value to your candidature. And coming to the 49th question, it says, which step of a data analysis project do you like the most? Well, it's very common to have a liking towards one or two tools in the entire process of data analysis, right? See, a data analysis is a vast field. You just cannot have one particular tool where you will do everything with that tool. So you will have multiple tools to do it, and you will have a liking to one particular tool. You might not like the other tools as well, right? So when you're thinking of the entire analytics cycle, it is always vital that you do not talk negatively about any of these tools, because those tools are put into place to do their tasks and they have been doing it well. If you do not like it, well, okay, you do not like it, we understand that, but do talk about what best the tool can do, how it can improve itself to probably making yourself be inclined towards that, or what are the steps that you think can help make the tools better in fact as well. But understand this, when you're answering this question, know that it is okay to have a favorite tool. Know that it is okay to put in more time into one particular tool, because it's your career, it's your interest, it's your liking, and if you think you can be very efficient at using that tool effectively, then be it. It is okay. And then coming to the last question on these top data analyst interview questions and answers set, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process, right? See, a good certification program, what it does for you, it's going to give you thorough knowledge, in-depth expertise from top trainers across the globe. It's going to give you a certificate. It's going to give you exposure to potential hirers. It's going to do a lot for you. So if you are involved in a very complex program that has the capability to take you from a beginner all the way to an advanced data analyst, it means it's adding a lot of value to your life. But how should you answer this when you ask this in an interview? See, one thing is that if you have a certification, right, it shows the interviewer that you have interest in advancing your career in this particular field. It shows that it shows that you have strong aspiration to learn, because you've put in your time, you've put in efforts, you've put in money and all of these and dedicated it to the world of data analysis, right? So if you're doing all of this, it always adds value to the interviewer as well. And then when you're thinking about how effective learning that you've put into place, see, many certification programs will give you all the theoretical knowledge that exists, but only the good ones will give you really good industry level projects and case studies to work with. So if you have had the experience to actually crack these industry level problems, it means that you have the capability to learn things on your own and be a player in a productive environment as well. So that itself is going to portray a lot of value of you being certified in that domain. And now if you have more than one certification, just go on to list the certifications of what you have done as well. But instead of stating a lot about what you have done, the most value that can be added to your application is to state how you have used this certification, right? So you could have learned a lot of things, but if you have not used that, it will not add any value, right? So what problems have you solved? The entire world of IT came into place because we have problems and we realized we can use computers to solve them. So to how best of your capability and potential have you made use of these certification programs to solve problems that are there, or how do you plan to solve them if you haven't done any as well? Talk about how helpful it's been to you, your career, and how much value it added to your life experiences, to your learning and interests towards data analysis as well. So coming to the first Excel interview question, it's always going to be something like this. They're going to ask you to tell something you know about MS Excel. And there are various ways you can go on to answer this, but the most simplistic and the most expected answer where they check your depth of understanding is something like this. So MS Excel is an amazing tool which is primarily used for data analytics and to perform data validation across a spectrum of data. It has spreadsheets, it has a lot of workbooks, and an amazingly put together user interface which helps a student or a professional go through the same and understand and churn through data very easily. So the second thing you need to know is that data sets form a very vital ingredient in the world of data science today. And most of these data sets are accessible, are generated and stored via a spreadsheet in the MS Excel format. So coming to question number 2, it's going to be, what are spreadsheets or workbooks in MS Excel? Well, spreadsheets actually are a very organized form of a presentation where data is stored in rows and columns, and the data stored in these rows and columns can be manipulated as per the user's requirement. But then they are mostly manipulated mathematically if they are numbers, like performing arithmetic operations, mathematical functions, statistical techniques, and much more. Coming to question number 3.
What are the single blocks in the spreadsheet called as? Well, a single block in the spreadsheet is actually called as a cell, or in fact they're called as a cell block as well. Let me quickly jump to Excel where we can check this out. For example, you can see all the single entities that are present here. Well, each of these are known as cells. And whatever you're seeing right now is just one sheet of the particular book. Well, a book can have more than one sheet, and eventually we're going to get into that. But to create a new sheet, make sure to click the new sheet option and you can have any number of sheets that you desire. And again, each of these sheets will have the blank rows and columns where you can work with at any time of your choice. Coming to the question again. So I hope we're clear with cells. Question number 4 on the top interview list is, can we add notes to a cell in MS Excel? If yes, can you show us how? Well, yes, notes can be added to a particular row or a particular column, or in fact a particular cell as well. So basically, comments are added well there is more than one person accessing or noting something down, or it just might be one person as well. It just increases the readability and it makes sure that you can collaborate with others easily and they can understand via the notes that you've put. Putting a note is very simple in Excel, so let's check it out. So here I have a simple cell which says note example. It can have anything for that matter, and I just have picked up this for the sake of the question. Alright, so to add a note to this, it's very simple. All you have to do is right click and click on insert comment. And you can put in any comment such as, we are learning MS Excel questions, right? And after that, pretty much you can click anywhere else and the note is stored. To access the note again, all you have to do is hover your mouse across that particular thing and you can see a tiny red tab at the end of it, right on the top right part of the cell here. Well, this particular thing denotes that there has been a comment made and by who it's made as well. So admin, pretty much that's the name of the machine that I'm working on right now, and that's the access which I have. And pretty much it'll tell you what the comment is. We are learning MS Excel questions. So it is as simple as that. Coming back to the next question. Question number 5 asks, can each cell be identified and used individually, independently? Well, yes, cells have something called as cell addresses, which basically help them to be used uniquely at any point of time. Again, let's dive back to Excel. Well, you can see the column names which start from A, they go all the way till V, and pretty much there are lakhs and lakhs of rows as well. So each of these have actually an address through which you can access them. For example, if I place my mouse here at the first point of time, I am addressing it via the column A and the row 1. Hence, this particular cell has an address called as A1, which you can see here. This has to be B1. This is going to be C1 because it's C and it's 1. So what is this going to be? I am hovering my mouse here, right? Can you guys take a guess? It's under C, so it starts with C. It's the 6th row, so it's going to be C6, right? Let's take up another random one somewhere here. Sure. So this one is under L. This one is in the 13th row. So this is going to be L13. I hope you guys got this. Coming back to the presentation. So question number 6. Can comments be added to a cell block if we need it? Guys, we just checked out how we can add notes, right? It is pretty much the exact same thing. Yes, Excel allows comments, right? We just checked how it can be done. And this is done to ensure that there is better visibility, there is higher readability and good collaboration among teams who are working on the same sheet. Coming to question number 7. How can we make use of relative addressing in Excel? Well, relative addressing is primarily used so that you can save a lot of time and eventually perform repetitive tasks very, very quickly, which again saves time, and time saved is time earned in the field of data analytics. So let's check out how we can go on to make sure we can use relative addressing in MS Excel. So let me quickly go on to create a field. So I'm going to name this field as ID. Let me make the center line. All right. Alright guys, to check out how relative addressing works in Excel, let's take a very simple example. For example, I have a column which says ID and I have 1.
For example, let's say I need 2, I need 3, 4, 5, all the way till 10. It's going to be cumbersome to manually do this. So what's the most simple way to do it? Let's use relative addressing. For example, if I want 1 to be added to every single element, I just say equal to a2 plus 1. And what this does is it just took one value, added it to the value which is present here and gave it to us, right? Now the fun part comes. If I just drag and drop this entirely, as you can see, it is going to keep adding 1 to every single element. Again, I can just pick up random elements and I can start doing it as well. As you can see, every time that I am doing it, it's pretty much picking up one number. So if I have to change this, instead of 1, let's add 2 to every element, right? As you can check out, as I changed one particular element, everything else changed because we added 2 here, right? Now if we drag and drop again, everything should change because this time 2 was added instead of 1. And I hope you guys are clear with relative addressing. And this brings us to the next question, which is how can we insert new rows and new columns in MS Excel? Well, again, inserting columns and rows is very easily done and it is hugely advantageous as well. So to do this, let's quickly check out in MS Excel. Alright, so if we have to add a row here, let's say above this, you need to select a cell which has to be below that. For example, if I right click here and I say insert a row, you can actually check where you have to shift the cells. So if I'm adding a row, then the cells gets shifted down. As you could check, all the values which were present are right there. But then we just got another free row where we can work out, we can put something. For example, here we can type in double digit numbers. I'm just giving you guys a fairly simple example of how this is done, but then you could go on to do something just like this. Alright, so again, if we have to add a column, again you can select anything, right click, insert, and you can shift everything right. If that's the case, as you can see, the value which was there got shifted right, and now we have an empty spot in this particular row of the same column. And I hope this was clear to you as well. So this brings us to question number 9. Can each of the cells in MS Excel be formatted if it is required? Well, yes. Excel supports a huge amount, a plethora of formatting options when it comes to working with each of the cells. This is done for customization purposes, and this is done to make sure that there is better data visibility overall as well. So again, let me remove everything and we can consider a simple example. So I'm going to call this name. Let's have, for example, age or something. This is just for the example purpose. So name, let me type in my name. It's Anirudh. And again, if we need to do something, all we have to do is click on format cells and then we are here. Let's say we need to change the font to it. Let's say we just need a bold version of it. All I have to do is click on bold and hit OK. And as you can see, it's done. Of course, all of these can be done from the shortcut you see here. But then there are certain things which you cannot access right there. So for example, let's say you want a strike through for some reason and you have a strike through as well. And there are n number of customization options that I've mentioned. So let's take out how we can work with a number. Again, format cells, we have number, there is various types. For example, the numbers can be actually a number place where you can have a decimal to be added to it. If it's a currency, there's dollar amount added. For example, you can have the date, you can have the time, percentage, and so much more. Since I just typed in this, it's showing me the percentage of it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. How can we customize the ribbon tab in MS Excel? Well, the ribbon tab is a godsend in my opinion when we're talking about MS Excel because it is extremely helpful by guiding a lot of users novice to advanced to basically give them a variety of options and a lot of tools as well. So let's dive back to MS Excel to check how we can do that. So coming to MS Excel right now, this is what is called as the ribbon tab, the home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, and view. So this particular tab is called as a ribbon tab because it gives you everything at a very convenient way. In case if you have to add anything to this ribbon tab which you particularly need or use a lot, all you have to do is right click on it and pretty much you can customize the quick access toolbar here as well. So you have save, undo, pretty much this is the top part of it. To customize the ribbon, all you have to do is come to the customize the ribbon part of it
And you can see, for example, if you want some developer options here, all you have to do is tick the developer options and then hit OK. And now, as you can see, you have the developer options here too. And it is as simple as that. Coming to the 11th question. Can you please show us how to freeze panes in MS Excel? Again, freezing panes is a huge boon when you're working with lots of data in multiple rows of the same columns. I'll show you what I mean. Let me quickly open up MS Excel. Again, for example, let me just remove all of these columns. Let me type in ID. Again, okay, so let's have ID, let's have age. And for ID, again, we'll have one. Let's put in that same formula we used that time. All we're gonna do is drag and drop this for, let's say, 100 entries. Right. Even though this looks very simple and Spartan to you, as I'm scrolling down, you cannot see what column name this is, right? For example, we just created this called as ID and we know it. But then when you're working with it, let's say you're entering this in the 100th or the 101st field, and you have to add more than one row of data, then you might not know what this column is, right? So to do this very conveniently, just select the rows and go to view. In view, pretty much all you have to click on is freeze panes. In the freeze panes, you can freeze the top row. See, now the entirety of the top row is frozen. So if I keep scrolling down as well, the first one is always there, as you can see. So you can see, even though I'm almost at the 100th entry, the first row is pretty much there, the ID and the age. This makes it very convenient for all the developers out there to work with it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. Question number 12. How can we protect the workbooks in Excel? Well, Excel spreadsheets can actually be protected with a password. You know, each of the cells, rows, columns, and each of the sheets can also be logged based on the requirement as well. And data protection is actually a very vital tool, and in fact a very widely used tool in MS Excel. So anyway, checking that out. For example, if we have to lock this particular cell, all you have to do is right click on it. Again, you'll have to click on format cells, and here you have the protection tab that you need to click on. In the protection tab, you can either lock the cells and you can hide the cells as well. If I go on to click hide the cells, pretty much as you can check it out, well, this cells cannot be accessed without any privileges. But there is a small catch. If our workbook is unprotected, then in that case, this will not make any sense because anyone can actually access this. So, protected. And if you have to remove the protection, all you have to do is click on it again and it's going to ask to unprotect the workbook. In that case, again, enter the password, hit OK, and your workbook is up. And your workbook is now unprotected. So, coming back to question number 13. Can you please explain about pivot tables in Excel? Yes, pivot tables are one of the most widely used concept in MS Excel as well, because these are the tables which give out comprehensive details about the data present in the sheets. Well, they are used to analyze the trends, patterns, relationships, and all of the other concepts with respect to data analysis in the data fields present in the MS Excel sheet. And at the end of the day, it also helps in creation of dashboards and reports. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the next small concept in the same pivotal concept, which is the pivot charts. What are pivot charts? Well, pivot charts are actually used in accordance with pivot tables to basically visualize them. The visualization ensures that we have nice looking graphs where the data can be visualized and in fact analyzed in a very beautiful manner. The visualization actually adds a lot of weight when it comes to the insight because it makes the graph more readable, more presentable, and more pleasant to look at. And this in turn makes it very easy to interact with the data. Coming to question number 15. How can we format multiple sheets at once in MS Excel? This again is something very important and something very nice that MS Excel provides to us. It is actually very vital to do that because it saves a lot of time and it helps if there is a lot of redundancy as well. So let's check it out. So coming back to MS Excel, if we do have to copy the formatting present from one sheet to all of the other, all I have to do is select the cells that I want to do the changes to and right click on the sheet name and select all sheets. And after this, we can go on to add, for example, if we need a fill color to the columns, as you can see, I just added a fill color. Again, going to sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, as you can see,
Pretty much all of that has been added with just one single click. Let me just Control Z so we can go back. And now you can see pretty much none of the sheets have been affected, right? So it is as simple as this to add formatting to all the sheets at one single point of time. Anyway, so coming to the next question, how can you protect cells from being copied? Well, as we discussed, protecting cells can actually help in hiding the formulas and ensuring that there is no unauthorized changes to the sheets and that not everyone can see the formulas which are actually present in the working of the sheet. Well, the advantage is because this is needed sometimes where there is some requirement of abstraction and data hiding which is required to ensure that not everyone has the access to a calculation which is being performed. If that's the case, we can go on to protect all the cells just like we saw. Coming to question number 17. Can you implement named ranges in Excel? Yes, named ranges are again another amazing feature which is pretty much given to us by the people at Microsoft, where again it ensures that we have amazing readability and that common tasks can be done very easily and quickly as well. So let us check it out with an example. So here we are in MS Excel. I have a basic ID column with a formula applied to it where we're basically adding 2 to every single number one after the other. To go on to add name ranges in Excel, it's very simple. All you need to do is select all the rows and the columns that you need to go on to add the name ranges, and you can put in the name you want. For example, I just name this as IDs. So if I have to go check out the named range of my ID, all I have to do is click here. It says IDs and it selects all the IDs for me. If I have to do it for age, let's say there's 12, let's put in random ages here just for the sake of the example. And if I have to select all the data, all the ages, again I select this and I create a named range and I call it ages. And now as you can check out, there are two named ranges. Or if I select the IDs, all the IDs are selected. If I select the ages, then all the ages are selected. You can choose to either use the column header or not. In case if it's a mathematical operation, you would avoid using the column name. And I hope I'm clear with this. Coming to the next question. Can you please tell us something about the functions in MS Excel? Well, this is going to be a guarantee question in any MS Excel interview because again, functions are the foundation of Microsoft Excel because they are used to perform almost any task, which might be otherwise difficult to actually do manually. There are a lot of functions as aggregation functions like, sum, average, maximum of a number range, minimum of a number range, and much more. And in fact, these are the popular ones. And again, make sure to mention that there are many types of function in MS Excel, and after that pretty much they can find out if you can actually use any one of these functions. So the next question is, can you demonstrate the use of any function in Excel? So make sure that you can use a simple function such as sum or sumif to show a basic operation. Any function can actually be chosen based on how advanced the role is that you're actually applying for, but in this particular case, to keep it to the discretion of all the viewers, let us take a simple example. So if we have to use a sum function, it is pretty simple. So let's say we need the sum of all the IDs that are present here, or sum of all the ages as well, right? So to start out with the formula, it always starts with an equal to sign. So let's say equal to, and we need to perform the sum operation. So let's say sum, open the parentheses, and you can see in fact the syntax right there. It shows you what number you want to basically do a sum of. But then let's say we want the sum of all of this, right? So let's see the address of this cell. It's an A2. So I say A2 and I add a colon. So colon denotes a range of values. From A2, I want all the sum till A11. So if I type this, close the parenthesis and hit enter, I have the value 100. 100 is basically the sum of all the values present from A2 all the way till A11. Again, if we have to do it for each, we start with is equal to sum of everything that starts from C3 all the way till C6. And I close the parentheses, I hit enter. It's 122. It is as simple as this, and it is very vital that you demonstrate this. Coming to the 20th question,
Can you show us how to find compound interest in MS Excel? Well, this is a very interesting question, and most of the time it is asked because MS Excel has a function called as the FV function or the future value function, which is actually used to calculate compound interest very easily. So let's check it out. Alright, here is a sample sheet that I have created in MS Excel to check out the use of the future value function. So basically the future value function has a lot of parameters that you need to check. So to add it, let us type equal to FV. And here, as soon as I open the brackets, you can see there are multiple options for the future value function, right? There is rate, there is NPER, there is PMT, PV, types, and much more. So basically the rate argument is telling us what is the interest rate for that period. For example, in our case, it's 5%. So NPER is basically telling the number of payment periods. And then we have PMT, which is basically the short form for payment. And this is the payment which is actually made after each period has been crossed, right? So this has to be entered as a negative number because you will be giving money away. And then coming to PV and the type, basically PV and the type are given in square brackets because these are optional arguments. PV is just the present value of your future payments, and type basically says if there is a due at the end of your payment or not. If it's 0, it means it's the end of the period, there's a due, and if it's 1, it means there is a due at the beginning of the period. Basically the default setting here is always 0. Anyway, coming back to here. So basically to find the compound interest, all we need to do is we need to go on to dividing the interest rate with the term in years first. So the interest rate is at C6. So we need to divide C6 by C8 first as the first argument, and then after this we need to multiply our C7, which is the particular term in years, with respect to our compounding period, because this is how many times the value gets compounded every single year. And after this, as I mentioned, the default value is going to be 0, and we're going to have to give the negative value because that is the amount which is being taken from us. So the present value is $1,000, so I'm going to type in minus C5, which is basically subtracting the present value, which is 1,000. And as soon as I hit enter here, it's going to give us a calculation which is $1,647.01. And as you can check out, this is going to be the compounded value of an investment of $1,000 in 10 years, guys. This is the final future value that you're going to obtain.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And anyway, coming back to the next question, I hope I was clear with the previous one. So the next question is, what are the type of functions that are actually present in MS Excel? Well, again, there are numerous types of functions which are present in MS Excel. Everything from mathematical functions, date and time functions, financial functions, logical functions, database functions, you name it, it is there. But then these are the most popular ones used. And in fact, these days, all the statistical functions are being used for various reasons because this entire world has become a big data problem. And to go on to analyze that and to perform very good analytics on the same, MS Excel is in fact a very good tool. So, to quickly demonstrate all the functions that are available, click on the Formulas tab and pretty much you can hit more functions here.
As you can check out, you have so many formulas that you can go on to use. You can just click on the insert function on the left as well, and you can check out the type of the function. Let's say if you want to check out all the functions, you have absolute functions. You have average functions. You have so many functions. There is financial functions again, which is used for accounting, financial rates to find the nominal part of a number and whatnot. Then you have math functions, and again, to find out trigonometric functions to convert degrees into radians, to find out the log of a number, to find the modulus of a number, odd numbers, even numbers, and much more. You have statistical functions again to find out the confidence interval, the normalization of the confidence values, and much more. And you have text functions, you have database functions. Guys, I hope you get the point here. There are multiple functions that MS Excel supports, and you can use all of these as per your requirement. Coming to 22nd, can you explain one example where you have used averages? Well, again, it is actually very simple to go on to do this. Many people actually tend to do this manually, but again, to save a lot of time, you have a function called as the average function, which does exactly this. So, for example, let me create another set of values here. So, let's say I have 1 here. Let us take up the same example is equal to f5 plus 3. As you can see, 1 added with 3 gives us 4. Let's try to drag this down a little, and we have a couple of values here, right? So to find the average of all of these values, let me name this average. I can make this bold. So again, to find the average, as I told you, there is an average function that you can use. Is equal to average is the keyword. And then again, you can give out a couple of numbers out here, a set of numbers, or in fact, a range of numbers. Since we're using a range of numbers, let's work from F5, which is the first number. We have a colon, which denotes the range, all the way till F14. And as soon as I hit this and hit enter, we have 14.5. So 14.5 is average of all of these numbers that you can see. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the 23rd question is, can you talk about formula precedence in MS Excel? Yes, MS Excel follows the BODMAS rule. The BODMAS rule, the B in the BODMAS rule stands for brackets, O stands for order, D stands for division, M stands for multiplication, A stands for addition, and S stands for subtraction. The rule works from left to right, and the precedence is given in such a way. Let me explain with an example, and you should too. So, let us take up 3, 5, and 7 here. Alright, so we can remove all the other values in fact. So I have 3 values on your screen right now, 3, 5, and 7, as you can see here. We can have I5 into J5, right? So the value of this, if we manually calculate it, we can understand it is 38. And here the precedence has been followed again. As you can see, when we multiplied the value, pretty much it went on to multiply the value in the bracket first, because B comes first, and then it added to the value, right? Because again, if we do it in a different way, we'll get a different answer. For example, let's say we multiply these two values, we get 15, and if we add 15 to 7, we do not get 38. And in fact, if we go on to use the same incorrect rule that I just told you, 5 into 3 plus 7, well, it is correct if we do not make use of the bracket, but since we make use of the bracket, we need to be aware that it is using the BODMAS rule, right? So these two numbers are getting multiplied first, and then this number is getting added to it. Well, if there weren't any brackets, pretty much H5 would have been added with I5, and then it would have been multiplied, which would not give the value of 38. And again, 38 is the correct value out here. This is how a very simple example can be shown on how precedence works. And then coming to the 24th question, the 24th question asks, can we display the current date and in fact even the current time in MS Excel? Well, yes, it is actually possible, and the easiest way to do it is to actually use a function to fetch the current date, and the function is called as the today function. The today function basically returns the current date in the date format in the MS Excel sheet. Well, let's quickly check it out. So let's say I want to print my date here, so all I have to do is equal to today, and I put in the parenthesis because it's a function. I hit enter, and as you can check out, So today's date is the 6th of February 2020 at the time of the recording of this particular video, and hence you can check out it is already formatted to be the date as well. So coming to the 25th question, it is, can you give us an example of how to use percentage in Excel? Guys, we have already checked this out, but then I'm going to give you another example because making use of percentages are extremely vital in the field of data analytics, and in fact in the field of making use of Excel in an advanced way as well. So let's have 10, let's have 50, and let's have 80. Let's consider these to be marks obtained, and next we can have total marks. So let's say these are the marks obtained by some students in the class. This is just for an example, right? So the total marks is going to be 100 for everyone, obviously. And again, all you can do is pretty much drag and drop this, and you can save time instead of manually entering as well. So to find out the value here, again, you don't have to do it manually, is equal to D5 divided by E5. And this is going to give you a value of 0.1. Let me drag and drop the same. And in fact, now you can actually select all these numbers, right click, format cell, the number category, and here you have percentage. Here you can actually choose if you need decimal places or not. Let's say we do not need decimal places, I'll bring it to 0. And if I hit OK, you can check that this person got 10%, this person got 50%, and the other person got as 80%, right? If you change this, the value will actually change. So let's say we have 13 here. As you can see, the value changed automatically. Let's say this person obtained 50.5, but then we'll have 51 because it's being rounded off. But then if you do not need it to round off, you can have the decimal places to be shown. As you can see, 50.5%. So this is a very simple way to go on to use percentages in MS Excel. This brings us to question number 6. Question number 6, what are the various report formats in MS Excel? Well guys, you need to know that there are 3 report formats in MS Excel that you can put out. One is the tabular report, the other is the compact report, and then we have the general report as well. So make sure you answer this question very diligently by taking all the 3 types of the report formats that are existent: compact reports, general reports, and tabular reports. And this brings us to question number 27. Question number 27 asks, how can you explain a VLOOKUP in MS Excel? Well, VLOOKUP is again another very interesting function that is basically present in Excel, which helps to fetch values which are actually placed vertically in the columns. So when you think about the name VLOOKUP, the V in VLOOKUP actually stands for vertical, and VLOOKUP is actually used when there is a lot of data which needs handling, and this again makes life very simple for an Excel developer. Coming to question number 28, what is the main use of macros in MS Excel? Macros, as the name suggests, is basically a simple set of instructions which can be recorded by users. So why do we need to record any instructions? Why can't we do all these instructions every single time? Guys, there might be certain repetitive tasks which need to be done again and again iteratively, and this can get cumbersome, waste a lot of time, and in fact demotivate a human being who's doing the repetitive task. So macros step in here. Macros are used to reduce redundancy on a big scale, and this is actually used primarily to create a set of automated instructions which can run on repeated instructions and in fact on functions as well. This brings us to question number 29. Name any 2 or 3 best practices to use always when working with MS Excel. Well, here is how you can answer it. Here are 4 best practices, in fact. So if they've asked for 2 or 3, make sure you give one extra to show the interviewer that you might know more than 2 or 3. Well, the first one is to create multiple tabs while working. Instead of working on a single sheet, it is always recommended you have multiple sheets that you work with to ensure that there is less error rates and better visibility. And the second thing is to add a table of content when you have a lot of data to ensure that your data is always structured or looks structured at least. And then aggressively commenting makes sure that you or anyone else in the team working on this particular aspect, this particular sheet or this workbook has an idea
idea of what's going on with respect to each particular cell which is important in that particular sheet. And then coming to good visualizations are very, very important, because it is at the end of the day, it is very easy to create a simple graph, but it can be a challenge to create a very good looking table. So having the skills, having the required designing skills to make sure you can make a graph look good is extremely vital. And this brings us to the last question in our top Excel interview series. So the last question is, what is the shortcut to show syntax of functions? Well, the syntax is actually shown in a very convenient way while inserting the function itself, as we went through, right? But why is this done? Why does Excel show this to us? Well, it is actually done to ensure that the person uses the correct syntax when inputting the parameters, because it is very easy to input the wrong parameters and have the wrong results. So let me dive back to Excel here. And as you can pretty much check out, let me use a simple function again. So again, coming back to the future value example, as soon as I hit FV and I open the brackets, you can see the parameters which are shown here, so that the user can always look at this while entering the values in case if the person is using the function for the first time. So there's another way to do this. You can click on insert function in the formulas tab, and pretty much you can go on to search for the function here as well. So if we need the FV, we can have to scroll down and click on FV. Again, it tells you what the future value function does as well. So it's basically future value of an investment based on the periodic constant payments and the constant interest rate as well. So if you click OK here, it adds that, and you can add the rate, NPM, PMT. It's in bold because, as I've mentioned, these are the compulsory values, and PV and type are optional numbers. And pretty much it will tell you what each of the columns actually be put as well. For example, this is the interest rate, and this is the total number of payment periods, as I mentioned, and PMT is basically the payment made in every single period, and you can see it is conveniently shown in MS Excel. So just like this, there are multiple ways MS Excel makes life easier, and in fact, working with MS Excel is considered to be a very good advantage for a person looking out to increase his skills in MS Excel, or in fact looking out for a data analyst job and more. So you've reached the end of this section. I wish you all the best for the interviews that you're going to attend, and make sure to revise all of these questions thoroughly.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below.
So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thanks for watching.